Wedgwood. Better in game 2, but in the second period specifically, the Wild were dominant in front of the netminder. You have to be better at that. The crowd's going to be more amped and energized, so big hits. The McKinnon hit on Boldy, the McKinnon hit on Hughes that got the roar of Ball Arena. Well, that's reversed now.
Right.
You have to be better in front of the net. That's going to be one for all of the postseason. I think it's actually an absolute must. You said it last time. Your must for your keys to the game, it's that Cale Makar scores at least a goal in game 3 or 4. Whatever game Cale scores in, that's the one that they're going to win. That offensive-minded defenseman just gets the opponent guessing so many different times. And the pairings, specifically when Josh comes back, Cale can take more chances up in the offensive zone, trusting what's behind him. And, no little fellas back there getting punked.
Right. Okay, so be better. And Cale, go out there and score and dominate and do what Cale can do. And it's going to be fun to watch because I imagine that Quinn Hughes will have something to say about that.
Yeah.
I imagine the Hughes-Makar thing has been must-see TV.
Hughes wasn't very good in game 2.
He wasn't. And it was kind of shocking after game 1 and everything that he did in that contest to try and help the Wild get over the top with those 6 goals. Too bad they have scored 9 for him anyway. Great for us. And you look forward to this game with Makar out there needing the goals to steal a game in Minnesota. I say you can steal 2. I'm not calling for that.
Sweet
and I
time.
think all of us are kind of expecting a split. At least that's the general feel, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone around Avs country, it's like, okay, Avs Nation, don't you think a split is coming? But is it better to split on 3 or is it better to split on 4? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because 3 means they punch back.
If you win game 3 and that's the split,
Yeah.
what version of Minnesota shows up for game 4 on Monday night?
I know. They might not show up.
Because there's some human nature of like, we're supposed to beat them 4 times in a row?
Right. Yeah, and if you're the Avs, you can break them. So if you can break them tonight or tomorrow, go ahead and do that. That would be great, and, well, we'd all love that because then Game 4 takes on a total desperation tone.
Yes, it does. It would be interesting to see what they look like desperate if they're not already that. Like,
yeah.
What is tonight? You're down 0-2. We just said it. You go down 0-3. I already think the writing's on the wall. You go down 0-3 with 2 more games at Ball Arena. It's virtually impossible to beat this Avalanche team.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Our hockey lady, Mel, on our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Ponda, she says, Game 3 will be the hardest game to win. There is no doubt.
No doubt. She's exactly right.
Because if the Wild win 3 and then the Avs punch back in 4, you go, oh, everything's right in the world, and then you come back home and you win this thing and just gentleman sweep and move on. If you win Game 3 on Saturday, it's very, very desperate for the Wild on Monday.
Well, and I was also going to ask you, and then Kevin gave us the news of Eriksson Ek of, all right, this 3-day break, who does that favor? Josh doesn't look like he's coming back for Game 3. Eriksson Ek now looks like he is coming back, and even if they were to play tonight, if he's on the ice today, pretty good chances they're looking to get him ready ASAP. So the 3-day break is almost hurting. I don't know, maybe a wash because I think he would have probably played tonight had Game 3 been tonight, and it's just a 2-day break.
Yeah, hockey players, we don't have to worry about them being 100%ers necessarily, unlike basketball, where they're almost all 100%ers. But either way, you know that they're going to have a different-looking formation, a different-looking team. Coming up Saturday, it'll be interesting to see what they look like.
We want to hear from you guys throughout the show. You got keys to the game. You got your shot that you want to call, maybe mile-high moments for the Avs game in game number 3 on Saturday in Minnesota. Hit us up with those. Also, Tribe and Trucker roll call. The Tribe is you plus us. Tribe roll call is who are you, where are you, what you doing for a buck. Trucker roll call is the same deal. Who are you? Where are you? What you hauling? Let us give you and your company a shout out. You and your route a little shout out on the show. And you have a few ways to hit us up. First up, you can watch the show at youtube.com/DenverSports. You can participate in the Tribe chat right there, thanks to Sean Ponda. And then over on the RamosLaw.com text line, hit us up there. The number is, you ready? 303-713-1043. Put your name on the end of every text like our boy Ken did. Ken didn't even give us a Tribe roll call. He just wrote in all caps, "Sweep these fools."
Okay.
Which is awesome. We love that from you, Ken. Always Always love that. Roll call from Joe. Joe's one of our first one-ins every day, and I appreciate that. He's working for WS Barricade. He's on County Road 29 today near Greeley. The lane's closed. Easy day, so take it easy if you see Joe up there. He says Cecil's a genius. Dover is smart. Best show of the day. Love you guys.
Well, you love you
Way
as
to
well.
pick us up, Joe. Thank you.
I'm trying to think if I stole that sign that he's at now. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Stealing signs was pretty big.
That was the thing back in the day. I always wanted Highway 90 up there over around Grover, and then I think there's, of course, Highway 34. Always wanted that one.
Yeah. There is a community 4 blocks from my neighborhood that's called Dover, and it has a huge wooden sign that says, "Welcome to Dover." I'm a few garage sessions away from making that mine with a nice Sawzall and a quick cut going to the house.
I got my Sawzall. That could be nice. Look in your backyard. It'd be great.
Dude, people have sent it to me before. It's right, so Rangeview High School.
Yeah.
And then that community right next to it is called Dover.
Right.
And I'm not far from Rangeview High School either. So when I'm out walking my wiener dog, there's always "Welcome to Dover" sign welcoming us there.
Okay.
So I don't know. It's pretty big. I bet you it's about 6 feet wide, 6 feet tall. 4 feet tall.
4 feet tall. How heavy?
I don't know.
Fit in your back of your truck?
Oh, yeah. Me and you could do it. I don't know what you're doing
If
later,
it's missing, I'm just saying, it's not us, maybe.
So keep the text coming. One of our tribe members asked if we tried out the new Dirty Do. We have, and we are fans of said Dirty Do. So anything Do, we're basically all in. They even convinced me about Do hot dogs earlier in the week. So pretty much put Do on it, and we'll do it.
Done.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, so I want to talk about something we got into a little bit with Zach Bye yesterday during Crosstalk about this Nuggets window, and then some of the trade ideas I heard Zach throwing out there. I love Zach doing the work and trying to fix the Nuggets, but I don't think he came up with any good plan, and I'll tell you why next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. Nobody likes talking about this, but if you're a guy over 50 dealing with enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Colorado Advanced Endovascular in Lakewood makes it easy. Top-tier interventional radiologist, a comfortable boutique atmosphere, and the kind of personalized care that's hard to come by. They serve the whole metro area. Go to coloradoae.com. That's coloradoae.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bills significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years with some of the best deals in their history. May 15th and 16th, $66 oil changes on any Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, or Volvo. Used cars from $6,600, leases from $366 a month. And on Saturday, May 16th, there'll be a car show, free food and prizes for the whole family. Your cherry on top, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing all month. You pay what they pay. May 15th and 16th, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, sthmotors.com. Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years to gain everything you want out of a dealership.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are off and rolling on a Friday edition of the program. One of our texters on the Ramos Law, Sean, texts us on the RamosLaw.com text line. Dover, you should do it. I see that sign every day driving to work, waiting for it to go missing. I think it would be, I love this. I think it would be hella funny if it does go missing. I like the word hella. We need to bring that back a little bit more.
We do. We got to feel hella good. I think that radio-friendly, Kev, we could probably play a little No Doubt.
Now, if the sign does go missing,
everyone's
knocking on my door.
Yes, exactly. Everyone's blaming you, so get ready for that.
Yeah, we'll see what the weekend brings. The lady's out of town for a couple more days, so I kind of have, whatever I want to do.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting response from her, like, go check out the backyard, babe. Look what I did.
It's a nice backyard conversational piece, right?
That's exactly right. All right, I want to talk a little bit about these Nuggets. A conversation that we were getting into with Zach and Will, who was sitting in for Phil yesterday. That I thought, I'm like, man, we could have done this for another 30, 45 minutes. And I wanted to hear some of the stuff that Zach was going to throw out about why he thinks trading Jamal Murray is a good idea, because I just don't. And again, I'm not stubborn or digging my heels in on the take. If you present me a scenario that I think makes the Nuggets better, I'll entertain it.
Right.
We'll have the conversation.
Yes.
I just don't think that's what's going to happen. I don't think that there is a trade out there that can do exactly that. So some of the ones that he talked about yesterday are ones that we had already talked about with the Kevin Durant stuff. I'm out on the Kevin Durant stuff. I don't know. I think we're pretty similar on that.
It was Bleacher Report or somebody like
Yahoo.
Okay.
Yahoo.
Yes. There's been a lot of these that have been out there, honestly, for about a week. So, I've already thought about it, and with the Durant stuff, I didn't take long to think about what my answer would be. So,
I don't know.
Was that Zach's favorite? Did he have a favorite?
I don't know that he had a favorite.
Did he rank these in any order? I missed that segment.
I don't know that he had a favorite, or I'm just kind of going off what he had.
All right.
But the Kevin Durant, I honestly don't know. I haven't seen anybody that's like, ooh, that's the move that the Nuggets have to make.
If these are the same as that Bleacher Report Yahoo article,
we were out on all
Durant
of those.
one. Yeah, the Durant one would be at the very, very bottom.
Yeah, there is the the Rockets and the Kevin Durant conversation.
Okay.
There's the Pistons one we talked about with Thompson, Robinson, Karis LeVert. That one I don't hate. I would just love to substitute Murray for someone else. Who would that be that Detroit's interested in?
Right.
I don't really know.
Where's the Atlanta one?
Oh, with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He didn't talk about that one, but we will. There is one I wanted to mention.
Okay.
it's with the Celtics. So the Rockets, I don't think it's a great deal. The Pistons, I don't think it's a great deal because of Jamal Murray is the one. And look, Thompson, Robinson, and LeVert, they're not going to produce any close to what the offense is that Jamal does. They'd be better defensively, but nothing close to offense. He suggests ones with Boston, which I think is pretty interesting. So the Celtics would get Jamal Murray and Deron Holmes, the young fella that hasn't played.
Right.
But there is like a ceiling, and people think there's an upside to him down there. And then the Nuggets coming back would get Sam Hauser and Derek White. Now, Derek White for Jamal Murray is closer to the swap that I'm looking at of going, okay, this actually helps with the Denver Nuggets. He's not the same scorer as Jamal, but he's definitely a million times better of a defender, a ball handler, a guy that's truly going to come up and set your offense rather than be a part of your offense, which he can be, but he's more of the set up the offense and let it operate than I'm a part of the offense catching on dribble handoffs and shooting, things like that. So that one is a little bit intriguing to me. I just don't know. All right, both of these guys are starting to get a little bit older. What do you think the ceiling of Derek White, Nikola Jokic point guard center combo could get to within the first couple of years?
Well, it'd have to be in the first couple of years because there might not be much after that. And I like the idea of White. And I don't want to trade Jamal Murray. We'll start there.
No, but I'm saying this is the only one where I went, we can talk about it.
The Atlanta one's interesting as well. We'll get to that a little bit later. But this one is very interesting because you get some attitude and you get a player that's, comparable to what Jamal could be in a two-man game. And that's the thing. What's the chemistry? Because we can't answer that question, I really don't know what to think of any of these trade scenarios that get rid of Jamal Murray because you're getting rid of the chemistry. I don't know if Derek White's going to have better chemistry or as good of chemistry. I don't think it'll be better, right? Do we think anyone could have better chemistry?
Well, that's where
Nikola Jokic?
That's where I'm stuck. Is it's chemistry, and you can develop that. It takes some time, but you can develop some of that. But it's chemistry. We're talking about a couple of years. Are we willing to wait on that? What's Nikola at 33 instead of 31? So chemistry, and then there's this idea right now that I think everybody's getting lost in the sauce of like, oh, we're going to go get a guard that can shoot it like Jamal, that can have the chemistry with Nikola like Jamal, be a better defender than Jamal, and not, disappear when the moments are the brightest. You just did create a player on NBA 2K. That's not real.
Right.
That's what people don't understand is, yes, we all want upgrades, but it has to be realistic. We're not doing create a player and trading for that guy for Jamal Murray.
There's no Leron Shonuff.
That's right.
Walking through that door. Okay. All right.
You know what I mean, though? Like, we get lost with all of that. Yes, the Nuggets need upgrades, but you have to have a realistic path to get there.
Right. And that's why when I examine everything outside of the Atlanta trade, which, again, we'll get into, I look at all of these scenarios, and they've been out there for like a week. I don't really see any of them as like, that's the answer. Well, some are better than others.
Atlanta is Dyson Daniels,
okay,
the Aussie kid, and then either multiple firsts coming back, or it would be great for the Nuggets, for us, if Nickeil Alexander-Walker were thrown into that. But I don't know that the Hawks would even do a 2-for-1, which is just Jamal coming back. That might have to be like, hey, we want Julian Strawther too. And Again, how bad do you want a guy like Nickeil Alexander-Walker? Are Nah and Dyson Daniels going to give you the 25 points a game like Jamal Murray did? I have my doubts.
Yeah, I have the doubts there as well, but Alexander-Walker, that'd be pretty interesting.
They'd be tougher. They'd be better defensively.
Right, yeah.
But again, can they score at the rate that they score?
Zach did bring up something I thought was interesting during crosstalk in terms of where the league is at. Okay, that's where the league is at now, because he was saying, like, who's got the two best players or the two worst defenders? I immediately thought my Knicks, because I'm like a long-suffering Knicks fan, and I'm like, well, they stink at defense, but they're their two best players. But anyway, so
Oklahoma City did it a year ago.
Oklahoma City a year ago, yeah. Right. So there's some of that, but do you skate to where the puck is, or do you skate where the puck's going to be? So if like, well, defense is winning now, okay, what about next year? Is that going to be the same recipe? What about what's happening with the foul chasing with OKC and how everyone's a Lakers fan right now because of OKC and the foul chasing? Like, how
you see the middle of the floor at the end of the game? I'm like, way to go, Austin Reeves!
Yes,
I'm cheering for the for the Lakers talking to the referee.
Right, I'm actually like nodding my head along with LeBron James. I feel dirty. I feel like I need to take a shower. So I thought it was interesting when ZB said that. And, of course, he knows hoops. And listen, we love basketball, and he's an outstanding mind for basketball.
That's what I said. I love that he's thinking of these ideas, and the Celtics one's really outside the box.
But if defense is winning now, what's winning in the future? Is that going to be the same? Will we see some sort of course correction rules-wise for foul chasing? That's coming up to probably stop OKC if they win another championship this year. So it's just nothing screams automatic. Can I sum it up like that?
Yeah.
There is zero things, whether it's these week-old trades we're talking about or whether it's any new trade that somebody could come up with. Nothing screams that's the answer.
Our guy Sal F. Sal F.
What's up, Sal?
Says, JD, what's the Nuggets need? A better defensive guard or guard play? I look at it as defensive guards. I mean, again, why is Christian Brown, Bruce Brown, and Aaron Gordon on this team if we need Jamal Murray to be an all-world defender? What are we doing? That's what I'm saying. Jamal's not going to check every box. Neither is Nikola Jokic. That's why you build a freaking roster and you have guys play roles. You're not going to get somebody that can score like Jamal and defend like Christian. Sorry, doesn't exist. Not happening. Not coming to Denver this next year.
Yep.
And I think people are just too stuck that that's actually out there. It's not out there. One quick text, and I think they're probably nailing this. I didn't throw your name on it, 530, but you're spot on. I think everybody's overanalyzing. The problem is culture, toughness, and heart. Some of that's on the players.
Perfect.
A lot of that's on the coach.
Perfect.
Which we've talked about. All right, we'll get back to it and throw out some more trade ideas. Let's talk a little bit more about what the Avs have in front of them. And we're going to check in with Evan Rawal of the Denver Gazette to do so. Coming up next.
Game 3 shifts north to the state of hockey, where the Avalanche arrive unbeaten and in control. 6 wins, 0 losses this postseason. Colorado's rolling, confident, and closing in. But the land of 10,000 lakes doesn't give anything away easy. The Wild are back on home ice, loud, desperate, and ready to make this series a fight. A 2-0 lead can vanish fast or become a stranglehold. Avalanche, Wild, Game 3. That's hockey, baby! Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all. Born out of the American frontier and still standing tall, the world's largest outdoor rodeo and authentic Western celebration. In the heart of the American West, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Come salute our American heroes in the air, in the arena, and in the streets of Cheyenne this July. For tickets, info, and updates, go to cfdrodeo.com. See you in Cheyenne.
I've got to tell you about Champ Honda. If you're looking for an SUV that can handle Colorado, check out the new 2026 Honda CR-V. It's comfortable, capable, and perfect for everything from your daily drive to weekend getaways. Right now, Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you've got more options than ever. And I love this. Champ Honda does things differently. Their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy means a fair price up front and way less time at the dealership. They never charge dealer handling fees.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Rich Eisen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payments sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are going to welcome in our buddy, Evan Rawal of the Denver Gazette to talk all things Avs and Wild. Game number 3 is coming up tomorrow night. We'll get game 4 on Monday. Evan, we appreciate you making some time for us, man, and jumping on the program. Before we dive too deep into what the Avs have and what they need to do, talk to us about what's going on with the Minnesota Wild and Eriksson getting right, being on the ice. Does that mean he is 100% available for tomorrow night's game?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play. It sounds like he's skating, but he's not doing line rushes, which is, I mean, to me, it was always a low chance that he was going to play in Game 3 just based off the fact that he hadn't skated until today. But it sounds like, I mean, maybe they're playing games. Teams play games at this time of year, but it seems unlikely that he's going to play. And the other big news is that Matt Zuccarello is not skating, too.
Oh.
If they're down another top 6 forward, that's kind of a big deal as well. So we'll kind of see how things play out at morning skate, but I'd be surprised if Eriksson played.
Evan, what is the next step for the Wild side of things? Because we've talked about it, like they tried to out-Avs the Avs in Game 1. You can't do that. Game 2, the Avs out-physicaled them. Outside of maybe gooning it up, like what do you anticipate the Wild having a different look now that the series shifts to Minnesota?
I think if the Wild are going to get back in the series, they got to fix their special teams, which is, kind of funny because they have a problem all year long with their power play, but their power play looks way better. And maybe part of that is because Minnesota's penalty kill during the playoffs has been atrocious.
Right.
I think it's hovering around like 50% or something like that. So if they're not able to fix that, then they're going to have a tough time getting in the series. And then on the flip side, they had a great power play during the regular season, third in the NHL, and it has not done anything against the Avs, and it struggled against Dallas too. So if they're going to get back in the series, they've changed goaltenders. They've done a lot of things. They're trying to hit everybody, and the Avs are hitting them back. They need to fix their special teams because 5-on-5 last game, it was pretty close. It wasn't that lopsided either way. So the Wild can hang with the Avs, but if they can't fix their special teams, then they're in trouble.
I'll stay right there with the special teams, just the other side of it. Has the Avs figured it out, or are the Wild just really bad at stopping them?
Well, I think if you look at the Avs, like the with or without you numbers with Nazem Kadri, they're a good power play. Without him, they've been bad. And at the end of the year when he got hurt, the power play looked bad again. But now with him in the lineup, for some reason, he's kind of the linchpin of that power play unit. He makes everything work. He kind of stabilizes thing on the other side of Netchus and McKinnon. So with him in the lineup, they've been really good. So I don't see any reason why it can't continue. And if Wild's penalty kill is going to continue to be bad, then the Avs can continue to take advantage of it.
Evan, what's the latest with Josh Manson?
He skated before practice yesterday. He did not stick around for the team activities. He has not done any team activities yet. So it would be a surprise if he's in there for Game 3 just based off that. But I think they're going to wait. They're going to talk to him today. They're flying out. They're not practicing. Probably find out in like 40 minutes or so if he's even coming on the trip. But I would say he's unlikely for Game 3. And if he's not 100%, maybe they're not willing to push it at this moment without up 2-0. They don't really need to.
How much of a difference, fully healthy on both sides? I mean, the Avalanche, they're still this wagon that we've been calling them all year. Manson back, Eriksson Ek back, Zuccarello, whatever's happening there. 5-on-5, fully healthy. The Avalanche are still the better team, aren't they, Evan?
They are the better team. It would. I mean, with Eriksson Ek, it would kind of. He's their shutdown center. He's not a number one center prototypically, just because the offense isn't there. But he's one of the better shutdown centers in the league. So they would have a better matchup with Nathan MacKinnon if he was in the lineup, say, and also would make Matt Boldy better. Matt Boldy really hasn't done a whole lot this series.
Good point.
The big guy that they're missing is Jonas Brodin. Their defense beyond Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber has been atrocious, and it's just the Avs are tearing up Jake Middleton, Jared Spurgeon. I think Middleton's only asked for 9 goals through 2 games, which is just absurd. So if he's not in the lineup and he's a very steady defenseman, then the Avs are just going to keep feasting on those guys. And, Quinn Hughes is going to play 30 minutes, but the Avs are kind of hitting him every time they get a chance, and it's going to wear on him as the series goes on. So, you can't play those guys 60 minutes. It's just you can't do that, and the Avs are going to keep taking advantage of Jake Middleton if he's going to be out there 15, 16 minutes a night.
Well, let's throw some flowers at Scott Wedgwood, Evan, because coming into this year and having never started a playoff game and now being 6-0 and having the rally and support of his teammates, everyone's talking about him. Love seeing him getting interviewed by TNT and such. Your thoughts on Wedgie and just how excellent he's been, even after Game 1, and some out there were suggesting, should there be a change made? Jared Bednar sticks with Wedgie. Your thoughts on Wedgie just throughout this entire playoff so far?
He's been unreal, and I think the Avs made the right call, and it shows that the Wild made the wrong call, switching goaltenders.
Right.
Wallstead got them through the first round, and he had a bad game. I think you stick with your guy, and you give him one more shot to kind of make up for it, and that's what the Avs did with Wedgwood. And unlike Wallstead, Wedgwood kind of showed signs of stabilizing in that third period of Game 1, so you kind of had signs that he was figuring it out. But that's kind of been Wedgwood's thing all year, is that he has a bad game, and they've been pretty rare. But when they've happened, he's bounced back immediately. So I wasn't surprised they went back to him, and he's just had an unreal season. And it's a good thing they have signed him to that extension back in, October or so? Because if they didn't, they'd be kind of looking at a bigger cap number at this moment.
Actually, Evan, I wanted to ask you, when do you think he kind of I've been talking about Scotty, I feel like since March, of like this guy's separating himself from what Mackenzie Blackwood can. Yes, there's still confidence and faith in Mackenzie, but man, it just feels so much different with Scott Wedgwood. When do you think he started to separate himself?
I do think it was kind of after the Olympic break when both goaltenders came back. They got, you could argue they were snubbed for the Olympic team, for the Team Canada. But Wedgwood has just been the better goaltender since the Olympic break, whereas Blackwood has kind of been up and down. And you could also kind of tell that, when the Avs would play the Dallas Stars, who would be in net? It would be Scott Wedgwood. Like, they were kind of going to him in the bigger games. So you could kind of tell that they were leaning that way. And it really just came down to consistency. Like, Blackwood hasn't been bad. It's just that he's been a little bit more inconsistent, whereas Wedgwood, it's been like 9 great games and then maybe 1 stinker. And then, like I said, he always bounced back. So I think it was kind of after the Olympic break when they made their choice.
Well, Evan, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you very much for joining the show. My final question for you has to do with this team feeling like the Cup team from a few years ago. We had Logan O'Connor on the show last week and had to ask Loke Dog the same question. So, Evan, for you, in knowing this team and knowing that Cup team well, the vibes, they're very similar, right? Is it just our perspective, or do you feel kind of the same way? This feels like the Cup team.
No, it does, and it just comes down to they're very businessman-like.
Yes.
They're up 2-0, and like Nate and Gabe didn't look super happy after the game the other night because they know the job's not done. Like, it's just not done. They've got a long ways to go, and being up 2-0, they've been up 2-0 in the second round before, and they've had kind of fall flat in their face against Vegas. So they know they got to keep their foot on the gas here and keep things going. And they know that regardless, if they make it to the finals and they don't win, it's a disappointment. Like, there's only one good way to end the season, and that's with lifting the cup. So It is very similar vibes. They're a very deep team, great defense. They're getting great goaltending, 2 great goalies, just like 2022. So, yeah, it is very similar vibes. It feels that way.
Hey, we saw Nate smile on the ice and in a post-game press conference. It was a very rare treat for us Avs fans. Last one for you, Evan. The Hart Trophy finalists are out today. Is Nate going to get over on Nikita Kucherov and Connor McDavid? Is a second Hart on its way to Colorado?
We shall see. I'll be honest. He was on my ballot. I think he should win it personally. The even strength thing is just crazy. Most even strength points since Wayne Gretzky back in 1991, which is just wild.
Pretty good list to be on.
And you can't hold it against him that he's got a great team because he's the engine. Like, he's the guy that runs this whole thing. So I think he should win it, but we'll see. I think it's going to be close because it's just like the North. There were so many great candidates. So we'll see how it turns out.
Great stuff, Evan. We're always following along on Twitter. We're certainly reading at Denver Gazette. Shout out to our mutual buddy, Paul Klee. We like to call him Cleezus, Evan. I don't know what you guys call him, but Cleezus for us. He's
I'll call him that from now on.
Tell him we sent you. Yeah, exactly. We appreciate you, man. Safe travels. Get home safe, and we'll check in again soon.
All right. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
There he goes. That's our boy, Evan Rawal, there, covering the Colorado Avalanche for the Gazette. Always fun checking in with him.
Great information.
At Evan Rawal on Twitter. Make sure you're following him and reading him along. He's with the team 24/7, basically. Yeah. So great chatting with him. We'll reset some of that, talk about what we learned from Evan a little later on in the program. Cease, let's talk about what went down last night with the Rockies. They avoided the sweep. Thanks to our buddy Jake McCarthy. We'll relive that and want to hear a little bit from Paul DePodesta, the man who's in charge of turning this thing around. How does he feel about the start? We'll find out together next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal, book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. Spring cleaning isn't just about what you can see, it's about what's hiding behind the scenes. Your ducts collect dust, allergens, debris all winter long. It's one of those places you just don't think about. Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. They're recommended by more contractors than anyone else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt debris that other companies leave behind. Less strain, better airflow, lower energy costs. They'll show you before and after photos so you can actually see the difference. And they clean every line. Nothing gets missed. Before your AC runs all season, make sure the air you're breathing is actually clean. Give them a call at 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985. Or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303-LAW-4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303-LAW-4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040.
Choose one of Wendy's new Biggie deals. For a pretty Biggie deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS. It's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, the Colorado Rockies avoided another sweep last night.
Controversial grand slam?
Big thanks to that grand slam.
Right? It's controversial, no, because it was funny to see the reaction. Of course, you know, a few Rockies fans there, certainly. I wish we were there, you know, for a nice day game like that.
Sure, yeah.
Seeing a grand salami.
Dude, that's, I mean, 2-2 going into the bottom of the 8th, load him up. Jake McCarthy, and it's not like he's been bad.
Right.
It's not like he's been great either.
Sure.
He's been okay, solid, decent.
We've rarely talked about him, though.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then he comes up and hits that bad boy over the fence, 6-2, and then that's exactly how it would end. So, I mean, we do it for everybody else. We got to do it for Jake McCarthy.
Grand salami. Oh, grand dong.
Grand dong.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Is that the best dong of all time? Grand dong.
I mean, you can't get better than a grand dong, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Pretty
if you have a
solid.
grand dong, then you have a grand dong. No one can take that grand dong away from you.
It's one of the things I like, oh, I'm going to die and never have experienced this.
Right.
I've never hit a home run in a baseball game.
Okay.
Ever. I suck at baseball. It's probably why I don't like it the most, because I'm not good at it. But a grand dong? Not only that, to win the game?
Yes.
I know it's not walk-off style. That would have been an inning later, but like,
sure.
dude, That's about as cool of a baseball moment from the box you can get.
Well, and what was that? There were certain plays when we're all growing up as kids, right? There's certain plays that we either reproduce. Kev's wearing an Elway shirt today, so I'm thinking like if you were a kid growing up in the 90s, you might recreate like the helicopter play or something like that.
Like,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
going to jump. You push my legs this way.
I always, you can ask my sister Carrie because I ruined our front fence, like because I would jump over the fence like Walter
hell
Payton.
yeah.
So ruined the fence multiple spots. Parents were mad at me, but it's like we'd emulate that. Think of that now and how the kids are going to emulate this. And a grand slam.
You got your bat flip, your trot
Exactly.
around the
Someone's going to have like a
bases.
purple coat.
Oh, yeah,
You know what I mean?
dude.
Put on the
That's
purple
sick.
coat. But like there's certain plays, buzzer beaters. I've had a buzzer beater. Like buzzer beaters, grand slams, Hail Marys. There's certain plays we grow up like pretending with
Yeah.
our imagination. And then to have it happen in a professional setting, again, not a game ender necessarily, but
Still a huge moment.
stamping it right there for the Colorado Rockies and going over that pole and having it looked and reviewed, and then the ump comes out and he's like, yep, call stands.
Yeah.
It's a home run. So I was like, he should have said it's a grand slam because it was a grand salami, baby.
It's a grand dong. Rockies win. That's what he says. That'd be so dope.
Ruling on the field is it's a grand dong.
I feel like I'm going to the ballpark and buy that guy a drink right now. It was fun. It was exciting. You got a chance to end the losing streak, get right. Now you're going to go east for a series with the Phillies and the Pirates. Maybe you can take a couple from Philadelphia. Certainly should have a decent chance to get over on the Pirates. But I want to hear from Paul DePodesta. Andrew Mason sent in some audio of a conversation that he and the rest of the media folks had with Paul DePodesta, talking about where this team is, talking about the start of the season that the Rockies have had.
I think we're certainly encouraged by a lot of what's going on, but at the same time, far from satisfied. I think there are a lot of things we know we can do better, and that we're going to work to continue to get better. But all in all, I think sort of a positive first month.
So positive first month, and I think when we talked to Warren Schaefer, when we talked to him about the relationship with Paul DePodesta, and then we asked about Walker, but he said it's kind of Paul, myself, and Josh Burns do the day-to-day, and then we involve Walker when Walker needs to be involved with everything, not necessarily in the day-to-day operations, and that's the owner. That's kind of how it works. But when he said, we got to raise the floor, remember when Paul said that?
Right.
What a great answer that was. And now here we are talking about raising the floor. We're a month into it, roughly a month into the season. They've certainly raised the floor.
Right.
Doesn't mean there's expectations. It just means there looks like there's life for the first time in 3 years.
Right. And the thing is with the Rockies, the best strategy for everyone out there is just, hey, they're doing stuff differently. We know that. It's completely obvious. And then is that different stuff working? Some yes, some no. Honestly, not everything's been a hit. It's a hit.
No, you're right.
Not everything's been perfect for the Rockies, obviously.
Michael Lorenzen wasn't a good signing.
Yeah, and they've had this 6-game losing streak that is now snapped thanks to yesterday's game. But I look at it and say progress. It's progress. Is what you're doing different? Yes. Is what you're doing different working? Some yes, some no. Wash away the no. Emphasize the yes, do more of that. Whatever was no, you change it, you do something different there, and you continue to experiment while also showing that you're headed in the right direction.
Something else Paul was asked about was bringing up prospects. Now, we say prospects, and the whole world knows you're being asked about Charlie Condon. When will Charlie Condon be brought up? He's talking about not rushing prospects overall.
Oh, I think it's hugely important. I mean, again, it's something we talked about all winter, was sort of creating enough competition and enough depth with our big league roster that we never wanted to call a player up just because we didn't have anybody else. Like, we want to call players up when they are banging down the door, where we have to make room for them because they're just playing so well, and that they have the underlying foundation in place to be successful up here. Not just to survive, but to be successful.
All right, now I can understand that, right? That makes sense. But again, you can look at some of the things that Charlie Condon's doing, and I think it's going to come here in the month of May, and then we'll get there and we'll go, okay, now he's up and he's never going to go down, and it'll be all right. But, I mean, he's doing all right, with what he's doing right now. I guess he is under 300 hitting the baseball, but he's pretty good with his power and can bring that to a major league lineup right now. Do they have to rush it? No, because there are no expectations.
Right.
But as the fan base kind of wanting to see, hey, what's that next step look like? We've got nothing to lose. So in my mind, I go, there's no harm, no foul. If you bring Charlie up and he struggles, the team's going to struggle for another couple of years.
Right.
Let him be a part of that process and get on-the-job training.
Get on the job training and get out there and get those major league, reps.
I don't want it to be like, oh, Charlie Condon's here, and then he has to get over the big league nerves and anxiety of let that get out of the way so that when they're ready to contend, he's just a part of it.
And then it's ready from the jump. It's ready right away. But either way, going to be a summer of Rockies. So get out to the ballpark, everybody.
Oh, this one's for Kevin. Our 289er just remembers the history, Kev.
Okay.
Ask Kev. He knows about home runs. He bangs those out in his sleep during softball.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up, but since they brought it up, Brandon Stokely was in my ear.
You let 289er do it for you?
Yes. That might be my last 4 digits of my number too. But
did you ever hit a home run playing
baseball? I'm checking
baseball?
now. I'm checking to make sure that wasn't your number.
Like when you played baseball as a kid, did you hit one over the fence?
I never did.
So Joel Dreesen's party was your first dong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
What a day for Kevin Kissel.
It was. I remember after that, like after I hit touch home plate and I was walking off, and I think Zach pulled me aside. He goes, "Did you ever hit one before?" I go, "No, that's the first time I ever hit a home run." He goes,
"That's sick."
He goes, "As weird as this sounds, this is gonna be one of those memories like you're gonna remember forever."
Yeah, you will, right?
And it was, even though it's a 4th of July fun game, it's a softball game. It was still one of those where yeah, I hit a walk-off.
Well, and your boy Zach's there, Stokes there, Joel's there, Bearcat, like the guys are there.
Yeah,
it's cool.
And it was cool, and it became a story that keeps living on year after year now, which is kind of cool. But, it's a memory like that. I was probably 30 years old when I did it.
yeah.
But it's something cool. Like if you were to hit in your old man league, if you were to hit a game-winning shot at the buzzer, that might be the best sports moment of your life.
Hell yeah.
It's one of those things like we all grow up as kids. We want to. I remember I'd tell my dad, throw the ball over the fence so I could wall climb. And Dad could never throw the ball correctly where I could wall climb. Or the ball would go over the fence.
Yeah.
But you wanted to make those highlights in your head. And, that was one of those moments I finally did one.
You know what? Let's do this today. Let's let our tribe members give out their moments. I'd love to hear your guys' sports moments, like your memory of a lifetime that Kevin's talking about. You're telling your kids and your lady about it. Tell us at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. You can put your name on the every text so we give you a shout out. And then over on Tribe Chat, powered by Sean Ponda, it's youtube.com/DenverSports. Tell us about your sports accomplishments and let us give you a little love today on the show. All right, 11 o'clock, it means that the Nuggets press conference is about to start. We're going to get to that as soon as we can and bring you as much of it as we can, but I want to answer some questions. What do we need to learn today, and what qualifies today as a good presser for the Nuggets? That's next.
Game 3 shifts north to the state of hockey, where the Avalanche arrive unbeaten and in control. 6 wins, 0 losses this postseason. Colorado's rolling, confident, and closing in. But the land of 10,000 lakes doesn't give anything away easy. The Wild are back on home ice, loud, desperate, and ready to make this series a fight. A 2-0 lead can vanish fast or become a stranglehold. Avalanche, Wild, Game 3.
That's hockey, baby!
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters. Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Cecil here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Duration, Woodscapes, and Super Deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise with Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
Tired of or fearful of hearing no? Let us say yes. We can help you get your loan approved with our expanded guidelines, less than perfect credit okay, high debt to income ratios, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast to protect your property and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she is not going to remind you. She is way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $500, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices from names she knows and loves, like Gabriel & Company, Tacori, and Hearts on Fire.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or a precious sterling or solid gold locket?
A Monica Rich Cassan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers, Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Fired up for the Tribe. I love what I'm seeing already on the RamosLaw.com text line. I'm sure it's popping over there on the Tribe chat, sponsored by Sean Ponda, too. We're looking for your biggest sports accomplishments, as Kevin was sharing his walk-off home run story after we were talking about the Jake McCarthy grand dong last night that led to a Rockies victory. We're going to get to as many of these as we can, but keep them coming. Josh Turner got in first. This is cool. I might need Josh on my rec league basketball team. He played for the University of Mary in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Okay.
He went 9 for 11 from 3 on a Friday night, and then the next day in a back-to-back game, 8 for 10 from beyond the arc. Hottest weekend of my life, said Josh Turner.
Nice.
Yeah, Josh, you available on Tuesday nights up in Broomfield? We need another player, man. That's a nice weekend right there for our guy Josh Turner. So keep them coming. We want to hear from you guys, your biggest sports accomplishments or moments. Cease, the Nuggets press conference has started. We're going to get to it, as much of it as we can on the show today. What do you think we're going to hear? What do you need to hear from Josh Kroenke today?
Yeah, what I need to hear is David Adelman's no longer the head coach, and we're not going to hear that. So what I need to hear is even the smallest bit of actual honesty, the smallest bit of actual disappointment in the Denver Nuggets. I mean, how could you not be? How could you watch what the Nuggets did during the regular season and then be like, this is fine, this is acceptable? Josh Kroenke can really send a message to David Adelman, who enters this next season on the hot seat. I mean, at least he should.
Yeah.
Please don't tell me he's not on the hot seat.
But that's the thing. Like, what if they started slow? What if they were under 500 at some point? What happens?
Yeah.
Because I don't think anything.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, a year from now, David Adelman, look at him slumped over like that. Come on, man.
He just doesn't look like he
Sit up
belongs.
straight. Anyway.
Somebody needs to slap David Adelman on the back of his neck and go, sit up straight, young man.
If I'm Josh Kroenke, you can express the disappointment that you have in your coach. You can express the disappointment that you have in this season. You can send a message of, hey, this is not acceptable with Nikola Jokic. We have to make a run to at least the Western Conference Final. If he were to say something like that, dude, that would be awesome because it would be sending a message, setting a tone, and setting the proper expectations. This is unacceptable for the Denver Nuggets with Nikola Jokic. You know, that you've got to get further, obviously, than the first round. It's embarrassing. It's disappointing. I want Josh Kroenke to reflect that today in his answers. I know it's going to be a lot of word salad. It's going to be a lot of, I've known DA forever. But, I mean, we're probably not going to get much. Let me just say that.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get anything at all today. And the things that we want to know is we know DA's not going anywhere. So why? Give me a legitimate reasons why he's not going anywhere. Because everything he's going to say, and we're going to do this later on in the show after we get the audio, he's going to say it, and then we're going to tell you why he's lying. Because he can't list anything. He can't give me one reason why David Adelman is or should be the coach moving forward in a championship window when your best players, Jamal and Joker, are getting into their 30-year-old seasons.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear that. I would love to know why they're considering trading Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon. You know, the old Mr. Nugget tagline that everybody loves to throw out there. Why would you be considered trading those guys but not be considering firing your next coach? Basketball reasons only, Josh. Why wouldn't you do that? Because we all know the financial reasons. You don't have to tell us that. We know you're cheap. We know Daddy's cheap. But give me basketball reasons why you think that's a good idea.
He's not going to have any.
He doesn't have any basketball ideas.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, you've got a guy in charge that doesn't pay as much attention or doesn't have the right people to kind of shepherd this thing as he should.
I thought of a couple more questions I'd throw. One to Josh, one to Ben Tinzer, John Wallace, whoever the hell's supposed to be in charge. I would ask Josh Kroenke point blank, do you feel like you're doing enough to help Nikola Jokic win a second championship while he's still in his prime? And you have to ask him just like that. So, because you're putting him in the corner of like, you're letting down, not us. He doesn't care about us in the media at all.
Right.
And he's showing us that he doesn't care as us as fans, because that's what you and I are as well. He doesn't give a damn about the media, which he doesn't have to. But him showing us he doesn't give a damn about the fans, that's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. But I'd ask him that. What do you think you're doing to keep a championship window open while Nikola Jokic is in his prime?
This David Adelman presser's got you upset. I'm sliding this dump button over by me.
Yeah, I am upset. I'm upset.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous to be here in this position and then to look up at that table and his head's not even above the microphone. Like, come on, what are we doing? Are you trying to emasculate your head coach on public television? I almost said public access TV, but no, on public television? Like, seriously,
Dude,
what are we doing here?
It looks like he's a carnival prize. They won him for the ring toss. That's what it looks like right now.
Okay.
Josh Kroenke got the rings on the bottle, and they won David Adelman. That's what it looks like up there.
Okay, I wanted the pig. I wanted the other one.
Yeah. One of the stuffy. Something I'd ask the general managers.
I got breaking news, guys.
Okay.
Per sources, a.k.a. Adam Schefter's Twitter, the Denver Broncos and George Payton have agreed on a 5-year deal that runs through the 2030 season.
Boom.
Wow.
Boom.
All right. We get good news while they're up there spewing bad news and lies for the Denver Broncos. So Shefty got it. It is...
Wow, did the Broncos do this on purpose?
That's kind of good, right?
Greg Penner, I love you. I love Greg Penner, and I love Greg Penner for signing George Payton. We have
When
no
was
details yet, Kev.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. Okay.
Yeah, that's
the
a
draft
lot
last
of money.
weekend? The draft ended last Saturday?
No, 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So we are a couple. All right.
Yeah.
So if you look at the timeline.
Remember we talked to Mike Kliss, and he said
that's
probably
right,
before
that's
training
right.
camp. And we'd asked the question, what's the deal? You don't want a lame duck GM.
If you look at the timeline, right, you probably give the guys 3 or 4 days off after the draft, and then you come back to work, you get rookie minicamp set up. Now that's all taking place today, and the hay's in the barn for those guys setting it up, and it's like, hey, come upstairs, let's get some ink to paper.
Yeah, and we know that Minnesota is actually revealing some of their general manager candidates. I wonder how much they maybe tried to put something together, and then
Why are they
Greg
revealing
Penner
them
just
now?
slaps them down. Exactly, because they weren't going to reveal anybody. It was going to be all super secret. Now George Payton gets a deal, and Minnesota's like, we're interviewing everybody.
That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
This is great news, though. Fantastic
Well,
news for the
let me
Denver
ask you real
Broncos.
quick about the Minnesota thing. If George was talking to and said, hey, we got to keep this hush-hush, but I'm going to use it as leverage inside the building, not as a public piece of leverage, they would oblige, would they not?
Always.
Yeah, there was some talking going on.
Yeah, well, Greg Penner, he'll be the one with the last word. Always. Always. You're never going to outduel Greg Penner. Greg Penner wants something done. He's going to get it done. He wanted George Payton here, and I think it's fantastic for the Broncos.
We'll continue to talk about that. Our boy Drew B hit me up, said, I hit my first ever home run at 10 years old. Jesus, Drew. And it was off of his best friend. I don't know if it gets much better than that. Then you get to trash talk your boy for the rest of life, basically. Keep your biggest sports accomplishments coming in. We'll continue to talk about minicamp for the rookies. Cecil, I got a million questions for you, and what this new contract means for George Payton. Next.
Despite his best season yet, could we see a key nugget leave Denver through no fault of his own?
Jamal Murray has played his last game for the Denver Nuggets. It's going to come down to two things. Either Jamal Murray gets traded, or you are doing a full-scale run it back. You're not getting anything for Christian Brown. Nothing. You're not getting anything for Aaron Gordon.
Agreed.
Nothing. And there's no other asset that you're gonna make a meaningful. The only thing that you have to do this offseason from like a true substance standpoint is move on from Jamal Murray. And they will. And they will.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you've got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile selected to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
She may live close by. She may have passed, or while not your mom, a caring person in your life. Even Mother Earth could be celebrated on Mother's Day. This is Jay Rickstrew with Alpine Bank, member FDIC, wishing mothers in all their glorious forms a happy Mother's Day. The attention you give, the thoughtful ear, the caring touch, you truly make a difference. From moms in the professional space to those at home, you work around the clock doing everything you can to support the ones you love. It's quite a job. One Alpine Bank and so many others deeply appreciate. Whoever this special person is in your life, Mother's Day is your commitment to give thanks. A quiet moment, a candle lit, a phone call, a gift, a meal shared. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we just got the big news from one Adam Schefter that George Payton has himself a brand new deal as general manager for the Denver Broncos. It's a 5-year deal. It runs through the 2030 season. So the roster will be built. The draft picks will be selected by George Payton until 2031, and then TBD. We'll figure out where this team is, this roster is by then, how many Super Bowls they've won at that point. Cecil, it's a big day because we've been waiting on it. We wondered why it took so long. Then you look at the work schedule and calendar, and you go, yeah, they're working. They have stuff to do.
Right.
It actually makes a lot of sense that it happened right now. Draft is over. Rookie minicamp set up. They're at practice right now. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Hayes in the barn for George and his scouts. You kind of get a little bit of time to chill and have a few days off, and why not ink a brand new 5-year deal? This is a big day for the Denver Broncos. Keeping George Payton is a very, very big part of this core that we talk about that's going to help bring Super Bowls back to Denver.
I could easily say that keeping George Payton is more important than when you first got George Payton.
Oh, I agree, because it was some unknown of George then.
Yes.
Now it's known.
Now it's known. He's one of the best general managers in football. Full stop. The Denver Broncos just signed for 5 more years one of the best GMs in all of the NFL. And you mentioned the Hayes in the barn with the draft, coming off a great draft class, a damn master class. And Greg knows that. Greg Penner is very wise about the game of football because he listens to a lot of really smart people, and he studies. He studies hard. He knows what George did. George had a hell of a draft class, and he didn't have a first-round pick, which I guess is Jalen Waddle, so you could say that's your first-rounder.
That worked out.
That's a pretty nice one right there.
Well, you know what? As you're talking, too, think about how big of a part George played in a role of, like, showing Greg the NFL ropes. Kind of, hey, let me – not that he had have his hand held, but, like, hey, let me take you along this journey that we're on.
Right, and being such a trusted – person, you know, it's part of that sterling reputation that George Payton has around the NFL, and now the Broncos have him for 5 more years. And the, you know, drafting of Bo Nix, that, you know, you look at the picks that George Payton has set up for this team to be a Super Bowl contender. For this team, as we mentioned yesterday, they're in the driver's seat in the conference. Kansas City's Kansas City, But the Broncos are in the driver's seat, not in the AFC West, but in the entire AFC, in large part due to what George Payton has done in constructing this roster. And, brother, I'm telling you, for him to be able to work with Sean Payton, again, we respect Sean Payton. Do we talk a little junk about Sean Payton? Yeah. Why? Because he deserves it.
Are we going to continue to do that?
Yes. Of course we are. And I'll tell you this, Sean Payton's tough to work with. Payton's tough to work for. And George Payton has done he's done an exemplary job. He's done an outstanding job in working with Sean Payton to find the best moves for this Broncos team. So Greg Penner, excellent job. Great job in getting George Payton locked down for 5 more years, because you don't want that GM going anywhere. As the rest of the Broncos scouting department has lost plenty of people, good people getting lost because they're coming up under George. They are good evaluators themselves, just like George Payton.
Well, and it's not like you lose in a negotiation or a outbid kind of conversation. Greg doesn't lose those things. But why get into them when you don't have to?
Right.
Why let this get to the end of that contract?
Right.
There is one interesting, and we talked about this leading up to like, hey, why hasn't it been done? And I asked you, all right, if you're Greg Penner, maybe you don't want to just – now, I don't feel like this is what it's been doing, but the precedent is not, hey, 1 year left on your deal means now it's time to talk about contracts. And the reason I say that is because Sean Payton will be there much sooner rather than later. So I think another question of this is like, all right, George just got his big deal. Bo, Sean, Davis, which next big deal kind of comes for the Denver Broncos? Because they're all kind of in the same timeline.
Yeah, they're kind of in the same timeline. And now with your general manager locked down, your head coach, all right, Sean Payton, go win a Super Bowl.
Because it'll be, what, Sean has 2 years left?
Yep.
So
2 years
after
left.
this year, it would be that conversation of like, oh, I only have one left like George, and you took care of George.
I don't think Sean Payton would want to be a lame duck coach.
I mean, no one does. I get it.
Yeah.
Who wants to work on their last year of the contract? Now,
right.
They can fire you anytime you want. The contract doesn't do a lot of protecting, but there is a little bit of protection.
Yeah, there is a little protection there. But the nice thing about George Payton, that you would have full confidence. Let's say Broncos win a Super Bowl, Sean Payton retires, and Vance Joseph is promoted as head coach. Or Broncos win a Super Bowl, and Sean Payton retires, and Davis Webb is promoted as the head coach because VJ got a great job with name a team, and I'll say yes. But, like, that's something
The
with
bus.
if you're George Payton.
You said name a team.
Okay, yeah, it could be. If you're George Payton, you have the capability of not only working with anybody, but getting the best out of them and your own eye for talent. George Payton is a scout. He's a scout through and through. It's in his blood. It's in his DNA. Like, he is an evaluator. I do not want him hiring a head coach, because that's how you get Nathaniel Hackett. I want him out there getting these players, getting these value players. The fact that you can get a Dallin Bentley and a Red Murdoch with the last 2 picks in the draft, 2 players that should have been 4th or 5th round picks. I mean, George Payton, masterclass from this draft. So the Broncos do a great job in securing their future. Greg Penner wanted this. Remember that first year, Greg Penner spent a bunch of money, Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers,
yep.
And he said, savor the flavor. He's like Zelensky. And
That's not going to happen every year.
Yeah, savor the flavor, kid. It's not going to happen all the time. So how do you prevent that from happening? How do you prevent yourself from chasing your tail in free agency and spending a bunch of money trying to get these players? Draft and develop.
Well, and you also know the good thing about where Greg is now versus where Greg was.
Right.
George doesn't have to worry about the hiring of the next coach.
Right.
He'll be a part of the process.
Right.
But Greg he's got his big boy NFL pants on now, and he can do all of that on his own.
This is so great.
George just gets to be a scout, and he's one of the best in the entire league.
Exactly. And isn't it just like players? Like, why are you having the receiving tight end block?
Yeah.
Why do you want Evan Ingram to block, Sean
Don't
Payton?
ask guys to do stuff they're not good at doing.
Exactly. So George Payton, he gets to do what he's best at, and that's finding his players. And he's done that for the Denver Broncos. And he can work with any coach. He can find you all different players. He can find you value players on day 3. George Payton has done an outstanding job with this Denver Broncos team. Now here for 5 more years, it means that the draft and develop that Greg Penner wants, that it's his mantra. We're going to draft and develop. We are a draft and develop team. Greg Penner has said that. We are a draft and develop team. They continue to get to do that at the highest level because George Payton is here.
Yes, it's a big day for the Denver
Fantastic.
Broncos. A big day for George Payton getting his deal done. Now what are we talking about going into the season? There are really no distractions. It's all about ball and ball only. You can't talk about, I know Bo's ankle's hot right now, but by the time we get out there for training camp, that'll be old news and old story. It's just about winning football games and getting back to being a Super Bowl champion. That's it. That's the only thing on the table for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and they can do that, and they can stay in that window. What we're talking about here also is extending the championship window.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have George Payton and you continue to have the draft picks that are, outstanding and work out and become stars and even sometimes superstars, you look at what George Payton can do with this team and you say, oh, you're extending the window. Bo Nix got to stay healthy. Okay, that has now become a concern. It just is. Bo Nix has got to stay healthy. If he does, this team's a Super Bowl contender every single year. Every single year that Bo Nix plays for the Denver Broncos, they are a Super Bowl contender because not only do they have Bo, they've got George.
Well, think about, I know the Russ thing and the Nathaniel Hackett thing will be held against George, and that's just how it goes. They're going to be held against them forever because it was terrible decision-making. But think about the roster that he started to build even before Bo and Sean that is now paying dividends because of Bo and Sean.
Yep.
Because they all get credit for it. And I know we have our shot clock running on one Sean Payton, but he is a part of this turnaround process, but it all started with George Payton.
Yes, it did. It started with George and a fantastic work from George Payton, and now he gets to continue it with the Denver Broncos. This is a great day. This is one we've been waiting for. And Mike Kliss did alert us a week ago of saying, hey, this will probably happen sometime before training camp. Mm-hmm. It happened before really the open media day Saturday for rookie minicamp.
I mean, they just got on the field an hour ago.
Greg Penner getting the job done, man.
It's a big day. Maybe our boy George Payton wants to scout our other boy Wilson in Arvada. His best sports memory, he played for Ralston Valley. I'm going to guest speak up at Ralston Valley. They have a new media program that they're rolling out, which I thought was cool as hell for high school kids.
Yes.
But they were playing up against Columbine, a top 10 matchup, and Wilson was an offensive lineman. He pushed his running back over the goal line for the walk-off win 2-point conversion.
Yes.
So, just behind him, hammering it away. That's a cool moment for an offensive lineman.
Anytime.
You scored.
Yes.
That's a part of you scoring.
Anytime you're an offensive lineman, you can do that. I remember when we 45-point ruled Idalia in the semifinals of the state championship.
Suck it, Idalia.
Exactly, and they called the game because we were up by 45 points. We put Kevin in at running back. Shout out Kev.
Kevin.
Because he was our center, right?
Yeah.
So we put him at running back, gave him the ball, he ran for a touchdown.
Nice.
We were just kidding around. We were just messing around, changing positions, and it's like, you can't stop us. So, yeah.
Oh, dude, this is from James. He's in Houston, but was born and raised in the 303.
Yeah.
My best sports moment, I got to shoot the half-court shot at a Nuggets game, $8,000 on the line.
Whoa.
I missed, but front tip of the rim and then the back, so there was a little bounce. The whole crowd's like, that's a cool moment, too. In front of all those fans, too, to get that close.
That's fantastic.
What a moment there, James. Keep them coming, your best sports accomplishments. We're going to have some fun with them. Hopefully, Bo Nix's best sports accomplishments on its way because George Payton's going to build that roster around him. We'll continue to talk about it. I do want to ask you about a couple rookie minicamp questions. See specifically these quarterbacks. Is there any shot? Is this just wishful thinking that any of these guys that are working this weekend could push Stiddy? Let's answer that next.
Game 3 shifts north to the state of hockey, where the Avalanche arrive unbeaten and in control. 6 wins, 0 losses this postseason. Colorado's rolling, confident, and closing in. But the land of 10,000 lakes doesn't give anything away easy. The Wild are back on home ice, loud, desperate, and ready to make this series a fight. A 2-0 lead can vanish fast or become a stranglehold. Avalanche, Wild, Game 3. That's hockey, baby! Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years with some of the best deals in their history. May 15th and 16th, $66 oil changes on any Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, or Volvo. Used cars from $6,600, leases from $366 a month. And on Saturday, May 16th, there'll be a car show, free food and prizes for the whole family. Your cherry on top, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing all month. You pay what they pay. May 15th and 16th, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, STHmotors.com. Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years to gain everything you want out of a dealership.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
When you've been hurt after a traumatic car crash, you don't need a sales pitch from an attorney with big promises and a loud voice. You need a team who fights for real results fast. That's why so many across the country choose the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is nationally recognized, but is local right here in Colorado. So give us a call and let our team fight for the results you deserve today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Sign up at TrueGreen.com and get your first application for $9.95. Let the pros do the work so you can enjoy your weekend. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I got a couple of questions for Cecil about rookie minicamp and the things that are going on. And I'm still seeing your guys' sports accomplishments. It's going to be fun throughout the day because you guys got some good ones. Love seeing them. Hit us up at youtube.com/DenverSports. That's the Tribe chat. You can watch the show over there as well. That is powered by Sean Honda. Cecil's all over that. I'm all over the text line, 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text so we can give you that shout out, and hit us up there on the RamosLaw.com text line. We'll talk about your big sports accomplishments at the end of this segment. But Cecil, I did want to ask you about the quarterbacks that are throwing this week. And I know Kurt Warner's son,
EJ Warner.
Oh, EJ got the invite out there. They just needed arms to throw, but we both know, and you are certainly looking for a better option at backup quarterback. I'm of the belief that If the starter goes down, the season's pretty much a wrap, specifically with Bo in this unit. But are either of these guys, good enough or a ceiling conversation maybe that you go, oh, there's something there, and you might be fighting for a roster spot?
Yeah, and I'd say that when you get to June and OTAs and regular minicamp, one of these guys might be here, and that guy might be E.J. Warner, because it's an unknown with E.J. Warner. Obviously, he's in Chiefs camp, so the guy's bounced around a little bit, and I'm not saying he's his dad, but just as a memory, go down memory lane. Kurt Warner was with the Packers for about 3 days. He was at one of those tryouts, right? So he was on the radar.
Yeah.
Northern Iowa, right? And he was on the radar. He got a shot with the Packers, and then that went away. Then he went to the Rams, and then we all know the rest of the story with Kurt Warner. So just because a guy's bounced around a little bit at these tryouts doesn't mean there couldn't be something there. Again, I do not think E.J. Warner does anything in the NFL. But if you're the Broncos, you need a camp arm because Bo Nix, I don't want Bo Nix out there until August. And if it's not August and Bo Nix is out there, I think that might be rushing it a little bit. I want this ankle as, 100% on top of 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Just be ready to go, be good to go. And you just need another arm out there so that you have the proper number of reps that are split. Somewhere Zach Bye's getting upset about the rep split, but okay, that you have the proper number between Jarrett Stidham, Sam Ehlinger, and Ehlinger has a chance to push for the number 2 job. And then the third quarterback needs to just be that arm, and maybe there's something there, and maybe there's not. But your teams usually have 4 quarterbacks as they go through the offseason. Now the Broncos will have 3 as Bo Nix recovers from the second ankle procedure. So now I look at it and I go, okay, if that's E.J. Warner, Nathan Peterman, we already know.
He's not good.
We know that it's not good. We know that he continues to get these opportunities for whatever reason. Now, Nathan Peterman is a very bright quarterback, a very smart quarterback. He's picked up multiple systems throughout his pro career. He's a coachable guy, and because he's smart and he can talk ball.
Is that the, I like this Nathan Peterman? That's the Gruden, right?
Yeah. That's John Gruden. And John Gruden definitely loves everybody.
Yeah.
I like this elevator operator.
Best story ever.
We were on the elevator with him at was like a Monday night game with him and Tarika were doing it, right?
Yeah.
And so we're packed into the elevator going down to the field for the last 2 minutes of the game, and we see John Gruden and everybody's quiet, and our boy Craig, he goes, I love this elevator operator right here. So it's a classic.
How'd Gruden
right?
react?
Just laugh. Of course he laughed because he thought it was funny because it's funny. But anyway, E.J. Warner is a better option than Nathan Peterman. Peterman's the veteran. If you want a camp arm and just stick him around, yeah, fine. But if you want the unknown of hey, what's here with the Fresno State quarterback? Is there anything that could be, something to develop there? Then you give a chance to the kid. So I'm not saying, obviously Nathan Peterman's not going to do anything, but E.J. Warner, probably nothing there. But if he shows a little bit in rookie minicamp, then yeah, you'd give him an opportunity in June and see what he can do in minicamp and OTAs, and maybe even enough to keep him around on the practice squad. Again, I don't think that's going to happen, but you're always looking for quarterbacks. And brother, I look everywhere. And I mean everywhere.
Yeah.
If I'm an NFL team, because Kurt Warner, do you know where he was before he really exploded with the Rams? And it's not the Arena League.
He was bagging groceries, wasn't he?
He was in Europe.
Oh, he was in NFL Europe? I didn't know that.
Him and Jake Delhomme were the Amsterdam
Jake
Admirals.
Delhomme,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, they had 2
That's
Super
Stokes'
Bowl
boy.
quarterbacks on that team. And he was splitting time with Jake Delhomme for the
Wow.
Amsterdam Admirals. And yes, I have those games on tape.
Well, that's also something now that, and I know you're the one grinding over it, but whatever the league is, UFL, XFL, the combo of all right, if a team sees something in an E.J. Warner, the Broncos, let's just use him for an example because he's here. Yeah, we've seen something, maybe not enough to give you a roster spot, but you tell him and his agent, you should continue to pursue this dream and see what you can turn into in one of those UFL leagues or XFL leagues, and we might kick the tires again this time next year, or a training camp invite when you're show a little bit more that there's a ceiling there.
Yeah, I know you're in a really good spot in your life, and life is about timing.
Yeah.
But if
things could be a little better.
If I did pursue that job to be a Europe scout, would you go with me to Amsterdam?
Yes. I don't even need to work
It'd be
in sports.
2 months a year.
I'll just come and kick it.
To go watch European football.
Yes.
Tackle football.
Yeah.
To try to find something.
Yeah, I
some
think we
running
could figure
back.
it out. Yeah.
Okay. In Amsterdam? You'd be okay with that?
I think I'd figured it out, yeah.
Okay.
I could get a job.
How good would your film watching be? I mean,
Like, this dude rips, man.
Did you see that move? Whoa, broken tackles.
Yeah, I figured
that weasel stole the bee.
I think we'd figure out a way to get it done. Our reports, I'm not sure, would be legible, but we would send something back.
It might make for a fun podcast.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as far as the other rookies that you're watching, it's really the Jonah Colemans, the tight ends.
It's the Jonah Coleman show this weekend.
That's what this is all about?
Yeah, I think this weekend is all about Jonah Coleman.
All eyes are on the rookie running back.
Yes, all eyes on him. What does it look like? And I really think, and Kliss brought this up a little bit yesterday when we talked to him. Mike Kliss, fantastic. He's amazing. We love him. About Coleman with a little bit of the PCL and how last year's film didn't look quite right. And, if people made that mistake, then it's just benefit for the Denver Broncos. Again, I would have taken Jonah Coleman at 30.
Well, see, I look at it. I go the opposite view of that. I'm like, so he did all that with an injury?
Right.
I'll take a guy like that.
He was still number one in the FBS in yards after
Right.
contact, yards after contact per reception, like all these metrics, these
He still
top metrics.
blocked. He took the best linebacker in college football, put him on
Sonny
his ass
Styles.
while he was injured.
Yeah.
I'll take a guy like that. Yeah.
I will take that and then some. So, and again, PCL not as major as an ACL or an MCL.
That's easy for us to say. It's not our PCL.
Sure. And I do remember when Keenan Allen, let's play this little memory game. Keenan Allen came out of Cal with PCL injury, and he fell to the 3rd round. So it's like there's been opportunities. Eric Decker had a foot injury.
Oh,
he
yeah.
falls in the
Good
draft
call.
out of
Good call,
Minnesota.
yeah.
So, like, if the Broncos are able to take advantage, and I'm nuts, I'm crazy, I'm the Jonah Coleman guy, but I would have taken him in the 1st round. If you're able to get that sort of talent in the 4th round, this is nothing but gravy for the Broncos.
Quick sports moment text. We got this one's fun. It's like Kevin's. What's up, tribe? It's my sports accomplishment. I was 12, had never hit a home run. Family all in town for a family reunion, and I jacked one over the right field fence. It was epic. They still talk about it, and I'm almost 50. So his family's still living up that moment from when he was 50, or when he was a kid and still at 50 years old. A lot of these are baseball.
I got a lacrosse one from Tommy. He says, best sports moment, shooting the game-winning goal for my club lacrosse team from Western State and winning in overtime.
Nice.
And night in Cali in the rain at Occidental College.
Oh, nice.
Way to go,
Occidental
Tommy.
was that place I was telling you about yesterday.
Yeah.
Lacrosse players, I have a respect for. Hockey and lacrosse, you have a weapon in your hand. I don't have the willpower to not hit someone with that when they check me from behind.
Right.
Lacrosse players and hockey players much more mentally strong than I am.
Stronger, better, tougher, everything.
More handsome. Yeah. That one you don't want to go.
No. I've gotten all my teeth.
All right, let's check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we need to share with the tribe? I got some cool stuff for our video game folks and a pull-up question for the tribe. That's next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-944-33.
No tax returns, no W-2s, no kidding. We have expanded our guidelines to help even more people qualify for a loan to buy a home or save money on one they already own. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
Since 1950, you've trusted Permagreen to keep your yards beautiful. And now we'd like to introduce Permagreen Pro Topsoil, the same blend we sell to pro landscapers. Do it right the first time. Do it like a pro. Buy the big 1.5 cubic foot bag at Home Depot.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on your Twitter timeline? Our Twitter timeline that we want to share. You want to follow along on Twitter at Kistner Radio, at Cecil Lammy. I'm at Joshua Dover if you want to hit us up. I mentioned this to you, Cecil, but we didn't get a chance to rap about it on the radio. I saw the trailer, the first trailer for the new Star Fox game.
Yes.
Is out on Twitter. And the game's coming out on Nintendo Switch 2. It's coming out next month, a month and a half about. June 25th is when it'll go down. You got to see the trailer. It brings back all the memories just with the graphics that we have for us today.
Right.
It is badass. I told you yesterday I wanted to buy a Nintendo Switch. I was going to buy one just for the nephew when he's at the house and I want to watch sports and he wants to watch Ninja Turtles. I could be like, yo, play this Nintendo Switch while I watch the Nuggets. And it turns out they're ridiculously expensive. I didn't realize how much Nintendo Switches were to buy, especially a brand new one, but Star Fox might make me pay the tab.
Okay, yeah. I've as long as it's not a Switch 2, I can get you a first Switch.
What's the difference?
It's newer.
That's it?
Yeah. It's like the Wii and the Wii U.
A little faster?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking for a Wii, too.
Okay.
For the backyard.
I told you I have 3 of those, so
yeah.
I'm giving you one of those, but
okay.
I might have a Switch to purchase for you.
My buddy Joel always has a Switch, and we used to travel a lot together when we were doing like boys trips, and I would always be so jealous when he'd bust that thing out on the plane, and I'm like,
did you ever have PSP?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, back in the day. PSP was sick.
Probably the best handheld we've ever had. Maybe Game Boy, the OG, the legend Game Boy, the best. Yes.
PSP is like, it's like the first thing I bought, and I'm like, ooh, I'm rich. That's how I felt on that day.
It turns us on.
Oh, we've got to take that one off.
Yeah, we can take Dion off. We don't need any.
Dion will be removed. All right. Do you know this Twitter account, Dudes Posting W's?
dudes posting W's. I think I might have heard of it.
So
They
like-
like do half-court shots and
Yeah,
stuff?
just like dudes that do cool stuff that other dudes would appreciate.
Okay, yeah.
It's a fun account for us, knucklehead guys. They'll be like, the loudest burp ever, and it's some weird guy burping really loud. I'm like, oh, all right, that's pretty cool. Well, I saw this. A 22-year-old broke a Guinness Book of World Record by completing 12,412 pull-ups in 24 hours. Cecil, that's 517 pull-ups per hour and 8 pull-ups a minute for an entire day. And the kid's 22, so he's young, he's strong, he's freaking jacked like a tree. What right now? How many pull-ups in a row are you doing?
Oh God, I don't. Just give me a number.
Can you do 10?
A few. I would struggle to get 10. I'll say that. Yeah.
I think 10 is probably the number where guys start to go, and then you get the shakes, going.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I got a good 3 in me.
Yeah. Right. What about push-ups?
Wait a second. That sounds. I got a good 7 in me. I should have said that.
I think I could probably get 10 pull-ups pretty good.
Okay.
Push-ups, I think, like in a row before I start to get the old shaky arms. 50?
Yeah, 40, 50, something like that. Yeah.
And then you start to kind of lose it a little bit.
Yeah.
But this kid was doing 8 a minute and did that for an entire day. Yeah, he's different than us. And that Guinness Book of World Record, it might be set for just a little while. So congratulations on the young man.
Russ is Russ.
Oh, that one's old too.
Huh?
Russ is Russ.
Russ?
Russell Westbrook.
Russ is Russ.
Saying like, yeah, he's just going to do whatever he does.
Okay.
Cease, what's on your timeline?
What's on my timeline is from Sleeper HQ on Twitter. NFL wins since 2020. The New York Jets have 28. Tom Brady has 37.
Oh, my God.
And he retired 3 years ago.
He still has 9 more wins than the Jets and hadn't thrown a ball in 3 years.
Exactly. He retired 3 years ago. He still has 9 more wins than the Jets have since 2020, and I just thought that was funny. So Sleeper HQ, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
That's good. Tom Brady will always own the freaking Jets.
Run through a face, then you don't have to worry about him no more.
This one comes from Louie on Twitter. It says, I'm a bus driver. If I'm ever having a bad day at work, I'll look in the mirror while I'm driving and mutter myself, you're all a bunch of blanks, aren't you? And then I tap the brakes so they all nod.
Just a little, yeah.
I just thought that was funny. Like, hey, you're all a bunch of, aren't you? And then, yes, we're nodding. We are, right?
Man,
you ever done that, like when you're dealing with, I deal with the blankety-blank customers. Like when I would work at a convenience store and, customer's always right or whatever, and you kind of got to nod your head. Someone's being a Karen or whatever.
Your lip, but you have to do it.
You bite your tongue and you just kind of, but in your mind, in my mind, I'd be talking. In my mind.
Those are the ones that you have.
Here's your change, ma'am.
The shower later on, you're like, yeah, if it were a regular, I would have told her this.
I should have said this. Like, yeah. But I think all of us, if you deal in customer service, you probably have thoughts that you wouldn't want out there because you have to deal with some rank customers sometimes.
There is, again, this is, I think this is on Instagram, but there's a guy that owns a gas station.
Yeah.
And he says, hey, videos of me treating the customers how they treat me. And there'll be like guys will come in and they'll have like a $5 bill crinkled up just in a tiny ball. And they're like, hey, give me some change. And he'll throw it at the guy. And the dude will go, all right, what do you want? Just 5 ones, 4 ones and 4 quarters, whatever. The guy's like 5 ones. And so he's being a jerk about it. And the guy will take the 5 ones, crinkle them up in a little tiny ball the way the guy delivered the 5, and just throw it at his chest. And then the guy's like, what the hell, man? He's like, you did it to me.
Yeah.
It's a pretty fun account to follow because it's like you get treated that way to treat the people back that way so they know what's going down.
Right. Yeah. So I think we all kind of do that from time to time. I got another one for you. Another one here.
Why this happen?
I love that one.
Okay. Dang it. You need to be a little bit more nerdy. You're not enough nerdy because you might not get this. This one's come from Triple, but it is Trippy. When a baddie finally lets you get it, and let's just say you need some help from Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's a picture of Black Panther from the Avengers when he goes, "Get up, General, this is no place to die."
All right, I can follow along.
You can follow along with that?
On.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just need a little bit of help, right?
And that's where Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in.
Yes,
Hit them up right now.
That's where it's fun.
That's the ultimate disappointment if you can't.
Yeah, get some fun stuff going though, right?
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff.
A lot of fun
could
stuff.
be going. I might have one more. I got one more for you. I actually just saw this on Twitter. It's an article in The Athletic, so we might have to read this and maybe revisit at some point next week. An anonymous poll of 150 players of the things they want to change in the league. Players want less than 82 games. I'm sure you do. I don't want to work 5 days a week either and still want the same paycheck, but let's see who wins that battle. One player proposed a 20-second shot clock rather than 24. Dude, you know what? We could see teams score 200 points if you got to a 20-second shot clock.
Oh, yeah.
They would just be chucking those things up over and over. And, I love this. The OKC rule. Players are asking for more physicality. Make defense legal again, one player wrote. Make defense legal again.
Okay, what's the chances of that actually happening?
0.1%.
It is funny. How did America unite around the Los Angeles Lakers?
That's what's happening right now.
How did America, and this is how bad the OKC thing is. The OKC thing and the foul chasing is so bad that America, who's not united on anything, don't at me, bro, and we're all united around LeBron James. What? I can't stand LeBron. I can't stand the Lakers, and yet I find myself watching Lakers Thunder going, I kind of am on the Lakers side of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We've all started to root for the Lakers because of SGA.
Let's
and
not
OKC.
go crazy. I'm not rooting for the Lakers.
You don't want them to beat the Thunder? They have no chance.
They have zero chance. But we're all rooting for basketball to be basketball again, not for it to be foul chasing. At least it was refreshing when I asked you about rec hoops and stuff. Like nobody's really doing that because as youngsters,
you get your ass beat up doing that stuff.
Youngsters, they're emulating Steph, throwing up threes. Youngsters in my day trying to do the Jordan thing, like crazy shots and trying to dunk if you could.
You got guys trying 17-foot turnarounds and airballing it every time.
Right. And so at least now in rec ball or street ball, yeah, you try that in street ball. Try that in street ball. Remember when Kobe went to, Rutgers Park?
Yep.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he just was like, who's the best player here?
Yeah. It was, you told me the story of LJ doing it too.
LJ did that in Dallas. He would do that as fun.
Yeah.
What are you doing for fun today? I'm going to go to every park in the city and beat somebody.
Call out the best player. Brian Scalabrine did it in a much lower level because he got destroyed on the internet, and he said, I'll pull up to any park, bring your best player. And this is Brian Scalabrine. And he went and put it on everybody that was out there at the park.
Wow.
They're just different breeds. You know it with football. Like it's just a different animal that they're dealing with.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get on back to some basketball and not foul chasing.
For our rec league heroes like me, the worst player you've ever seen play, whatever your favorite sport is, would beat your ass at whatever your favorite sport is.
Oh, yeah.
That's how different it is for them and us. All right, what did we learn after hearing from Josh Kroenke and the dual GMs plus Nuggets head coach David Adelman? Well, we'll tell you what we learned next.
Despite his best season yet, could we see a key Nugget leave Denver through no fault of his own?
Jamal Murray has played his last game for the Denver Nuggets. It's going to come down to two things. Either Jamal Murray gets traded or you are doing a full-scale run it back. You're not getting anything for Christian Brown. Nothing. You're not getting anything for Aaron Gordon.
Agreed.
Nothing. And there's no other asset that you're gonna make a meaningful. The only thing that you have to do this offseason from like a true substance standpoint is move on from Jamal Murray. And they will. And they will.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here to talk to you about erectile dysfunction. I know it's embarrassing to talk about. What's more embarrassing? Talking about a medical condition or not having sex anymore? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about my medical condition so I can have sex and have a healthy, intimate relationship. If you're dealing with ED, it's all good. It's not your fault. It's something that our bodies do as we tend to get a little bit older. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments with success rates well over 90%. You could be having sex as soon as the next day, and some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more, which you might owe to your partner. So what do? You go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, set up your first appointment. It's only going to cost you $99. That includes a medical consult and A blood draw, well, they'll tell you what your T and PSA levels are. If medically advised, they're going to suggest that you take a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, keep your wallet in your pocket, fellas. They don't want your money. If it works, that visit's only $99, and you could be having sex the very next day. You've got nothing to lose, your relationship to save, and your sex life to get back. It all starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll actually won't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment and no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up, your internet stays sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same price. Lock in reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney, Hulu Bundle, Peacock Premium included on us. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change in availability. Actual speeds may vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends at Soda Weight Loss. Online, SodaDietNutrition.com. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. You want help on your weight loss journey? Call them up, 866-800-SODA. Again, online, SodaDietNutrition.com. I got my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to soda. Knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, and having the help of a real nutritionist is all that you need. SodaDietNutrition.com, because SOTA is state-of-the-art.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Plus us equals the tribe, and we always want a little tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? Trucker roll calls. Who are you? Where are you? What you hauling? And that NRL lunch means no return lunch. On a Friday, we encourage our listeners to keep your laptop up, office light on, and sneak out the side door so that nobody sees you and nobody will be the wiser. Just leave. It's all good.
Just leave. It's okay. They don't care about you anyway.
We care that there's a big Avalanche game. It's actually been a fun little show. We've got some nuggets to chat about, which we're going to get to.
Yes.
The Avalanche finally get back on the ice, and there's a chance that Josh Manson's returning. Jared Bednar said, I feel pretty good about Manson being an option on this road trip.
I love that.
From
I
Bedsy
love
right
that.
there.
And Jared Bednar has played everything perfectly through the postseason. I love hearing that because it gives you the opportunity to kind of – we talked to Evan Rawal earlier, Denver Gazette. Check him out. Fantastic time. And he had said, hey, they're going to talk to Josh and kind of see how he feels. And it sounds like things are trending in the right direction for Josh Manson. And I wouldn't say it's like hypercritical that they get Manson back, but they're a better team with him on the ice.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. Zero question about that. And they need that presence that he brings to the ice. They need that physicality that Manson can bring out there. So if they were to get him back for Game 3, all right, Minnesota, see what you got.
It'll be a big, big addition for the Colorado Avalanche, as of course we know they're going to continue to see what's happening with Eriksson Ek and their injuries over there. So, Cecil, I want to talk about some keys to the game, some of the questions that we have going into this matchup. I think a couple of my keys are almost going to be the same every game. Talk about taking advantage of Minnesota's awful penalty killing. Yeah, you have to do that every single game. I am expecting a power play goal. If the Wild are going to give you 2 penalties, you've got to score on one of those because that's what their penalty kill rate is. They're really, really bad at it. They're going to commit 2, 3, 4 penalties every single game. The Avalanche must score a power play goal in every game to win.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Does Minnesota adjust there? On special teams has been a key, and certainly in Game 2 it was a key, and it has been in Game 1 as well. But if they get better at their own power play, which was fantastic during the regular season, top 5, and then if their penalty kill gets better, then that's going to complicate some things for the Avs, because in Game 2 you could look at 5v5 hockey and say things were really even. I've even seen some who, go through the game with a fine-tooth comb saying, like, the Wild were better 5v5. It's just their special teams suck. Oh, okay, I'm not going to say that. I could say it was close, right? 5v5 was close. Special teams made the difference for the Avs. What happens when the Wild clean that up? Well, things get a little tighter. Good thing you got Scott Wedgwood back there protecting your backside.
Yeah, they got to get that taken care of. Cale Makar's got to be more offensive-minded. I certainly believe that he will be. And then just that traffic out in front of Scott Wedgwood. They were a little bit better at it. Be better than you were in Game 2. I'm telling you, if you score a power play goal and it's clean in front of Scotty, they go up 3-0 tonight.
Yeah.
I'm very confident in one of those things. I'm not confident of it being clean in front of Scott Wedgwood.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're looking forward to tomorrow night's game, and the urgency and kind of the, all right, what's next? This team has had a 9-6 game, right, where you have the Wild trying to out-Avs the Avs. You cannot do that. And then this last game out, things were a little bit tighter, certainly more physical. And now if Minnesota fans are chirping about Nathan McKinnon being this bad guy because, he's hit on Boldy, all right. I've seen people break down that play on Boldy like the damn Zapruder film.
Really?
Right.
The numbers are facing.
Frame by frame. Yeah. And, you look here, and the kind of summary of it, though, shouldn't have been a penalty. It wasn't. That's a hockey play.
Hockey's physical, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Get your cup on. Get your jockstrap on. Let's go.
Yeah, it's. I always love that of all right, if it were McKinnon being hit near the boards like that, are we all screaming for it to be a penalty, or do we go, that's playoff hockey? You get lit up sometimes, and sometimes you're standing next to the boards.
If the roles were reversed, I'd been like, ooh, but it's not a penalty.
Well, it's almost, and same thing, like, okay, piss him off. Piss him off, please.
Right.
Make that one mad.
Exactly.
Number 29, over there, make him mad.
Right.
See how that works out for you.
Best skater on the planet.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make him mad. See how that works out.
So the Avalanche accomplished those. Cecil, I don't know how you feel. I guess I'll let you answer, but I do think they're coming home with a game from Minnesota.
Okay.
I feel like that's Monday because you are going to get the best punch. I don't know if you're going to get the best version because of injuries, but if the Wild go down 3-0, they have a 0% chance. I still think they only have like a 2% chance right now.
Right.
But I think it's game 4 that the Avalanche get, not tomorrow night.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What happens in this series, and then if everyone's kind of, I don't know, accepting the fact that it could be a split. I think that's the best way to put it. Some are saying sweep, which is awesome. I love that energy. I've always said 5 games. I believe you had it at 6 games.
6 for me,
Yeah,
yep.
6 games for you. So where is the one that gets away? If it is 5 or 6 games, where's the 1 or 2 that gets away? I'd like to see him wrap it at home. So if that's losing on Saturday and then winning on Monday, coming back and, advancing to the next round with another win at Ball Arena, then so be it. But I think if Minnesota does lose on Saturday, what shot outside of absolute desperation do they have on Monday? It's really thin. It's really not much of a shot at all if they drop the puck, so to speak, on Saturday. So big game, obviously. But if we just 25,000-foot view this thing, and you're the first one to do this, are you beating the Avs 4 out of 5 times?
Nope.
Okay.
Can't do it.
All right.
I'm telling you, Team Canada can't do it. The USA can't do it. Sweden can't do it. There's not a hockey team that can do it.
When they accept that reality, more desperation will set in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when they start punching people, and it gets nasty.
Yep. And the thing is, it's almost self-perpetuating. They're creating their own problems.
Yeah.
They goon it up. They get more penalties. Oh, their penalty kill sucks. Whoops.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And you're doing that against the best team on the planet. You're doing that against this offense. You're doing that against this speed. Hey, we're going to get more penalties. Oh, wait, our penalty kill stinks. Sorry, Minnesota. That's a terrible plan.
Yeah.
Terrible plan.
Tough luck. Hopefully you can last 6 games if that's the case. So feel good about the weekend. Going to get one of those things. I'm feeling a little bit more about Monday than I am on Saturday. All right, let's hear a little bit from the Cronkies. Well, from Josh Kroenke, from John Wallace, some of the things that were talked about, and then we'll check in with David Alderman. Up first from one Josh Kroenke is, what lessons have been learned since winning the NBA Finals.
The last 3 years and coming up short since we won a championship, what are the lessons that we've learned? There's a lot of different lessons. I think that complacency could be one of those things. When you win something, are you as hungry to achieve it as you were before? Continuity, I think, is a very powerful thing, but change is also a powerful thing as well at times. And human nature around certain things involving injuries, motivation, personal moments that can affect people for numerous years professionally. Sustaining something is very difficult. I think that anybody that hasn't gone through it may not understand how difficult that might be.
Wow,
I understand it from multiple angles. I'm blessed to have been a part of the championship team here with the Nuggets, championship team with the Avalanche, championship team with the LA Rams, and we're fighting for championships over.
Nobody cares about the Rams,
I
dude.
know what it takes to get there, and I know how difficult it is to sustain that. Going back to back and repeating things is very difficult. That's why so few teams at the professional level are able to do that. And so we're constantly trying to take input from different areas and understand how to apply that to maintain the level of excellence that we strive to achieve.
Word salad. I'd like word salad with dressing on the side, please, Josh.
Or one answer in, and you know what kind of press conference that was.
Yeah, you don't get it. You wouldn't understand unless you've done it. We got champions with the Rams. Nobody gives a crap about the Rams, dude. This is about the Denver Nuggets. Where have you been?
And I can tell you this with 100% certainty, Cecil, there are, especially him, he comes up with these, you've said it before, and you're 100% spot on, and I never gave you any inside information. He comes up with, here's our key phrase, and I'm going to say it several times, you're going to say it several times, and then you're going to say it several times,
yes.
And they're pointing at their media
propaganda.
Clowns. And then there's these other things where he goes, I'm gonna take this business angle of it because no way you peons could understand the business that I have to handle. So he comes up with these catchphrases and these business sayings that he thinks would go over our heads as fans and media members, and he thinks that's good enough. That's not good enough. Like I said, one question in, and I know exactly how the press conference is going to go, and that we are not going to learn anything.
So do people like getting talked down to? Because Josh Kroenke just talked down to y'all.
He said we wouldn't understand.
Yeah, y'all dummies won't understand. You haven't done it. You don't understand. It's difficult to You have David Adelman as your head coach. That's a terrible decision, dude. Terrible. Awful.
He continued and was asked about the culture and the change of culture after Jokic said winning is a lifestyle.
People have to evolve in their own roles at different points in time. Some of our core players that were 26, 27.
I wanted to pause it. Has he evolved? People have to evolve in their roles. I agree with that statement.
Yes, very true.
Have you, Josh Kroenke?
No.
In fact, he's gone the other way, has he not?
Exactly. He's disappeared.
When I started in this in 2010 in media, I went to everything. That's how you do it, I believe. Everybody take their own path. But I believed I got to be present. I have to be there at everything.
Yep.
I need to shut up for most of it and be seen and not heard, and then eventually be heard and seen still. He's right. Everybody has to evolve. I'll ask you as the owner, what the hell have you done to evolve as the Denver Nuggets owner to make this championship window stay open and extend its life? What have you done, Josh?
Yeah.
He doesn't have an answer to that.
He not necessarily fell into a championship. That would be somewhat insulting to the collection of that team. But you're able to get a championship with the Denver Nuggets, and then you have done nothing but made wrong decision after wrong decision after wrong decision. Is that evolving? That's devolving.
And, dude, a year ago, literally a year ago, we're at like 370 days since he showed up and fired everybody. And then this is the first time we're going to hear from him, and he wants to talk about everybody else evolving?
Right.
When does Josh Kroenke hold himself accountable? That's my question.
Does he ever hold himself accountable? Because even a year ago, he said he'd be around more, and we've barely seen him.
All right, let's listen to more of these lies.
Okay.
28, when we won that championship, are now in their early 30s. How does that affect them as men? Some of them have families. Some of them are away from the court. Lives are a lot different. But, yeah, winning is a lifestyle. And if you're not eating, sleeping, and breathing it on a daily basis, it can catch up with you.
Okay, pause
So
that
I
again.
agree.
Word salad pause. Okay, winning is a lifestyle. What's your lifestyle, Josh? Pretty cush, I'm sure.
Yeah, this cush.
Right?
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good cush. I'm sure his lifestyle is pretty cush, but okay, I'm going to bring it up because whatever, and I don't even care. You think Greg Penner is the winning lifestyle?
Yeah.
You think he does nothing but concentrate on winning? You think he does nothing but sit at that facility and look over things and constantly?
Greg Penner got $76 billion in his bank account by running Walmart, and then he said, Walmart, you're not important anymore. I run the Broncos. That's the decision that we're looking for.
Josh Kroenke's sitting at a press conference talking about the Rams.
More from Josh.
Nicola, that winning is a lifestyle, and I understand what he means when he says it.
I would love for you to show us that. You want to say you understand it? You might be hearing Jokic, but you ain't listening to Jokic. That's what's happening with Josh Kroenke. He was also asked about the luxury tax and where he sits with tax and flexibility.
Wait, is Stan talking or this is Josh?
All right. He's like, let me phone a friend. Dad? Can
we do the tax?
He
No?
talked
Okay.
about why it made financial sense to move from MPJ last year.
Yes.
When discussing the tax, you're also talking about flexibility. When you sit here and you talk about our team salary, what we did last summer, and I give a lot of credit to our front office, was we finally broke up the core, you could say, of players that provided the first championship in Denver Nuggets history. I think when the rules around the league and the system changed, we had to take a hard look at where we'd committed ourselves from a salary standpoint, understanding that having 3 max players probably was not something that was going to be continuous for us going forward. Love Michael as a person, love Michael as a player, but that was something we felt the organization needed to do to maintain a roster going forward to establish more depth. And so when you make that trade last summer and you do wind up able to establish more depth, you head into the deadline in a place where you're right around that tax line. And we sat and we looked at different ideas for the organization to improve at that point in time, but we didn't see anything that was going to be a real needle mover for us. Not only that, are you using up potential future assets to go chase something that might not make sense might make sense in the short term, but doesn't make sense for you long term?
Okay, got to pause it there as well. He is saying exactly what I'm complaining about with Jamal Murray and David Adelman. He just said, are you going to sacrifice something short-term that doesn't make sense long-term? With that in mind, from the owner himself, Cecil Lammey, tell me why it makes sense to sacrifice Jamal Murray for David Adelman. Is that not exactly what he's saying?
Yeah.
I'm pissed, dude.
I'm sorry. It's preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
It's like the one time, the one time in my adult life, the basketball team that I have fallen in love with has a real chance at multiple championships and cementing a legacy. The chance for us as Denver Nuggets fans to say we're not a laughingstock. Nikola is the best player on the planet. He is statue worthy. We're going to tell stories about this guy to our children's children, and his legacy will live on forever. This is the nonsense that gets spewed by the guy in charge. What a slap in the face to all of us.
Right.
And I don't care about my job. I'm talking as a Denver Nuggets fan right now. I don't care what I do for a living. I'm a fan. And I'm being slapped in the face by the owner of the team I care about the most when they have the best chance to win championships. I'm pissed. I'm sad. I just...
You're insulted?
I'm insulted.
Josh Kroenke's just insulting you. Almost every single answer.
He doesn't care about us.
Insult.
He does not care about us.
He doesn't care enough about the team. That's what we're talking about, dude. Where's Josh Kroenke been? For a year. A year ago, he said he'd be around more, and he's been a ghost. Where's he been? Why doesn't he care enough? Where are you bringing up the Rams? Nobody gives a crap. You have Nikola Jokic. You should have multiple championships right now. He should have more MVPs than he does right now, and you should have more championships. The MVPs are out of your hand. That's just some knucklehead voters, right? Championships are on you. Championships are on the culture. Who was our texter earlier on our RamosLaw.com text line about like, hey, the Nuggets lack heart and accountability.
Yeah. That's what they said the biggest things are.
And culture. He brought up culture in that as well. Guess who establishes the culture?
The head coach.
And the owner.
Oh, that starts with the owner, and the coach has to pay it
So
forward.
if the owner doesn't care because he's not there, Josh Kroenke doesn't care enough about the Nuggets, and he just threw all of you under the bus.
We'll continue. Him lying to us about money.
How much more of
And
this?
so my job as an organization is to look at everything. And I don't think we made ourselves any worse what we did at the deadline. I mean, I think that if our team was healthy for the entire season, we wouldn't have needed to do anything at the deadline. So I have to be responsible on all angles. And to me, that was more of a move to preserve flexibility than anything.
All right, and again, why is it May, what are we on? May 8th, 2026, and he's talking about the decision to move on from Michael Porter Jr.?
Right.
It's because he hasn't been around. We didn't get to ask those kind of questions until May 8th, 2026, because Josh has been absent from his team's workout facility and games.
What other stuff happened a year ago we can ask Josh Kroenke about? It's like, you know, that friend you don't see very often, and then you see him like once a year, like, hey, let's catch up. And like, oh, 9 months ago this happened. So, yeah, maybe we'll have some fun with that. Like, go over some news items that happened a year ago. What does Josh Kroenke say about this now? It's too little too late, and all of these answers are hollow. They're either insulting, word salad, hollow, or all three of them at the same time. This is a terrible press conference.
Let's see if John Wallace is any better, the general manager of the team. John Wallace was asked about the Jaden McDaniels moment, calling everybody out by name.
I mean, what Jaden said, that's what he believes. I think our guys aren't the type to necessarily just retaliate in the moment verbally through the media. I think we came in with
AKA they're soft.
the right game plan, with the right mindset. They kind of got downhill, got some momentum going. They were the aggressors in game 3 and 4. I don't think that's indicative of kind of the mentality of where we were. That's just kind of what happened. I think we kind of tried to throw a couple different defenses, different looks at them to kind of slow them down. But, you know, inevitably they got the better side of it.
Yeah, I don't like that answer much either. So again, it's why is everybody afraid to call guys out? The Nuggets got punked. Somebody needs to say, remember what Chris Finch said 2 nights ago? What did you tell your guys in the locker room? I told them they got punked when they got beat by 38 points by San Antonio.
Right.
Has anybody told the Denver Nuggets players that they did it wrong in the first round? Has anybody said that? Has anybody said that what happened to us in round 1 is unacceptable? Has anybody told Nikola Jokic that? I'm telling you, I don't want to trade Jamal Murray. Has anyone told Jamal Murray that? Because it sounds like it's a lot of, yeah, but if we were healthy, and yeah, that's not how our guys respond. Yeah, we know, and that's the damn problem.
I think it was funny that they had a graphic of the injuries ready to go. Ready to go. Because it's like, of course that's going to be the excuse. Of course they're going to have that excuse. Of course they're going to, oh, well, you know what had happened was, what has happened is you've let down Nikola Jokic. You've let down Nuggets Nation. You've let down this fan base in this city because you don't pay enough attention to the Denver Nuggets.
One more from John Wallace. If he considered, and I don't know why this was a question to John, this would be a question for Josh to answer, but if they considered adding resources to help in the health area. I've told you before, Cecil, Felipe's the man that does that stuff. He and Nikola are super tight. I doubt they would fire him because of Nikola, but would they bring others in to help? Maybe. Try it again, Kev?
No. Well,
that one's not working.
Okay.
But nonetheless, it's like I said, are they going to fire Felipe? Absolutely not. Would they bring someone else in? Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, all dealing with injuries, significant injuries this year. Hell, Nikola missed, 16 games or whatever it was? It's probably time to address it.
How much do you believe in body language?
A lot.
Look at that presser. You've got 4 men that were sitting up there at the table. David Onman slumped over with hunched shoulders. That's supposed to be a leader of men. It looks terrible. Terrible body language. Josh Kroenke is sitting up straight, very regal. Okay,
he's been coached
that.
really well.
Of course, if you're going to look down on people and talk down to them, then you sit like that. The other 2, I'd say average body language. Nobody looked happy. Nobody looked excited.
No.
Nobody looked pissed off. Nobody looked intense. Nobody looked like this matters. They looked like, let's get this over with. Okay, I'm going to take my question from Troy. Okay, I'm going to take my question from here. I'm going to, all right, get it over with. That's a terrible sign if you hold a press conference and you just don't want to be there and you just want to get through it and you don't really want to tell fans what they need to hear.
That's such a good point. I think about all right, you and I get to be up there. Dude, I would be chomping at the bit of let me get in front of the media.
Right,
let me get in front of the media.
Let me tell the fans.
We have to talk about where we are. We have to be transparent with what our plan is. We have to make sure they don't give up on us.
You have to have passion.
Yeah.
You've had more passion in this segment than those 4 men combined in a 45-minute press conference.
Do you know what? You know how I really feel? Like my heart is broken.
I'm sorry.
I'm telling you,
you
dude,
do look dejected.
My favorite basketball team, the guy that I'll never see ever. It just feels like it's over. I don't believe that. But today, right now, after hearing those clowns to chat, it just feels like it's over. It feels like the one championship that we got is going to be the only championship that we get.
Okay, there's only one thing that Josh Kroenke made me feel, and it's this. Thank God for Greg Penner.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she's not going to remind you. She's way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $500, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices from names she knows and loves like Marco Biccigo, Paul Morelli, and Gashwara.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or precious sterling or gold locket for mom?
A Monica Rich Kozan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers, Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat. And it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDYMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Stop waiting for rates and take advantage of real buying opportunities. Lowest Rate for Life helps you get the deal you want on the home today, and if rates fall in the future, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fees. U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Waking up drained? Mattress Firm sleep experts will help you find the right bed for deeper rest at the Memorial Day sale. Mattress Firm. They make sleep easy.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to continue to hear from Josh Kroenke. David Adelman will get to check in with a little bit later on in the program, but there's still a couple things that Josh had to say that we're very curious as to how the conversation went. Cease, of course, everybody wants to know what's happening with one Aaron Gordon. That's the other thing. And again, we got radio hosts doing it. We got fans doing it. You got to live in reality, guys. Aaron Gordon is an aging basketball player with a lot of money left on the contract,
right,
and does not look like he's going to be able to stay healthy for a full 82-game season.
Unfortunately,
so,
yes.
Again, Aaron Gordon's been great for this team.
And we love him.
Would in a perfect world, would they be able to flip him, trade that contract, and remain a contender? Yes. But it's not that. This isn't fantasy football. We're not creative players, as I said earlier, with Jamal trades. Again, radio hosts and fans got to be a little realistic as to what this is going to look like. But Josh Kroenke was asked about what you do moving forward with Aaron Gordon.
I would say that anybody thinking that doesn't know the rhythm of what goes along inside these walls at times.
No.
We don't know.
Wait. That's a different answer.
Yeah, this is the second clip of
He's
you guys
doing
wouldn't
the
understand.
whole you don't know, you don't understand thing again.
We're
That
not-
means you have no answer.
We're not in the walls, so how could we possibly?
Oh, of course,
understand?
yes. We're just terrible.
Yeah.
I have full faith in Coach Adelman. I think he coached a hell of a season, all things considered. I think anybody saying something like that is speaking from a place of emotion. I would say that my job in this organization is to help make decisions without emotion. And so I love Aaron Gordon, and I know that I think the world of him just like the entire Nuggets nation does. but there are some things that we're going to have to look at. This team looks a lot different when Aaron Gordon's healthy. I think everybody can acknowledge that. And so we need a healthy Aaron Gordon, and so we need to help figure out how to make the most of him and get the most out of his body for the benefit of the team. That's for sure.
All right, so yeah, more of that of we possibly wouldn't understand, and he has to do it without emotion.
Right.
I can understand that from the boss's perspective where you can take a little bit of emotion out of it. But like when you're a sports owner, I actually want some emotion. I don't want you to be a robot. Josh, you need to understand that your fan base is emotional. You need to understand that your fan base just booed the hell out of your head coach on their last home game. There's some emotion to that, Cease. I need him to show that.
Yeah, and listen, I could get real crunchy real fast, but I will say this. Dude, what are you doing? Josh Kroenke, what are you doing? Like, what are you saying? Y'all don't say that. Like, what? Huh? I have to do it without emotion. Yeah, that's not how life works. You can't operate that way. It doesn't mean you go around and you fire everybody willy-nilly, but you have to have emotion because is care an emotion? Care is an emotion,
right?
Is.
It is.
Care is an emotion.
It is.
So you're saying you have to do this without care? That's what he's saying. You have to do it without emotion. No, it just means you get to keep your buddy around because you've known him forever, and he's in the building forever, and I've known him forever, and you wouldn't understand. You're not in the walls. You're in the building. I know. I have full faith. You have full faith in David Adelman means you don't know what you're doing, period, full stop.
He was asked about what's on the table. What's on the table to get this team better?
Everything's on the table right now, including running it back. I think that, from my perspective, when I sit here and think about where we were 12 months ago, I think we've made really strong strides in certain areas. I think there's other areas where I think we've either been complacent, and I don't want to say that we've regressed, but complacency would be a key word that I think I saw in some areas, in some people this year. So there's going to be some challenges, absolutely. I think that, I don't want to be masked in my frustration for how the season ended. I think that, anybody that was a fan of the Denver Nuggets should be frustrated. And anything that a fan feels, I probably feel at 1,000x. So I think that, everything's going to be on the table outside of trading Nikola. I should be clear because my words got twisted in an interesting way last summer. But, yeah, I think everything's on the table outside of trading Nikola. I think we need to have running it back as a possibility. I think this season was, in a lot of ways, the season that never was. Because this group never fully got a chance to show any kind of rhythm. When you're going to have the amount of turnover and change that we did last year, I think these three guys did a hell of a job. But to establish any kind of a rhythm, and basketball is a rhythm game, I think, the group as a whole never had a chance to fully do that. And I think that a microcosm of our season is almost Nikola before and after the injury. He was one player before. And
is this one answer to one question?
Incredible in so many facets, but
why is
for
he
some
rambling?
reason his three-point shot left him.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Dude, stop rambling.
Who's complacent? The whole thing was about complacency.
Right.
Who's complacent?
I'm not saying we've taken a step back. You've taken a step back, dude.
And I want to know, literally,
you got bounced in the first.
Who's been complacent? Who is he talking about?
Right.
Because if you're talking about the coach and you're going to bring him back, why should we have any faith in this team? If you think players have been complacent, all right, I don't have anything but evidence to talk about who he could be alluding to.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to trade Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray, well, then I'm assuming you're talking about those two guys. So are you talking about Jamal and Aaron? That's who you're calling out as complacent?
Right.
Who are you talking about, Josh?
And just say it with your chest. It's okay, man. You don't have to.
That's what we all want.
Right.
We want accountability.
Well,
we're waiting for accountability.
He's trying to ride two horses with one ass, Sugar Plum. And yes, I just called Josh Kroenke Sugar Plum. But the thing is, he's trying to do the whole, I'm right there with you. Whatever you feel, I feel it times 1,000. But I'm supposed to make decisions without emotion. I am a robot. I am Josh Kroenke. Last year, my words were taken out of context, so I'm not going to talk to you for another year. Seriously, dude, what are we doing? They actually made a mistake having this press conference because now it just makes them look worse. And you should, whatever mock interview you did, you had terrible questions because you were not prepared for some of the questions that you had. And these answers are long, boring, wandering. I mean, they just go all over the place. He's just rambling. He's just saying buzzwords.
He was asked he said running it back's on the table. Everything's on the table. What's running it back really mean, Josh Kroenke?
When I say running it back, I mean, you're talking about a lot of different variations of what running it back could look like. Is it going to be the exact same team? I don't think there's ever the exact same team of the same 13 to 16 guys in there, but are you talking about the same core group of players? Potentially. And that could mean re-signing and bringing back certain guys as well.
So he just has no idea. He literally has no idea. The other thing he was asked is if he still believes this is a championship team.
Whenever you have some of the players that we have on this roster, I think that you're definitely in a championship window. It's about the margins, nailing those margins, staying healthy, and keeping that mindset.
So everything's on the table. We're willing to trade Jamal, Aaron, all the guys except Nikola Jokic. But when you have these kind of guys on the roster, you can win a championship. You don't get to say both of those things.
Right.
Again, you are trying to talk out of both sides of your mouth. If you think you have a championship roster and you really believe that, or you had a grasp of this team, it's what we just said. You'd get up there at that podium with some confidence and almost like, all right, let's go. Bring it on. Where I'm going to tell you all why I feel this way.
Right.
Not this half-ass, half-hearted kind of answers that we're getting from the owner.
It's incredible. It's incredible that you would behave this way. It's incredible that a professional sports team can be ran this way. The next Greg Penner press conference, I want him to talk about Walmart stock. You know what I mean? Like, hey, the Rams are good. Rams won a Super Bowl. Nuggets are disappointing. I make decisions without emotion, but I feel just like you guys. But I'm better than you because you wouldn't understand. What are you talking about, Josh Kroenke? So, yes, next Greg Penner interview, I want Greg to be like, yes, we're doing great. Walmart stock is up by 3%, whatever. Like, dude, nobody cares. Talk about the Nuggets, not about the damn Rams.
One more from Josh Kroenke. He was asked if the team would go into the repeated tax, to make this team competitive.
Back to my original answer, I think everything's on the table. I think that the responsible thing to do at that moment in time, if there wasn't a huge move we saw that could strengthen the roster, was to put ourselves in position to do that. But if we deem running it back the most competitive thing that we can do for the roster, that's probably what we're going to be doing. So I don't want to put words in my dad's mouth by any means, but he has owned the team for a very long time. We've run it aggressively as we can at different points in time. I think the joke is always we love to pay for talent on the floor. So leaning into that assessment that people have put on us at different points in time, if we deem that's the most competitive thing for us, then that's what we're going to be doing. I
will say that's very interesting that he says it's my dad's team. I have not heard him say those words and it's not like I'm following around Josh Kroenke and catching up on everything he does, but he speaks so few and far between that I'm trying to rack my brain now in real time, but it's been a decade maybe since I've heard him say those words. That's interesting to me. Why would he say that?
Well, why a year ago did he say, I'm going to be more involved, and then this year's like, it's Dad's team?
Well, and again, like I said, once Dad started to go away, and there was some titles that needed to be done because Stan couldn't own the Rams and multiple.
Right.
Like there was some things that went into it. So Josh had to get more responsibility so that Daddy could go on to his next investment. But ever since that moment, and I was working there, ever since that moment, it was always like, hey, it's Josh's team. It's Josh's show. Where do you think that came from? We were instructed to give that message. And now today he uses, well, it's Dad's team. That's there's a little bit more there, I think, than him just kind of blurting that out.
I think a lot was revealed today about the Denver Nuggets ownership, and it's stuff that that actually is nightmare fuel for Nuggets fans. I'm sorry. I really feel bad. Dude, you're literally dejected right now.
I like want to punch something.
This is Friday.
Yeah.
It's Friday, baby. It's supposed to be exciting.
It's over, dude. It's over for the Nuggets. It's just over. Nikola Jokic is on the basketball team, and it's over. Ugh, that sucks.
Ownership matters.
Yes, it does. We'll hear from David Adelman. We'll get to a Broncos conversation and a check-in with our buddy Evan Rawals coming up at 1 o'clock right here on Dover and Cecil.
Game 3 shifts north to the state of hockey, where the Avalanche arrive unbeaten and in control. 6 wins, 0 losses this postseason. Colorado's rolling, confident, and closing in. But the land of 10,000 lakes doesn't give anything away easy. The Wild are back on home ice, loud, desperate, and ready to make this series a fight. A 2-0 lead can vanish fast or become a stranglehold. Avalanche, Wild, Game 3. That's hockey, baby! Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
How about 60 seconds that'll make you actually feel good for a change? Hey, Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. You've heard me talk about the best free meal in Denver. And I had some listeners that had heard me talk about how I used to love to make brisket, but with outrageous beef prices, we just couldn't afford to do it anymore. We can't afford to feed that many people. Well, a guy, Barbecue Bob, showed up to one of our first and third Thursdays with a couple $1,000 of brisket so he could just help people. We're going to make free brisket here coming up in the next couple months for our best free meal in Denver. And then another guy, Fred, who runs the Ace Hardwares over on Gartrell Road and Arapahoe Crossing. He said, from now on, all your fuel you need for that barbecue is on me. And another guy, Bobby Hancock from IHOP. He fed our volunteers and gave thousands of dollars worth of gift certificates to our people that take advantage of the best free meal in Denver. If you want to help, you can. Just spread the word. It's the best free meal in Denver every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. And if you have any questions, just call us at 303-LAW-4040.
If you've ever been in their care, you know the difference they make. We call them nurses, also known as heroes. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. National Nurses Day falls in May. Pause for a moment. They may have been by your side at one point, or with a loved one during an uncertain time. Give thanks for those men and women who work tirelessly, tending to every detail. Small to life-saving. How? A handwritten card will be cherished. Coffee or treats, a thoughtful gesture. You can log on to daisyfoundation.org to nominate a nurse for exceptional care. To the nurses listening to Alpine Bank now, your commitment to helping others has our deepest respect and appreciation. We think of you as heroes. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There we go. Got a lot of hit. It is a Friday edition of Dover and Cecil. Rocky,
You're in a better mood, brother. I'm sorry. Friday's
too.
supposed to be like this, man.
No, it's not. It's just it's been a cluster, you know what, from the jump today. So just par for the course. So it'll be okay. I'll get home. We'll find a garage, and everything will be all right. It's the weekend, so we'll be all good.
It's the freaking weekend. We're almost here, and I guess we'll wait another year for Josh Kroenke to disappoint, discourage, and really, I don't know. It almost feels like an upset stomach. I want to puke. Listening to Josh Kroenke makes me want to puke.
Yeah. It's just so, like I said, heartbreaking.
It's fake.
It's just so.
It's fake.
It's literally like I've been slapped in the face with reality today that
right.
the owners of the Denver Nuggets don't prioritize championships. And that's like, all right, maybe we had felt that, but it being real today is kind of like, man, I was really hoping you would prove all of us wrong for the first time in a long time.
Well, it's obvious. We all, and listen, Nuggets fans are thick and thorough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nuggets fans, they know basketball. They're good fans. They know what they have. They know how excited they are. And I feel bad that they're subject to the propaganda that Kroenke tries to put out there. And this, basically disinformation and just non-basketball takes about your basketball team. And again, in a different era of the Nuggets, this would be not acceptable, but it's like, okay, whatever. They have the best player on the planet. Doesn't play defense, I know, but still, like, they have one of the best centers of all time, and they're just not going to do enough. And then they're going to talk about how you don't know and you're not in the building and I have full faith and I'm super emotional just like you guys, but I make decisions without emotion. None of what he said made any sort of sense. Everyone up there looked like they didn't want to be there. David Adelman does not look like a leader of men at all, period.
No.
And it doesn't have anything to do with physical appearance. Please don't at me, bro. Don't give me that. Stop calling him howdy doody. Like, no, stop. I'm not talking about his physical appearance. I'm talking about his presence.
Presence is the word.
When you're sitting at a table of executives and you got your shoulders slumped over and your head's barely above the microphone, if I did a press conference like this, I'd probably look pretty bad, right?
This is what David Adelman looked like today. Does my chair go lower? I'm going Mike Evans style over here.
Okay.
This is what David Adelman looked like today at the press conference.
I'm Josh Kroenke. I'm sitting up straight.
Yeah, how does this look like?
You're David Adelman, and you're sitting really low. It looks ridiculous on YouTube, by the way. It looks absolutely ridiculous.
This is what it looked like today. I'm David Adelman, and Cecil's Josh Kroenke.
Yes. You don't know any better. I have full faith in this little guy over here. Sit up, little guy. He didn't say that, though. He should have said that.
I'm just waiting for YouTube to
Dude,
pop up.
If I am the billionaire boss, if I'm the billionaire boss, you know what that room is about. It's about power.
Do more of this. I'm David Adelman. The rest of the segment.
Look more dejected. Like look more pouty. Look more like the fans booed me. The fans booed you, and it really hurt.
I'm having a hard time doing it. I don't want to be as sad as he is. Sad,
but if you're a billionaire
not that sad.
owner, you know what Greg Penner wouldn't stand for? Any sort of that nonsense about the head coach. Like, have a presence, dude. Have a presence. You're supposed to be the leader of this team. Have a presence. Don't sit there with your shoulders slouched over. Don't sit there looking like you're a sad puppy dog and you don't want to be there. And you just can't wait till they go, I sure hope the questions aren't so tough for me. Like, come on. This was a bad idea. One, we need to hear from Josh Kroenke more. And if we did, then perhaps we'd have a little bit more grace. But we hear from a guy once a year, and then he says, well, my words were misconstrued last year. Is that why you didn't talk to us for a year?
I don't know.
It sure looks like you don't pay attention to this team at all.
It just felt like today a lot of excuses were put forth for injuries. We just dealt with so many injuries instead of really addressing in the room. You know what it is? We're in a bad relationship with the Nuggets, and instead of addressing the elephant in the room, we went, yeah, I know. I think we probably don't get along when we have a couple beers. Let's just not have any beers. And then you go out and you don't have any beers and you argue again. And you're like, oh, I think it's when we're around that couple, they just bring the word. Let's just not hang out with that couple. No, address the elephant in the room. You're not a good couple. David Adelman and the Denver Nuggets are not a good couple. That's the elephant in the room. You're not winning a championship anymore. It's over now because Josh Kroenke doesn't care and David Adelman is still the head coach. That's it. That's the moral of today's press conferences. He doesn't care enough about the Denver Nuggets to actually make this a serious business and basketball organization.
Is he making money?
Heck yeah, a lot of it.
So
lots of it.
Josh Monfort.
Wow. Wow. You might be right. How many? I'll ask the tribe. Did this turn fans off in any way to where they don't want to support?
Are we overreacting? Are we just too, close to the situation? I don't know. I don't want to sound like
I will
Josh
tell you,
Cocky.
I will watch the Nuggets and I will support the Nuggets. That's not going to change. I can't turn that
change
off
with you, right?
But it's
too much of a basketball guy.
It's like, again, it's going to Coors Field to take the Instagram picture. Is that what Ball Arena is going to become? I get to go dap up Paz. Is that why I'm going to Ball Arena? Talk to my boy? Because I used to go to watch the best basketball player in the world thinking that there was a championship at the end of the tunnel. And now I guess I'll go see my friends.
So let us know. Tribe Chat's always open, powered by Champ Honda. We want to know, what's your thought? Tommy on the YouTube chat says, the job is done. We could go home now. Okay. And then Chris says, I wonder how many times the word injury was used. I'm guessing 50 plus.
Yeah.
That's something, if we could clone Kevin Kistner, we need about 3 Kevs to get everything done that we need to get done.
Mm-hmm.
So Kev's working nonstop. Kev, when you have a break this weekend, probably, I don't know, Monday morning.
After we start the show?
When you get a break, can we count out the number of times the injury was said? Or I guess we could just search it, right? What is it? Control F when they send out the transcript, just Control F and they just go injury, 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 injury. That's all they talked about. That's all they think is wrong. Oh, the only thing that's wrong is everybody's hurt. What a great plan we had. And then everybody got hurt. What about heart? When you don't have any heart, it can't get injured. You're heartbroken today, dude. This sucks for you. I'm sorry.
One of
really
our texters, you guys are not overreacting. The Nuggets are morons.
Okay.
They don't care about anything about that team whatsoever. They just do whatever they can to get by. It's too bad the team can't be sold to someone like the Pinners or someone that would care more about what the team does. Yeah, everybody feels that way. That's why when you see a guy like Greg Pinner buy the team and actually be about ball and not just business, that's why it's so rewarding. And look, it's the harsh reality of longtime owners. It does become a business. It becomes a bottom line, honestly, from the Cronkies of hey, what did the Nuggets turn over for us in the fiscal year of 2025? Not did they win a championship? What seed were they, and how they do in the playoffs? What did the number look like in the last fiscal year?
Juicy. He's got some real ones on the YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda. The 27 motto won't be run it back. It'll be limping back. And then he says, the bootlicking going on over at the other station is insane. They're even defending the Nuggets not having a practice facility. Well, when you're propaganda, that's what you have to do. I'm sorry. Just call it the way it is.
Yeah, you don't have to be sorry for telling the truth.
And when the messages are sent, this is what executives do. They'll say, hey, and the Broncos do this too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't affect us because we're not owned by the Broncos, so we can talk. But, every team or every company or every corporation is going to send out buzzwords. They're going to send out notices. They're going to send out memos. Sometimes we get phone calls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Those are my favorite days.
Exactly.
Because I'm like, got him!
This is the message that the team wants to be sent. And you're friendly with the team, right? It's an access game.
Yeah.
I could give a damn about access. What I could give a damn about is championships for this Denver Nuggets team, and it just seems impossible if David Adelman is the head coach.
I just got to read this text. Afternoon, Mountain Dudes. It's Josh here with sheer excellence. Heard the conversation about signs earlier, and I thought I'd offer this one up. Let me know, Dover, and I'll grab it. Viva la Tribe! Dover Street. Right there. Dover Street.
Dover Street.
That might look cool in the man cave.
Yeah,
huh?
that'd look pretty good.
I can't tell you to steal anything, but I can't tell you not to steal anything either. All right, Cecil, let's revisit a conversation we had with our buddy Evan Rawal of the Denver Gazette. Get a little insight as to what's going down ahead of Game 3 from both the Minnesota side and the Avs side. Coming up next.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of, and he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. If you want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
I've got to tell you about Schomp Honda. If you're looking for an SUV that can handle Colorado, check out the new 2026 Honda CR-V. It's comfortable, capable, and perfect for everything from your daily drive to weekend getaways. Right now, Schomp Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you've got more options than ever. And I love this. Schomp Honda does things differently. Their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy means a fair price up front and way less time at the dealership. They never charge dealer handling fees.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Right here in the Mile High City, and that fourth sha-la-la-la-la always feels the best. That's for sure. It's Friday. You made it. Weekend's almost here. Hope you have some great plans and have a safe weekend out there as well. Hope the Avs get a win or two over the weekend, of course, with a game on Saturday against the Minnesota Wild as the series shifts to Minnesota. And then, of course, the game on Monday night there as well. What will we be talking about? What will we see from the Colorado Avalanche? That's why we had to reach out to our buddy Evan Wall of the Denver Gazette, who joined us earlier. And we had to start things off with Evan saying, hey, what's the latest on Eriksson Ek being on the ice today?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play. It sounds like he's skating, but he's not doing line rushes, which is, to me, it was always a low chance that he was going to play in Game 3 just based off the fact that he hadn't skated until today. But it sounds like, maybe they're playing games. Teams play games at this time of year, but it seems unlikely that he's going to play. And the other big news is that Matt Zuccarello is not skating too. If they're down another top 6 forward, that's kind of a big deal as well. So we'll kind of see how things play out at morning skate, but I'd be surprised if Eriksson Ek played.
Evan, what is the next step for the Wild side of things? Because we've talked about it, like they tried to out-Avs the Avs in Game 1. You can't do that. Game 2, the Avs out-physicaled them. Outside of maybe goonering it up, like what do you anticipate the Wild having a different look now that the series shifts to Minnesota?
I think if the Wild are going to get back in the series, they got to fix their special teams, which is, kind of funny because they have a problem all year long with their power play, but their power play looks way better. And maybe part of that is because Minnesota's penalty kill during the playoffs has been atrocious.
Right.
I think it's hovering around like 50% or something like that. So if they're not able to fix that, then they're going to have a tough time getting in the series. And then on the flip side, they had a great power play during the regular season, third in the NHL, and it has not done anything against the Avs, and it struggled against Dallas too. So if they're going to get back in the series, they've changed goaltenders, they've done a lot of things, they're trying to hit everybody, and the Avs are hitting them back. They need to fix their special teams because 5-on-5 last game, it was pretty close. It wasn't that lopsided either way. So the Wild can hang with the Avs, but if they can't fix their special teams, then they're in trouble.
I'll stay right there with the special teams, just the other side of it. Has the Avs figured it out, or are the Wild just really bad at stopping them?
Well, I think if you look at the Avs, like the with or without you numbers with Nazem Kadri, they're a good power play. Without him, they've been bad. And at the end of the year when he got hurt, the power play looked bad again. But now with him in the lineup, for some reason, he's kind of the linchpin of that power play unit. He makes everything work. He kind of stabilizes thing on the other side of Netchis and McKinnon. So with him in the lineup, they've been really good. So I don't see any reason why it can't continue. And if Wild's penalty kill is going to continue to be bad, then the Avs can continue to take advantage of it.
Evan, what's the latest with Josh Manson?
He skated before practice yesterday. He did not stick around for the team activities. He has not done any team activities yet. So it would be a surprise if he's in there for Game 3 just based off that. But I think they're going to wait. They're going to talk to him today. They're flying out. They're not practicing. Probably find out in like 40 minutes or so if he's even coming on the trip. But I would say he's unlikely for Game 3. And if he's not 100%, maybe they're not willing to push it at this moment without up 2-0. They don't really need to.
How much of a difference, fully healthy on both sides? I mean, the Avalanche, there's still this wagon that we've been calling them all year. Manson back, Eriksson Ek back, Zuccarello, whatever's happening there. 5-on-5, fully healthy. The Avalanche are still the better team, aren't they, Evan?
They are the better team. It would. I mean, with Eriksson Ek, it would kind of. He's their shutdown center. He's not a number one center prototypically, just because the offense isn't there. But he's one of the better shutdown centers in the league. So they would have a better matchup with Nathan McKinnon if he was in the lineup, say, and also would make Matt Boldy better. Matt Boldy really hasn't done a whole lot this series.
Good point.
The big guy that they're missing is Jonas Brodin. Their defense beyond Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber has been atrocious, and it's just the Avs are tearing up Jake Middleton, Jared Spurgeon. I think Middleton's only asked for 9 goals through 2 games, which is just absurd. So if he's not in the lineup and he's a very steady defenseman, then the Avs are just going to keep feasting on those guys. And, Quinn Hughes is going to play 30 minutes, but the Avs are kind of hitting him every time they get a chance, and it's going to wear on him as the series goes on. So, you can't play those guys 60 minutes. It's just, you can't do that. And the Avs are going to keep taking advantage of Jake Middleton if he's going to be out there 15, 16 minutes a night.
Well, let's throw some flowers at Scott Wedgwood, Evan, because coming into this year and having never started a playoff game and now being 6-0 and having the rally and support of his teammates, everyone's talking about him. Love seeing him getting interviewed by TNT and such. Your thoughts on Wedgie and just how excellent he's been, even after Game 1, and some out there were suggesting, should there be a change made? Jared Bednar sticks with Wedgie. Your thoughts on Wedgie just throughout this entire playoff so far?
He's been unreal, and I think the Avs made the right call, and it shows that the Wild made the wrong call switching goaltenders.
Right.
Wallstead got them to the first round, and he had a bad game. I think you stick with your guy and you give him one more shot to kind of make up for it, and that's what the Avs did with Wedgwood. And unlike Wallstead, Wedgwood kind of showed signs of stabilizing in that third period of Game 1, so you kind of had signs that he was figuring it out. But that's kind of been Wedgwood's thing all year, is that he has a bad game, and they've been pretty rare. But when they've happened, he's bounced back immediately. So I wasn't surprised they went back to him, and he's just had an unreal season. And it's a good thing they have signed him to that extension back in, October or so? Because if they didn't, they'd be kind of looking at a bigger cap number at this moment.
Actually, Evan, I wanted to ask you, when do you think he kind of I've been talking about Scotty, I feel like since March, of like this guy's separating himself from what Mackenzie Blackwood can. Yes, there's still confidence and faith in Mackenzie, but man, it just feels so much different with Scott Wedgwood. When do you think he started to separate himself?
I do think it was kind of after the Olympic break when both goaltenders came back. They got, you could argue they were snubbed for the Olympic team, for the Team Canada. But Wedgwood has just been the better goaltender since the Olympic break, whereas Blackwood has kind of been up and down. And you could also kind of tell that, when the Avs would play the Dallas Stars, who would be in net? It would be Scott Wedgwood. Like, they were kind of going to him in the bigger games. So you could kind of tell that they were leaning that way. And it really just came down to consistency. Like, Blackwood hasn't been bad. It's just that he's been a little bit more inconsistent, whereas Wedgwood, it's been like 9 great games and then maybe 1 stinker. And then, like I said, he always bounced back. So I think it was kind of after the Olympic break when they made their choice.
Well, Evan, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you very much for joining the show. My final question for you has to do with this team feeling like the Cup team from a few years ago. We had Logan O'Connor on the show last week and had to ask Loke Dog the same question. So, Evan, for you, in knowing this team and knowing that Cup team well, the vibes, they're very similar, right? Is it just our perspective, or do you feel kind of the same way? This feels like the Cup team.
No, it does, and it just comes down to they're very businessman-like.
Yes.
They're up 2-0, and like Nate and Gabe didn't look super happy after the game the other night because they know the job's not done. Like, it's just not done. They've got a long ways to go, and being up 2-0, they've been up 2-0 in the second round before, and they've had kind of fall flat in their face against Vegas, so they know they got to keep their foot on the gas here and keep things going. And they know that regardless, if they make it to the finals and they don't win, it's a disappointment. Like, there's only one good way to end the season, and that's with lifting the cup. So it is very similar vibes. They're a very deep team, great defense. They're getting great goaltending, 2 great goalies, just like 2022. So, yeah, it is very similar vibes. It feels that way. Hey,
we saw Nate smile on the ice and in a post-game press conference. Wow. It was a very rare treat for us Avs fans. Last one for you, Evan. The Hart Trophy finalists are out today. Is Nate going to get over on Nikita Kucherov and Connor McDavid? Is a second Hart on its way to Colorado?
We shall see. I'll be honest, he was on my ballot. I think he should win it personally. The even strength thing is just crazy. Most even strength points since Wayne Gretzky back in 1991, which is just wild.
Pretty good list to be on.
And you can't hold it against him that he's got a great team because he's the engine. Like, he's the guy that runs this whole thing. So I think he should win it, but we'll see. I think it's going to be close because it's just like the North. There were so many great candidates. So we'll see how it turns out.
Many thanks to our buddy Evan Ruwal from the Denver Gazette, of course, for jumping on the show to talk about the Colorado Avalanche Game 3 coming up Saturday in Minnesota. How does the series shift? Does Minnesota get one? Is this a split? Are we 2-2 coming back to Ball Arena? Or is this thing a sweep? Let me know. YouTube chat brought to you by Sean Ponda. What's up, YouTube, as always? And our RamosLaw.com text line is 303-713-1043. It's Dover and Cecil, and the Denver Broncos broke the internet today. I'll tell you why next.
For the 6th straight year, Cale Makar is a Norris Trophy finalist. And this one puts him in rare company. Makar is now just the 2nd defenseman in NHL history to be a finalist in 6 of his first 7 seasons. The other, Bobby Orr. Elite company, generational talent, the standard from the blue line. Can he bring the award for the 3rd time in his career? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Mayweather's is pretty nice. Sometimes it's not nice, but your windows have to be ready because the hot summer days and even sometime of those cold, Hey, there's snow. Winter days are here in the month of May. Your utility bills from your AC running constantly can hurt you, and your heater still running also can hurt you as well. Don't wait until the heat hits. To try and avoid the extra energy costs, the pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. And right now, Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 Free sale is going on. You could replace all the windows in your home and get half of them free. You can get 0 down payment, no payments or interest for 2 years. Window Nation measures 3 times to ensure that window fits perfectly and keeps your home comfortable year-round. It's Colorado. You want to maximize that beautiful glass for those beautiful vistas here in our wonderful state. It's windownation.com, A+ rating from the BBB, of course. Window Nation also recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies, so you can trust Window Nation for high-quality, affordable windows. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation now with my friends, windownation.com.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I started my first business at 12 years old, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I thought I was crushing it until my buddy down the street undercut me by $2. But he didn't just cut the price, he cut corners too. That's when I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and integrity beats profit. People care more about how you show up and whether you do what you say you're gonna do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we crush it, and we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and the spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Because when you care about the people you serve, you work harder, and it shows. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. And yeah, we still beat the other guy.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Are you looking for the perfect engagement ring? Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. We have a great selection to choose from. If you're looking for that one-of-a-kind custom ring, our associates will take the time with you to design that ring that she will love, and her friends will go crazy over. At Matthews, when you purchase your ring and Centerstone, you'll receive 20% off your wedding bands. Make the right choice. Come to Matthews and save.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients, with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
When you care about something, you give it your all. Servicemen and women fought for our country. They lost their lives in the name of freedom for the Americans. Memorial Day is time to pause and give thanks for their sacrifice. My name is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. What does Memorial Day mean to you? Flags will fly at half-staff, grave sites will be visited. Town parades, moments of silence, and gatherings are some of the ways our community will remember their selfless, courageous men and women. Alpine Bank joins you in honoring those who made this ultimate sacrifice and commitment to America. We honor their families and loved ones. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Kevin Kistner on the ones and twos. It's Dover and Cecil here on The Fan. Dover had to take off for a little bit, so I'm rocking solo with you, and a joy to do that, a joy to talk about these Denver Broncos, and a joy to talk about George Payton with his new contract. Listen, all the news today in Denver sports hasn't been good. I'll get back to complaining about Josh Kroenke in just a little bit, but for now, it's time to praise Greg Penner. Best owner in sports, full stop, done. And when you have the best ownership in sports, I mean, just juxtapose what we see with the Broncos and what we see with the Nuggets. It's right there in front of you. It's completely obvious. Unless you're paid by the team, you can see it, and then you can talk about it. Because even if you're paid by the team, you see the problems with the Nuggets. You just can't say anything. So I can say stuff, and I'm going to talk about George Payton now and the journey of George Payton. I think re-signing George Payton is actually more impactful than the original get of George Payton. Now he's proven as a general manager, and he's got to get a ring, okay? Got to get a Super Bowl before I really, really emphasize this. But the learner has now become better than the teacher, because the teacher was Rick Spielman. And I understand how things fell apart there in Minnesota, and Minnesota's never won anything. But I'm just going to tell you from the scouting community, the wealth of respect that was there for that front office, including George Payton. George Payton has a sterling reputation. First off, he's a great dude, like a great man, a great father, a great scout, a great husband, I'm sure. So George Payton is the type of quality individual that Greg Penner is searching for his building. Let's keep that in mind. Just put a pin in that, everybody, okay? What is Greg Penner looking for? He's looking for people that are good quality people. Who are the good people that you could trust? George Payton is one of those people for certain. I mean, he's at the top of that list, to be sure. And so Spielman, Payton, Minnesota, put together some teams, didn't win anything, but you still had a healthy respect for Rick Spielman and obviously a sterling reputation for George Payton. Broncos get him. And the Hackett thing, the Wilson thing, they're basically held hostage by Mark Rodgers. So my, I guess, thoughts on George Payton and the Russell Wilson thing is you made a handshake agreement with a guy that maybe you shouldn't have made a handshake agreement with. So then when Greg Penner buys the Broncos, and there's already been a deal in place from the Combine and that stupid napkin at O'Doul's, what am I thinking? Lockmiller, I think. I knew it was some Irish pub there in Indianapolis. I've been there several times. And yes, even times after the napkin thing where the Russell Wilson trade and John Schneider flim-flam the Broncos. So George Payton, you let that one get by. But Greg Penner buys this team, and essentially there's like, hey, our guy was promised a new contract. Even though Greg wasn't the owner yet, Mark Rodgers, Russell Wilson's agent, was like, hey, our guy was promised a new contract. Greg had a decision to make, and he made the right decision. Even though that decision ended up costing him $80 million so that Russell Wilson would go away. So, you know, that sort of deal, the Russell Wilson thing, I think that's all in the past, obviously. And having the Wilson contract off the books is a great benefit for this Broncos team. But I look at George Payton and the journey of George Payton, going from a guy that, you know, hired the wrong head coach. Remember behind the Broncos? Like, yeah, that was fun. And then Nathaniel Hackett was the worst head coach of all time. So, like, okay, don't want him hiring coach. I want George Payton scouting. He's a scout. He has discovered so many players, and like players from out of nowhere. He's discovered players. He's put players on the map. He believes in players. Again, he's a people person. He hunts the right type of person, the right type of player. That's what he's looking for, and it's following the edict, the mandate, the mantra of Greg Penner. Greg puts it down. George follows it up. It's like an alley-oop, right? Greg Penner is Gary Payton. George Payton is Sean Kemp. So throw it down. This is the type of player we want. We want leaders. We want smart players. We want players that can impact in the community. That's the type of players. Not everybody is exactly that. But I'll tell you this, they're not drafting dummies anymore. And it probably doesn't take too many of us to figure out who I'm talking about. But yeah, during John Elway's time, especially post-Super Bowl 50, I might wanted to check out these guys away from the facility a little bit, right? Like, hey, are you actually really motivated by football? What's your football intelligence like? Not going to call someone out for being stupid, but it's probably not a great plan to draft stupid players. The Broncos had a problem with that. They don't have that problem anymore. They draft captains. They draft leaders. They draft smart players. They take a chance on some players. Listen, I have not enjoyed every George Payton draft pick. I'm the guy that had to be told to stop talking about how bad the Delarian Turner-Yell and Montreal Washington picks were. I literally was set down in an office here at our beautiful palatial studios and was told, like, hey, I get Isaiah Pacheco's pretty good, and you called it, and that they picked Montreal Washington instead. Can you stop talking about that? So again, I'm the guy that will push back on some of these George Payton picks. I understand that others don't study it as much, and I don't know as much as George Payton. Full disclosure, of course, I don't feel that. I've never felt that way. For the people that try to get at me and be like, oh, but you think you should be a scout, then why aren't you a scout? Scouts don't make a whole lot of money. Not that radio pays a ton, but still, like, I have nothing but respect for the scouts that I interact with, for the GMs that I interact with. I have nothing but full respect, and just knowing, like, I have my reputation, which is important to me, about players, and I'm not going to be right on every player. So that's something when I approach this thing, I'm like, I know going in, if I love a guy, like, let's say, for example, Jonah Coleman, I love the guy. I would have taken him at 30. I'm crazy. But I also don't have the pressure from running a team. I can say that as a media member and be like, hey, I think that Jonah Coleman guy is pretty good. Broncos scoop him up in the 4th. I think they got a diamond. I think they got a stud player in Jonah Coleman. Excited about rookie minicamp. I'll talk more about that a little bit later. But the George Payton deal, just telling the journey of George Payton, it's been so fantastic to see because he comes in with no experience as a general manager. And he is a better general manager today than his teacher was, Rick Spielman. And I say that with full respect for Rick. I know plenty of people around that building. I know what they think of Rick Spielman. I know what they think of George Payton. I know how maybe they even might have wanted George Payton back. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure that out, that the Minnesota Vikings, still having a general manager search, would have loved to have had George Payton in their building. Greg Penner says, he's my guy. And it's fantastic because of what George Payton has been able to do. It's simply the best. And again, full disclosure, don't agree with every one of his picks. But I love his eye for the game. I love his eye for the game. I love who he is as a person, really good person, sterling reputation in the scouting community, and an eye for talent. George Payton with a new 5-year contract for the Denver Broncos. And that's why, yeah, they kind of broke the internet. I understand the Nuggets were having a big press conference. Boom, George Payton news just dropped on your head right at the same time as that Josh Kroenke press conference. So a little bit funny. The Broncos always seem to do stuff like that. But either way, great job, Greg Penner. George Payton is the right man to shepherd this team forward into the future. You can continue to draft and develop, and you can continue to be a Super Bowl contender so long as that stupid ankle stays healthy with your quarterback, Bo Nix. All right, Josh Kroenke held a press conference that I don't think he should have, actually. The message was sent. The message was received. Why that message was horribly wrong, I'll tell you more next.
For the 6th straight year, Cale Makar is a Norris Trophy finalist. And this one puts him in rare company. Makar is now just the second defenseman in NHL history to be a finalist in 6 of his first 7 seasons. The other, Bobby Orr. Elite company, generational talent, the standard from the blue line. Can he bring the award for the 3rd time in his career? DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
After a devastating car crash, a lot of people think they can't afford a lawyer. They're already stressed, hurting, or maybe out of work. And the last thing they need is a big retainer fee to get help. But here's the truth. At Berg Simpson Law Firm, you only pay us if we win your case. That means there's no down payment and no upfront costs to get the help you need right now. Give Berg Simpson a call and we'll be with you every step of the way.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade Event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
It's here, and Permagreen's got it. Hi, I'm Roxy Medina, owner of Permagreen Organics. Sphagnum peat moss first became available to gardeners in the mid-1900s, and since then it's revolutionized the way we garden. It has the remarkable ability to effectively manage water and hold on to nutrients that would otherwise leach out of the soil. While performing these amazing tasks, it also improves the texture and consistency of the soil. Sphagnum is low in pH, so it helps buffer the high pH of our clay alkaline soils. In the past, sphagnum only came in big, bulky, and heavy square bags. But things just got better. Permagreen Sphagnum Peat Moss comes in a convenient 1.5 cubic foot bag. It's easy to lift, easy to carry, and easy to use. Like all Permagreen products, Permagreen Sphagnum Peat is 100% organic. You don't need a miracle, you need Permagreen. Buy it at the Home Depot near you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Feeling good on a Friday. Welcome in, Dover and Cecil on The Fan. Dover had to run for just a little bit, so I'm rocking solo with you, taking you up to 2 p.m. when The Drive slides in here with Zach By. Looks like Will Peterson, I believe, is in today for Phil. So they'll be talking more about a big day in Denver sports. You've got so many things going on right now. I just talked about the George Payton 5-year extension. Great job. And now it's time to talk about the press conference that should have never been. I personally can't stand the propaganda that we get fed or tried to be fed from the Denver Nuggets, because this Josh Kroenke press conference, been a year since we heard from him. It's supposed to be, impactful. It's supposed to be important. It's supposed to be something where you learn something and you see the owner, although he did say it's dad's team, so whatever. But you see the owner-ish, Josh Kroenke, up there at a table. David Adelman's next to him with his shoulders slumped over. Act like you want to be there, David Adelman. Like, seriously. It's just embarrassing. So they have this press conference. And entering the press conference, I knew, okay, get ready for some word salad. It's Josh Kroenke, so it's going to be some word salad. Get ready for some corporate buzzwords, right? Paradigm shift or whatever. Like, get ready for corporate buzzwords. Get ready for him maybe to talk down to you. And then he did that multiple times. So thanks for that, Josh. I don't think Nuggets fans are stupid at all. And I'm not saying that Josh Kroenke said that, but he certainly did the whole well, if you're not in the building, you wouldn't understand because it's hard to win. Let me do this. Let me do this. I'll let him do the talking. And when you hear from Josh Kroenke saying, what's the lessons that this team has learned since winning the NBA Finals? Here's what Nuggets owner Josh Kroenke had to say.
The last 3 years and coming up short since we won a championship, what are the lessons that we've learned?
Okay, first off, why do you repeat the question? Hey, what's the lessons you have learned since you won the championship? What are the lessons we've learned since? Okay, all right. Josh will continue with this.
There's a lot of different lessons. I think that complacency could be one of those things. When you win something, are you as hungry to achieve it as you were before?
That's interesting to start out with complacency. It would be nice if he continued down that road and maybe even suggested who or what positions were some of the most complacent, but he didn't. Let me continue here.
Continuity, I think, is a very powerful thing, but change is also a powerful thing as well at times. And
see, that doesn't make sense. Continuity is powerful, but change is powerful too at times. Well, what do you mean? Like, be specific. Continuity with David Adelman? Is that what you're talking about? Continuity with the core minus MPJ? Like, what is the continuity there? And yes, change can be good. We should be changing and growing. In fact, Josh Kroenke says that a little bit later about, hey, everybody changes and grows. How does he change and grow? Not exactly sure. Let's continue with his answer. This is one question, by the way.
Human nature around certain things involving injuries, motivation, personal moments that can affect people for numerous years professionally. Sustaining something is very difficult. I think that anybody that hasn't gone through it may not understand how difficult that might be.
Okay, I don't like that. Anytime someone pulls the you don't understand card, it means they don't have a good answer. And if he's talking about personal moments that affect someone's career for years, I believe that was what he said, right? Personal moments that may affect someone's career. What? Huh? What do you mean? What are those personal moments? I understand guys are going to get older. They're not maybe as young and hungry as they used to be. They're older, somehow have families now. Okay, is that part of it? How does that change your career? It might change your motivation, more to play for, or maybe, basketball isn't your number one thing. Does it have to be your number one thing? I don't believe so, as much as people don't want to hear that, right? Because we as sports fans always want to be like, our guy loves football as much as we do. Our guy loves basketball as much as we do. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're just really, really good at playing a sport, and they don't love it like you and I love it. Josh Kroenke continues here.
I understand it from multiple angles. I'm blessed to have been a part of a championship team here with the Nuggets, championship team with the Avalanche, championship team with the LA Rams.
Nobody cares about the Rams, dude. Nobody cares about that. And actually bringing up the Avs championship, like, that doesn't really matter in this instance either. This instance is about, why did this thing fall apart? Where's the disappointment? All he's doing is listing off facts. Is he going to his Wikipedia page? Is that what he's doing? Now I'm going to go to Wikipedia. I'm like, Josh Kroenke, Wikipedia. Like, what's that say? Is that because that's all he's doing? He's just reading facts. He's not actually giving you an answer. He's just saying, Josh Walton Kroenke, born May 7th, 1980, is an American heir to the Walmart family inheritance and Kroenke Sports and Entertainment, his father's sports media conglomerate. That's Wikipedia. That's all he's doing is listing out facts. I've been fortunate. I've been blessed to be part of a championship with the Avs and the Nuggets and the LA Rams. Nobody cares about the Rams, dude. Nobody cares. I know that's Kroenke Sports Entertainment. That's all y'all, but no, this is the Mile High City, baby. Last time I checked, the Rams ain't playing at Mile High Stadium. So I could give a damn. Josh Kroenke continues.
And we're fighting for championships over at Arsenal right now. I know what it takes to get there.
And Arsenal, don't even get me started. don't. I know. And I've had some soccer bros reach out to me on Twitter. I always say, don't at me, bro. And then you at me. And the soccer bros are like, listen, man, the world. Yes, once every 4 years, Americans pretend to care about soccer. Continue.
And I know how difficult it is to sustain that. Going back to back and repeating things is very difficult. That's why so few teams at the professional level are able to do that. And so we're constantly trying to take input from different areas and understand how to apply that to maintain the level of excellence that we strive to achieve.
Okay, now more specifics would need to be there. Like, what areas? We try to take input from different areas. Well, what does that mean? Like, a little bit more specification would have been very welcome here. I think Josh Kroenke could have come away in this press conference much, much better than he did. He sounds arrogant. He sounds out of touch. He sounds like he doesn't want to be there. Multiple times talking about how if you're not in the walls, you just don't know. If you haven't done this, you just don't know. Tell us, what are these other avenues? We're looking elsewhere for input. What? What is that? What do you mean? Some specifics here would have been the order of the day, and it would have made Josh Kroenke sound much better than he did. That was one answer. I just did 10 minutes on one answer from Josh Kroenke where he didn't really say much of anything. What are the lessons you've learned since winning the NBA Finals? Can't be complacent. Can't be comfortable. Can't have players that are maybe focused on basketball less than they used to be. Well, who is that? You're looking elsewhere, other avenues to, winning championships are so hard. That's not untrue. That's another factual statement. He did the Russell Wilson thing. I'm surprised he didn't start listing players, but he did list his championships. That doesn't matter. Nuggets fans are pissed right now. Nuggets fans are emotional. My man Dover over here looking dejected today during this press conference because it just feels like it's over. Now, he doesn't believe that it is. I personally don't believe that it is. There'll be a Joker 2.0 version of the Denver Nuggets. What does that look like? Who knows? Is David Adelman still the coach? I hope not. That means we're going to have to wait and see. So right now, we can only react to what we're given. And what we're given today is a press conference that I think was a mistake. What we're given today is an owner-ish in Josh Kroenke, because he said it was Dad's team. So anyway, what we're given today are more questions than answers. What we're given today also is a cold bucket of water in reality. I'm texting with my best friend Big E. Shout out Big E, always. And we're going back and forth about Nuggets fans. Like, Nuggets fans are so dejected right now because you got bounced in the first round, disappointing fashion, Minnesota backups. And then these are your answers? These are your answers that make no sense, that talk in circles. I understand they probably wanted this to come out, and I can't even imagine the propaganda is probably like, what a great press conference from Josh Kroenke. Maybe that's what I should do. I do have smart-ass tendencies, which is better than dumbass tendencies, but like maybe I should do that. And I should play the Kroenke, but then I should like blow bubbles at it. You know what I mean? and act like a total homer and just be like, this is the great, listen what he said. He just said that he's got multiple championships and he's so blessed and we don't know because we're not in the building, guys, and we're not as good as him. We suck. Is that what I should do? Or should I respond as a basketball fan that listens to that and goes, that's not good enough? When you have Nikola Jokic here and his legacy is on the line, and you know what's going to happen? And this is the most painful statement that I could say, and I know some people are really going to hate this, and I wish this wasn't the case, and I hope this isn't the case, so let me be very clear. But what's going to happen is 20 years from now, everybody outside of Denver isn't really going to remember Nikola Jokic. Not as much as they should. Nikola Jokic is damn near a Mount Rushmore player at basketball. Now, I don't think he is, but we're talking about a top 10, top 15 player in NBA history that outside of Denver in 20 years, they get one ring, people aren't going to talk about him enough. And that's sad because you should talk about this big fella forever and ever and ever. And he should have multiple rings to emphasize just how dominant the Joker era was in the NBA. But Josh Kroenke knows people. Anyway, it's Dover and Cecil. How about some more good news? Broncos rookie minicamp coming up and Avs preview before the drive hits at 2. That's coming up next.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. They also offer finance plans that come with no payments for 2 years. 5280 Exteriors is a locally owned company that has been in business for 20 years and knows the Colorado climate. They are a 2024 and 2025 James Hardy President's Club winner. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medication long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight regain is common. And here's something most people don't realize. Research shows a significant portion of weight loss can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Right now, you can schedule a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Terry Wickstrom. I want to tell you about a financial product I personally really believe in. A home equity conversion mortgage from Mad River Mortgage, your reverse mortgage specialist. The HECM program's only requirements are to live in the home, do basic upkeep, pay property tax and homeowner's insurance. No monthly mortgage payment is required. For more information, contact my friend Mike Rabin at 303-396-2804 or go to madrivermortgage.com. NMLS 1504779.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she is not going to remind you. She is way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $500, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices from names she knows and loves, like Gabriel & Company, Tacori, and Hearts on Fire.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or a precious sterling or solid gold locket?
A Monica Rich Kassan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers, Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Until Tuesday. Kevin, I'll miss your musk until Tuesday, but I'll see you guys Tuesday morning, and hopefully, oh, man. Hey, Kev, do you think the Avs will be done? Think it'll be a sweep? When I come back Tuesday morning, and I come back, suntanned, refreshed, little vacation, right? And I come back, and I'm like, wow, what a sweep. I don't know. I've never predicted a sweep in round 2 against Minnesota, and I'm not projecting that now. But it's just interesting to think, knowing my schedule. I'll be back on Tuesday for the show. I'll miss Monday. I'll miss you guys. I'll miss Broncos rookie minicamp. You're going to be there for me, so thank you, Kev. We appreciate that. And, Kev, you're going to be out at Broncos a lot this year, so that's going to be fun. Can you imagine if Tuesday we crack the mic and it's like, hey, you got 8 days of rest now?
The crazy thing is I can imagine that.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see this team going out and sweeping Minnesota. I know it's not the most popular take, right? But look how many goals they score. How's the team actually going to stop the Avalanche?
Look at the ways that they can win.
Yeah.
It's any way.
I sat there and, I remember, in 2001, it was exit 16, and I think it was is it 2001 or 95 when it was Mission 16W? And we even brought it up back in 2021, 22 season.
Yes, we did.
And it's like, okay, yeah, they went 16-4. But I'm sitting here, I'm like, who is going to beat the Avalanche in a game right now? I feel like the Avalanche are clicking on every aspect. Their passing is through the roof. I was talking to my dad on the phone the other day, and he goes, their passing is so crisp. I've never seen anything like that. I said, Dad, you can't even do this on a video game. That's how good their passing is.
Wow.
It's tic-tac-toe. That Landeskog power play goal, that's tic-tac-toe.
Yep.
Boom, goal. And it's like everything just clicks for them. Yes, they're going to go into Minnesota, which is a hostile environment, and Minnesota's going to bring the energy. They're going to bring everything they have. But what if you knock them out in Game 3?
Yep.
What if you go up there and bully them like the Timberwolves bullied the Nuggets, and maybe you shut them out?
Yeah.
Maybe you beat them 4-1. Are they going to seriously sit there and try to fight back and go to Game 7 with you? That's not going to happen.
Right.
So when you come back on Tuesday morning, I could easily see this being a sweep, or they're going to finish things in a gentleman's sweep in 5.
Gentleman's sweep,
Yeah.
Right. I could definitely see that, but it's just it's going to be fascinating. I think Saturday's game, and it's not like Monday's game isn't fascinating, but we're not there yet. We don't know if it's 3-0. We don't know if it's 2-1. Like, what does that look like? You're definitely going to get a better effort in Game 4 if Minnesota wins Game 3. Because if Minnesota loses Game 3, I mean, I don't think they would lay down. They're a professional team. They're very well coached. They're a skilled team. I don't think guys like Quinn Hughes know even how to lay down. But once you face this Avs team, it's like running into a wall.
Yeah.
Like you're really good. The Minnesota Wild are really good at hockey. They can't do you-know-what against the Avs.
Well, and if they lose Game 3, they're going to give everything they have in Game 4 just to not get swept in front of their home crowd. Remember when the Nuggets almost got swept by Golden State, and Michael Malone was like, we just got to do whatever it takes to not get swept. That could be the Minnesota Wild's mindset,
right?
Going into Game 5 or going into Game 4. You come back to Game 5 here in Colorado, Avs are just going to put it away. Then they're going to have all this extra time to rest. And quite frankly, maybe Manson doesn't even play this series because you win so fast, you might save him for the Western Conference Finals.
Right.
And rest, everyone, I've heard a lot of people complain about the rest. Is it too much? No, the rest with the Avalanche seems to be a good thing. I can't remember the last time the Avs had a long break.
But look at the difference in Nazem Kadri.
Yeah.
When they get that rest, the King series, Nazem Kadri looked like it was painful to handle the puck.
Yeah.
Game 1 against the Wild, he's out there firing left and right.
I can't find a time where a break actually hurt the Avalanche in recent years. I really can't.
Yeah. I think that's much ado about nothing. I think there's a lot of nervous Nelliness in sports, so people are like, well, what about the break? What about the break? It's the Avs. They're a wagon. What about the break is you take a little break and you go back and start kicking ass again.
This isn't the break that the Rockies had in 2007.
Oh, God.
I think a lot of people
bring up that was their momentum. Rocktober was so special. That was a team like Dante and Clerks. They're not even supposed to be here today. And they made the run, what was it, 24 in a row, whatever, Kev?
21 out of 22.
And then making that run to then get into the World Series, like that was where they needed the momentum. They had the momentum, and then they lost the momentum.
I think all of us Colorado fans know, hey, we're still scarred from that break, but guess what? The Avs are completely built different.
Yeah.
The break actually helps them.
This is a different team. This is a different team, and they're so wagony. They're so strong. They're so powerful. They're a team that you can look at with your opponent. You can look at them with fear. You can look at them with trepidation. You know what I mean? Some nervousness yourself. So what are the answers for the Wild? Do they have any answers? Outside of gooning it up, Kev, maybe they surprised me on Saturday, and there's something, and, I didn't expect this. But I really don't know what else. What other punches could you throw that would actually land with the Avalanche?
I think if you're Minnesota, you see what teams have done to the Avalanche in recent years to knock them out of the playoffs. That's get a quick goal, get ahead, and just dump the puck and go. Dump and go, dump and go, dump and go. And just play. Make the Avs dump the puck and have to chase it down, and you just play full defense. You get a 1-0 lead, and you put everyone in front of the goal. You don't let any shots touch your goalie. Like you're playing full prevent defense here. I think that's what you would have to do if you're the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, and another thing you have to do is stop getting as many penalties.
Yeah.
Their penalty kill sucks.
Yes.
So it's like their power play hasn't been clicking as it was during the regular season when they're a top 5 team. It did struggle a bit against the Stars as well. So their power play is one thing, but the Wild's penalty kill, their PK, is god-awful.
It's bad.
It's really bad. And that's why I'm excited about the Avs building momentum and confidence in their own power play. But at the same time, in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, their power play looks better because Minnesota is terrible on penalty kill.
Well, even if Minnesota, they haven't been able to score on the Avs really on their power plays. The Avs are the best penalty kill team in the NHL this year. I think if you're Minnesota, you get on power play as many times as you can this game in Game 3, and just keep firing at the net. That takes 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there of the Avs not being able to score. Unless Logan O'Connor's on the power play kill, then he might score shorthanded for you. But this is a time where anytime you could take advantage of the Avalanche, you would have to do that. I don't know if Minnesota can do that, but if they can, they have to capitalize on those opportunities. Otherwise, the Avs are going to do what the Avs always do, and they might put up 6 more goals on you this weekend.
Yeah, that's the problem is when you face that sort of foe, like, oh my goodness, what in the world can you do if you're the Minnesota Wild? I mean, you've tried a lot, and none of it's worked. You scored 6 goals in a game. You probably think you should win that one, 10 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And you lost.
It's like all these teams during the Patrick Mahomes years. How do you stop Patrick Mahomes? We don't know. Keep him off the field. I don't know.
Right.
That's kind of how the Avalanche are.
Yeah.
How do you stop the Avalanche? We don't know. Keep McKinnon off the ice? I don't know.
Something. I know the Minnesota fans will be hostile, but as we've said on this show, as it's kind of funny, I don't know how much you do it, Kev, like even during football season, how much of the other teams' media you take in. But I've been studying as the Avs progress. I watched some Kings podcasts, and as the Avs progress, and I watched some Wild podcasts just to kind of see what are they saying. How can I make fun of him? It's kind of funny now that Minnesota has pegged Nathan McKinnon, the best player on the planet. They've pegged him as like public enemy number 1.
Is it just because he's knocking all their players down?
It's because of the Boldy hit, really. The Hughes hit is a big thing as well, and Hughes does not want that smoke at all. But the Boldy hit has got Wild fans kind of talking a little ish about our guy, Nate Dogg.
Okay, boo him. You just make him mad.
Right.
Wake up the sleeping giant.
Exactly.
Why are you going to boo him? Trust me, I can tell you right now, Nathan McKinnon is not hearing that noise. I don't know if he has a phone at this rate.
Yeah.
He does not pay attention to the media. He doesn't have a radio. He probably doesn't listen to anything in the car other than dead silence. But make the guy mad.
It's the intensity of his own thoughts.
Yes, it's him.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's his own hype video or something.
Maybe, something like that. I don't know.
Hype CD.
Whatever, the way Nathan McKinnon is wired, all I know is you don't piss that guy off.
No.
So, Minnesota, I dare you. I double dog dare you. Dare I even say I triple dog dare you to tick off Nathan McKinnon. It'll cost you.
So are we saying McKinnon hat tricked tomorrow?
Okay, what's your mile high moment? We haven't done that yet on the show. Dover and Cecil. What do you think? Mile high moment. I did have the Marty party. I also thought Nas would get one in. That didn't happen. I'm very sad. I might go back to Nas.
Okay.
Nas just being around the net, firing those shots, part of that tic-tac-toe. Like, give me another Nas goal in this one.
How about a wedgie shutout?
Whoa. See, that one's better than mine. I just went back to the well with Nas. You have a wedgie shutout?
How about a wedgie shutout?
Wasn't that an official wedgie then? Like, you just gave Minnesota the wedgie.
I think so.
I think a shutout we can classify as an official wedgie.
If you go up 3-0 on his series,
yes.
that is
It's like getting your underwear rammed up your crack, and you're just like, this is so uncomfortable, and now I feel weird down below, and my underwear don't fit right.
I don't even want to show up for Game 4 now because it still hurts. We're still stuck up there.
Oh, my God. It's KKFN, HD1, Longmont, Denver, and KARSFM in Laramie as well. It is Denver Sports. We are 104.3 The Fan. I am Cecil Lammy, and super excited about this weekend. Super excited to hear from y'all, and, of course, shout out to our Shump Honda YouTube chat and our tribe chat. We appreciate y'all for jumping on board and certainly appreciate you checking us out on our YouTube and our Denver Sports channel. Hey, make sure to do me a favor. Watch all of our Denver Sports shows. They're all fantastic, and we love the production, love what we've got for you here at Denver Sports, talking all Denver sports as well, in addition to giving you the best Broncos show on the planet, which is Orange and Blue today. Shout out my man Andrew Mason's going to hold the fort down for me today as I am headed out on assignment for the weekend, and the drive will slide in here. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I'm not sure I will come back on Tuesday, and it will be a sweep for the Colorado Avalanche, but wouldn't be surprised if it was. Wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Not calling it, not predicting that, but this type of team and what they're doing, it's simply fantastic. So talking about the Avs makes me feel good. Broncos crushing it today. George Payton, 5-year new contract. Congrats, George. From the bottom of my heart, that's a great dude. That's a great dude. And that's a fantastic general manager with an eye for talent and someone who's going to continue on what Greg Penner has demanded of, like, we're a draft and develop team. You can be a draft and develop team when you've got George Payton running the show. So that's something as we wrap up today's program. The drive will get here, and certainly appreciate everyone for listening. And again, do me a favor on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. Make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for all of our videos. And make sure to comment there as well. We interact with y'all on the comment section of our YouTube channel, so we certainly appreciate you all for jumping in and carrying on the conversation. The conversation, because it's always a dialogue. It's never a monologue, even when I got to go solo for just a little bit. So it's always fun to kind of rekindle that solo stuff for fans out there that may remember the old riding shotgun days. So, yeah, it's always fun. Still, of course, love my man Josh Dover. We've got Zach By sliding in here as I'm headed out. And Will Peterson, I think, is in today with Phil out on assignment as well. So I'm going to go get to my assignment. ZB,
My man.
I didn't like that press conference, but I'm sure as I drive to DIA, I'm sure you guys are going to have plenty to say about that.
Well, I appreciate you so much, Cecil. Have a great trip. We'll see you back here on Tuesday as Will Peterson will slide into Cecil Lammy's seat here on a Friday. A lot going on here on a Friday. On a day where no game has been played yet in DenverSports. Got the Rockies going at it in a couple hours from now, but no Nuggets yet. No Nuggets today, no Avs yet. We got to wait till tomorrow night. No Broncos, but still somehow will jam-packed with content. We got the George Payton news that dropped out of the sky, and I did hear Cease talking about it. It is convenient. The timing of the George Payton contract extension happening, in a 120-second span that the Nuggets press conference was starting, I found that pretty ironic.
Yeah, Josh Kroenke's literally taking his seat at the podium, and Tom Pelissero and Mike Kliss and the likes are breaking that George Payton has signed a 5-year contract extension as GM of the Denver Broncos. Didn't happen at 9 a.m., didn't happen at 1 p.m., happened at 11 a.m. as you get Kroenke and, of course, Tenzer and Wallace and Adelman sitting at a table together. Yeah, Zach, this is why this business is so much fun. This is why I love working with you, because if you had told me 48 hours ago, hey, what are you and Zach going to talk about on Friday? I said, well, we'll have fun. We'll be messing around, preview the Avs Game 3, which we'll certainly do plenty of today, but I didn't expect a 4-person Nuggets press conference and a Broncos GM contract extension, and so I can't wait to dive into it all with you.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast of a day. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Beautiful day in Denver, Colorado. I am fresh off a field day, my son's field day, so I was not at the Avalanche press conference.
Or the Nuggets press conference.
Or excuse me, thank you, the Nuggets press conference. I'm still gathering my thoughts here. I'm coming right from there.
They still give out ribbons at field day?
Man, you want to know what? I have a take on this. I'll just share it right now because we have all afternoon to get to this stuff. Man, I go to field day and not one competition. Not one competition. All right? Not a race, not the high jump, not the sack race. Not the 3-legged race, even the lighthearted stuff. When I was growing up, field day was like my time to shine. I was not a brainiac. I was not book smart. So field day, for me, I would get up in front of the classroom and get embarrassed at the spelling bee, right? That wasn't my strength. So I got to watch the smart kids advance, and I'd be out. They gave me 2 chances to spell 2 different words, and then you advance out of the classroom and into the other. You'll go against the other schools.
I've got a spelling bee story for you as well. It's bad.
All right, so
I struggle with that as well.
All right, so like when I tell you we would do this every single year, first grade on up, I never made it out of the first round one time. Right? I was okay. That was not my strength. Field day, it's on and cracking. I used to hang my ribbons in my room, and I was always a really good athlete.
We're both from blue?
What's that? Oh yeah.
First place, Zach Bye.
And that was me. That was my strength. So I would have extra time to take a test. I was in applied math. So I got separated from that wasn't my strength. I turned out to be okay. And then we live in this era where dude, I just watched field day. There wasn't one winner or loser. It was target practice, and they had some Ninja Nation stuff there for the kids to climb on, and you're throwing a ball through a circle, and you're taking turns, but it was just like one of these things where I'm I know it's not everyone's strength, but guess what? Not everything is for everybody, but for those kids who happens to be my boy, much like me, that would have been his day to shine, and it even changed from last year. They did some races last year. They mixed in some fun stuff and they mixed in some races. They didn't even do ribbons, but they did some races. There wasn't a race. There was nothing. It was nothing. It was just it was so 2026, and the kids were having fun. And it's not. I don't mean to be on my soapbox, but it just was one of these things where I'm not a single winner and not a single loser. The classic 2026 field day.
Yeah. And you feel like I don't want to let myself be the old man and complain that it's easier now than I was a kid or it's different now, but you're making sense. You're making valid points. We can't just have our what grade your kid in? First, second?
First grade.
You can't have your first graders wrapped in bubble wrap. Like the real world's waiting for them at some point. Let them learn that, yeah, some kids are going to win, some kids are going to lose. And if you lose, it sucks, but you learn a life lesson. And no one lost today. So,
and no one won.
And no one won either.
But here's the thing, and here's where I stand on this stuff. The world's waiting for you regardless.
Exactly. And it's not waiting for them tomorrow, but it is at some point.
Yes. So like it kind of drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It kind of drives me nuts. So I had this decision to make. Like, am I going to go to the Nuggets press conference, or am I going to go to my kid's field day? And I feel like as a dad, and I've shared this, my dad wasn't around, for everything, not even half the stuff. And like, I'm not missing my kid's field day. So I won't be able to ask Josh Kroenke maybe a question that I want to ask, but I'm going to be at my kid's field day. My kid's going to appreciate it maybe years from now more than he'll even appreciate it in the moment. But I wasn't going to miss field day. So then when I go and I'm like, wait, like this is what we're doing? I don't know. Like, and I'm not even throwing shade at like his elementary school or anything. It's just this is like more the norm now.
Oh, it's universal. Your kid's school is not unique.
No
one's having field days where they give out blue ribbons to the number one kid anymore.
And that's crazy. And it's like one of these things where in the old yearbooks. Okay, I remember being in 6th grade. Okay, I've never shared this before. I hope I don't sound like an idiot sharing it. But we had a yearbook. Okay. And I got picked along with another girl, Virginia Solo, who I remember still to this day, as best looking. Okay? And that felt good at the time. You can't do that anymore.
No.
You can't do it anymore. You can't do anything, you can't do any of it. It just like, but I remember being in 6th grade and like feeling so good about myself that like, yeah.
But you were the one kid that felt good, and everyone who didn't get best looking felt crappy.
But here's the thing: they did 15 other things.
They didn't do ugliest kid.
They didn't do ugliest kid. They did smartest and most sarcastic and all this stuff. And it's like, but you can't even do that anymore.
Well, I did have one too. I won best dimples, which I think was a joke. So that kind of scarred me for a while.
Best dimples.
Big pictures of me with best dimples.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, middle school, awkward time for everyone. But real quick on the spelling bee, my mom was in a stressful time at her job, drove all the way down, got down there for the spelling bee, just had to be there to see my very first word, beautiful.
I still struggle with that one. Well, it's a Beauttiful.
There you go.
Tiful.
There you go. Begged me to study. I wouldn't. Leaves her work when she probably shouldn't have. Comes down, first word, beautiful, and I hit him with B-O-O, beautiful. And that.
How old were you?
I don't know, 1st or 2nd grade, something like that.
And you were trying?
It's still a family joke.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Rather
than beautiful. But yes, that's still something that sticks with me because it's like, you realize it a lot more, and I don't have kids, you do, but when you're on the other side with my niece and nephew, how much sacrifices these parents make, and it's like she really left downtown Denver to get back down to Littleton to watch me spell beautiful, B-O-O. Really?
Oh, my God, I'm glad you told me that. But yeah, it's one of these things where not everything is for everybody. Us as people, we have different strengths and different weaknesses. Some people have been blessed with brain power. Some people are blessed with a great arm, and the guy who doesn't have a great arm maybe can run fast and jump high. And the person who isn't a good reader is very good at math. And if you're not good at those, maybe you cling on to science. And we're all different. So to just chop off and lob off, like for like I can tell you right now, my little boy, and he's not listening to me right now. He's not the smartest. He's not the brightest bulb.
It's not the brightest crayon in the box.
Not the brightest crayon in the box. This would have been his day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so, anyway, it's all good. Life goes on.
Real quick, though, in the last 10 minutes, you told us that you were both athletic and handsome, so well done.
Oh, my God.
In 6th
grade.
In that rant, you told us you were athletic and handsome.
In 6th grade, I was. I used to be handsome. I used to be athletic. Here we are now.
I think you're still both.
All right. All right. What was our biggest takeaway from the rare press conference with the Nuggets ownership and brass? That's next.
Despite his best season yet, could we see a key Nugget leave Denver through no fault of his own?
Jamal Murray has played his last game for the Denver Nuggets. It's going to come down to two things. Either Jamal Murray gets traded or you are doing a full-scale run it back. You're not getting anything for Christian Brown. Nothing. You're not getting anything for Aaron Gordon.
Agreed.
Nothing. And there's no other asset that you're gonna make a meaningful. The only thing that you have to do this offseason from like a true substance standpoint is move on from Jamal Murray. And they will. And they will.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what else is a limited commodity? Gold. They mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. That's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. If you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who I trust to help you. Stan Bongino, and now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Dan to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Text Dan to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table. Max HELOC can lower your bill significantly. Borrow $250,000 and have a payment option as low as $495 a month. We make it easy to save. Call now for a no-risk, no-obligation quote. U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better. Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay.
off and rolling. Here on a Friday, May 8th. And a beautiful day in Denver, Colorado, with plenty to talk about. Filling in for Philip Lindsay again today. What up, Will?
What up, Zach?
How you doing, man?
I'm great, brother. So much going on this Friday, and can't wait to dive into all of it with you.
Yeah, thanks for letting me get that off my chest here right at the outset. Little field day rant.
Little humble brag.
Well, yeah, got there indirectly. But little field day rant to kick off a Friday never hurt anyone. Little going back into the Wayback Machine to Lincoln Elementary, talking about my 6th grade yearbook. Never hurt anyone. But we are going to have a really fun afternoon, man. And it was a different kind of day because we found out, what was it, about 2 days ago? We got the email that, hey, there's going to be a Denver Nuggets press conference.
Correct.
And the original setup was Josh Kroenke and Ben Tenzer along with John Wallace, followed by David Adelman a half hour later. They ended up putting them all on the stage at the same time on the little dais there, which was purposeful, I think. I think it shows, you're trying to display unity, and I think that was done with intent. I probably would have done the same thing, honestly. Therefore, because you're not, hey, he said this, respond to this, you're all there together. So I thought that was an interesting note right off the bat.
Yeah, I thought it was smart by the Nuggets to put all 4 of them together. If you go the first 3 and then you isolate Adelman, it's making it look like he's a bit of an outsider. And instead they said, you know what, we'll just make 4 chairs up there, get all 4 guys going at once. And I watched the whole presser. I know you did as well, coming from field day. And David Adelman didn't get a question until like 15 minutes into this thing.
Right.
Because, sure, we want to hear from David, but we get to hear from David all the time. People wanted to hear from Josh Kroenke. We got plenty from Josh Kroenke, so much to dissect, especially based on, in my eyes, about 4 key quotes that Josh had today.
Let's start with just one. At the top of the hour, we're going to play back the audio for you and react to it, but what stuck out to you?
So the number one thing from Josh Kroenke is he said, I want to make it clear that everything's on the table outside of trading Nikola.
Yep.
And you'll remember.
And he also said, and I want to make sure I say that because last year my words got twisted in a creative way, and it was like, well, no one actually twisted your words. You just kind of put your foot in your mouth.
And that's exactly where I was going. 11 months ago. No, you're good. 11 months ago, he said, quote, the doomsday scenario for the Nuggets was never wanting to have to contemplate trading number 15. And he was talking about aprons and taxes and injuries and all that. And it just came out poorly because it sounded alarm bells for Nuggets fans, like, oh, you've thought about trading 15, but you don't want to have to contemplate it. I don't think Josh Kroenke ever had intentions of trading Nikola Jokic, and he made that abundantly clear today. So when Shams Charania says it on Sunday on ABC before the NBA playoffs, you go, anyone but Nikola. Josh Kroenke more or less confirmed that today. So that was key quote number 1 because there was a lot of questions about Aaron Gordon, too.
Yes, there was. He was a big he was a fixture. His name was a fixture in today's presser.
And it felt like there was a lot of, we love Aaron. Aaron's great. One of our favorite human beings. But. Felt like there was a lot of buts in there. I walked away thinking, not that Jamal Murray is safe, because you've done a great job the last few days laying out why Jamal Murray could very much be moved and why it makes sense to move him. But I did walk away thinking if I had to pinpoint an odd man out, just one, and there could be 2, it might be Aaron Gordon.
It might be. There could be really when you talk this thing through, and if the intent of the Nuggets organization is to try to not get slammed with the repeater tax, and we talked a lot about that yesterday in dedicated fashion in a way that's only going to happen once because it's not. It can be. It's a lot of red tape conversation. It's a lot of logistics and curriculum. NBA curriculum is what I've called it here in recent years because they've made it really hard to understand their own sport. So if you want to get a peek in and you didn't hear it, go listen to our podcast from yesterday, either at the top of the 2 o'clock hour or the top of hour number 2 and the top of hour number 4. We reset that. But if the intent is for this organization to duck the repeater tax and not get slammed by the NBA, and if they move forward with this roster and sign Payton Watson guys and just sign 3 other veterans, I can summarize it for you. It's a luxury tax bill of over $200 million. They're not going to pay it. So there's a scenario where it's Aaron Gordon plus someone else leaving. And that was, look, and we love these guys. These guys, particularly Aaron Gordon. He is such a cornerstone of Denver sports over the last 6-7 years. And I believe that his jersey is going to be retired at a certain point in time. But you haven't got out of the second round for 3 straight years, and you believe you're in a championship window. The definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing with the expectation of a different result. It's crystal clear now. Like, you're not a championship contender in a way that you thought you were. And well, let me speak for myself, in a way that I thought they were as well. I was very bullish on this group. So changes have to come. And I know that they put out this in a separate quote that, hey, running it back is very much on the table. If I were there and had a red flag in my pocket, I would have thrown it. Thrown that challenge flag, because I do not believe that's going to be the case, because if it is, it's going to come with that massive tax bill that awaits this ownership group, and I do not believe they're going to pay it.
Yeah, he said 2 different times in that same answer about everyone but Nikola Jokic that running it back is on the table.
Right.
So, I told you 4 key takeaways. That's key takeaway number 2. Running it back is on the table. They're already running it back with the head coach. Josh Kroenke says today they could run it back. The word injury came up over and over and over again. Let me ask you this, though. Cecil and Dover had steam coming out of their ears when they were reacting to this press conference. They were doing it in real time right after it happened, and I was running around and listening to them, and they were mad. They were stinking mad at Josh Kroenke. That wasn't my number one emotion today. Was it yours?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm frustrated at the situation in its entirety, but nothing that was said in the presser was making me irate or something like that. Now, I did hear some of that from those guys, and look, part of what makes us 104.3 The Fan is that we're all different, so we could hear the same thing and all react differently. So I respect the heck out of those guys and their opinion. I'm frustrated more by the natural dynamics that are at play, not the words that are going into the microphone, because quite frankly, I did not hear anything today, and you tell me your opinion, but I didn't hear anything today that was surprising, that was illuminating, and we'll go through it and react to it, but I didn't hear anything today that was, made me pivot from anything that I thought or believed about this group or organization moving forward.
I didn't either, but I did have one thing that made me mad. Pretty upset.
Okay.
When Josh Kroenke talks about the fans are frustrated, I love that. I'm like, this is the correct answer. The fans are frustrated.
Yeah, they should be.
And they want to hear it from the tippy top that you're frustrated.
Yeah.
He should have just left it there.
Yeah.
He went on to say, and whatever the fans are frustrated, I'm 1,000x more frustrated. And I'm like, dude, nope, that is tone deaf. Do you know how many families probably spent more than they should have to go to game 2 to watch you guys blow a 19-point lead and roll over and die? Do you know how many men and women have jobs that start at 5 a.m., that stayed up till 11:30 or midnight to watch your team crap the bed in games 3 and 4 in Minnesota, then had to go do their job the next day? When you wake up tomorrow, you're still Josh Kroenke. You still own the Nuggets. You're still a billionaire. Don't tell me that you're 1,000 times more frustrated than the fans. That ticked me off, because those examples I just provided, they're true. Maybe people can text in.
No, of course.
I spent a bunch of money on game 2
Yeah.
to watch that product. I had to be at work, and I said, I love this team so much, I'm going to stay up, and I went through my next day entirely exhausted while they lost a second half by 20 points without Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo. So that was where Josh stepped in it for me. Don't tell me you're 1,000 times more frustrated, because that's not respecting the people that ultimately make you a lot of money.
Well, I appreciate that. I did not take it like that.
That's what he said.
No, I know.
I'm 1,000x more frustrated than the fans.
Do I believe that? I don't. Did I hear it the way that you did? I didn't. But there was one or two things that were said in that press conference that I will tell you kind of pissed me off, because they're not true. And in the one case, honestly, it was just kind of a lie. And we'll get to it next.
Game 3 shifts north to the state of hockey, where the Avalanche arrive unbeaten and in control. 6 wins, 0 losses this postseason. Colorado's rolling, confident, and closing in. But The land of 10,000 lakes doesn't give anything away easy. The Wild are back on home ice, loud, desperate, and ready to make this series a fight. A 2-0 lead can vanish fast or become a stranglehold. Avalanche, Wild, Game 3. That's hockey, baby! Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you fellas out there. If you've been wandering around the house lately, wondering why you're tired, foggy, unmotivated, gaining weight even though your diet is mostly air and regret, well, you may be dealing with low testosterone. You know, a lot of guys just blame it on getting older, but let's be real. You shouldn't feel like you need a nap after tying your shoes. And if your workouts feel more like warm-ups, your sleep is trash, your sex drive is in the witness protection program, yeah, it might be time to get checked. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they use advanced medical strategies, TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more to help you get your energy back, improve your sleep, boost your workouts, shed pounds. Guys, the appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult plus a T and PSA test. And if you start treatment that day, your visit's free. So go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This is Terry Wickstrom. Are you looking to buy a home that fits your senior needs? Consider a home equity conversion mortgage for purchase. With this innovative financing option, you can use the equity in your current home or savings as the down payment. With the FHA-insured HECM reverse mortgage loan, you may be able to buy a higher value home and keep substantial cash for savings with no required payments. For more information, call Mike Rabin at 303-396-2804 or go to madrivermortgage.com and MLS 1504779.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Dan Jacobs with the tale of 2 cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303-LAW-4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303 Law 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer is coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of May. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Spring dust, pollen, and debris clog Denver's ACs. Fix It 24/7 Spring AC Deep Clean removes buildup. First-time customers pay $39. Look now at fixmyhome.com before summer heat hits.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
All right, as we roll along here on a Friday, Dante, can you do me a favor and take this rejoiner music and eject it into the sun? Thank you, brother. We'll replace it with 2 more. Happy Friday, everyone. Will Peterson filling in for Philip Lindsay today. What are you smiling at?
Nothing.
What?
It's not worth going into.
Okay.
It's just you being bump music guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's his show, but also I just want it for the record that was Drew's edition, not my own.
Oh, look at him trying to pin it on Drew. All good.
You like being low maintenance.
Music is like it's like anything. It's like flavors of ice cream or movies. Everyone has their own flavor, so I don't begrudge anyone for the music that they listen to. I'm not one of these people who like projects my own stuff onto other people. Of like that song, you like that song? That song, that sucks. Your music taste is terrible. It's like, no, it's just not for me, and I've heard it enough, and I'm good. All right. There was something else that Josh Kroenke said. See, you got upset with something that was like, I want to say intangible, but it's not the right. See, you got upset with something that Josh said when he said he's 1,000 times more frustrated with the fans, or than the fans, and that's fair. That's again much like it's subjective. That's your opinion. My source of frustration from the press conference today, which I wasn't gonna let upset me too much, because I just know what I'm getting. I know what I'm getting before we start. But when he was asked. You say you're committed to winning with on the court and spending on the court. Do you think that you've been committed to winning off the court, meaning on the margins, the head coach, what you're willing to spend there, team president, what you're willing to spend there? And he did not like that question because it hit home. It hits to the core in what I have been calling the last 2 days with you, the origin story of how we got here. And when he's asked, there was the one time, the entire press conference, he gave a one-word answer. And he just said yes and would not expand on it because he can't expand on it. You don't want to go down that road. And everyone knows that sitting in that room knows what Brendan Vogt was asking and knows how he was handling it and knows why he answered it the way he did. Because you are sitting here because you did not value Tim Connolly, the architect of the basketball team. You did not value Masai Ujiri before Tim Connolly was the head man. And so if you treat them like interchangeable parts and it doesn't matter because you might be the smartest guy in the room and it's worked before and you have a formula and it's tried and true, you're sitting here because of that question. And point blank period, saying that you have spent off the court at the nucleus of the question is flat out not true, Will. It's not.
Yeah, going into the break, you used the word lie. It is a lie. It is a lie, and you're right. He had thoughtful and expansive answers on every single question except for that one. Because he had to say yes, because he can't say no.
Nope.
We all know that.
Right.
But if he says yes and then starts rambling, people are going to catch him and ask follow-ups.
Correct.
And he just says yes. Meanwhile, Tim Connolly has sent you home 2 of the last 3 years.
Correct.
In Nikola Jokic's prime, in this championship window, Tim Connolly, who drafted the Joker during a Taco Bell commercial, is the one who's ended Joker over 66% of the last 3 seasons. And, yeah, I think if you went and had a latte with Josh, Sean Payton style, he would tell you, I should have never let Tim walk. That was a mistake. That was a mistake to let Tim walk. And the problem is, there was some fun, too, today about, hey, you got votes for Executive of the Year.
I didn't like that part either, actually.
And he said it was a joke from a mutual friend, but you got 2. Oh, it was all jokes from mutual friends. And he said, I believe it was our guy, Mark Kisla. Are you the GM of the team? No, I'm the president, and I have been for 15 years. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what Josh Kroenke said.
Yeah.
And I think that bothers people as well because, did you let Tim walk because you're thinking, this is the Josh show, not the Tim show. This is the Josh show, and I'll be just as good without Tim. And he did win a title, but Tim did 90% of the work. Calvin Booth had a huge trade, a massive trade. Getting rid of Will Barton for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope was huge. But that's the only thing really that Calvin Booth contributed to the title. He brought in KCP and unloaded Will Barton, who I just thought was not a good fit on this Nuggets team. But the guy who did 90% of the work, you let him walk, and then today you said, yes, I think I spend off the court when there's evidence that you don't. If you were willing to spend Tim Connolly what he's worth, he would still be running the Denver Nuggets.
Well, it's overwhelming evidence. It's not even worth discussing. It's known in NBA parlance where it's just referenced in passing. It's not even discussed. We played it earlier in the week from the Hoop Collective.
It's like your boy Windhorse, yeah.
Yeah, it's not even like it's not implied. It's just understood that this is the setup here in Denver. It just is. Okay? It's not to be debated. But I'm glad you brought that up with the because he didn't get 2 votes. He got 1 vote. All right, so Kisla misphrased the question. So he got 1 vote for executive.
Well, then maybe
of the
that's
year.
not on Mark. Maybe that's on me. I thought he got 2. My apologies.
No. Because Mark said that in his question. He had it. He goes, "You got 2 votes for executive of the year." It was 1 vote, and from what I understand.
Okay.
But anyway, the fact that here you are running a team, and you're trying to run a championship team. You're trying to win the championship. Okay. It's possible that Josh Kroenke could win that award. Like, that's possible, okay? The fact that he got 1 vote, a lot of people kind of thought that was funny, and apparently Josh thought it was funny because we don't know the name who cast it, but he said that's actually an inside joke. It's an inside joke. But I just thought that was painfully ironic, just to be frank. The fact that you are eligible to get votes for this award. You got 1, and it was a joke. Like, that's crazy to me. It's just painfully ironic. And then the other thing is
real quick, he did get 2 votes.
Okay.
He got a 2nd place vote and a 3rd place vote.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was I just roll my eyes because this isn't funny. Like, you're trying to build a championship team. People care about this stuff deeply. So I didn't like that, and that's not to say just because I didn't like it, it also doesn't mean I think it's a huge deal. It's not a huge deal. I just didn't like it. I just don't think it's appropriate, and I think that I think it's unbecoming.
Was it like when Sean Payton had a little too casual of a tone after losing the AFC title game?
Yeah.
You didn't love that Greg went in all business. George was all business. Sean wasn't really all business.
He was joking around.
And Josh Kroenke, your team just won 2 lousy playoff games.
Right.
But it's I got 2 votes for executive of the year from 2 mutual friends.
Yeah, and it's just an inside joke. You guys don't get it. And I'm just like, okay, that just rubs me the wrong way. But the other thing is if this team is everything to you, right? And I'm following this team, right? I go to these games. I talk about them 5 days a week. I know how many games Jokic missed. I know what the team's record was without Jokic. I'm a sports talk show host. Josh didn't know either of those things today. Did you catch that?
Whatever the record was.
Yeah. He said, and someone will have to tell me what the record was. Someone will have to tell me what the record was. It's like, dude, this is your team. And he didn't know, what was it, 15, 16, whatever it was, the games that Jokic missed. Like, dude, no, it's 6. Again, it's a little thing. It's a little thing, but it's a microcosm, and that's what microcosms are. They're small things that represent a larger issue. So when you say it was 15, 16 games, whatever it was, and someone will have to tell me what the record was, that's a little thing. It's a throwaway line. But I'm like, wait a second. You're the president. He's the greatest player in the world. You didn't know how many games he missed and what their record was without him? I don't know, Will. It's a little thing, but that was something that it just rubbed me the wrong way.
I think it's fair that those are the type of stats you should know as the president, the owner of the team. And also, I'll give you one more, because now we're kind of down this rabbit hole. I asked you 20 minutes ago to tick either of us off, and we said no. And now we're sort of listing the issues we had with it. I'll give you another. Started listing his resume.
Yeah.
Started listing his resume. I've won titles with the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
I've won titles with the Avalanche. I've won a title with the Nuggets. And oh, by the way, our soccer team, Arsenal's, on the verge of doing something, whatever he said. We don't care.
No.
This is a press conference about the Denver Nuggets. Matthew Stafford got a Hoist Lombardi a couple years ago. Is that supposed to make me feel better as a Nuggets fan? Absolutely not. The Avalanche, I'll give you a little bit of a pass because they're in the same town, and a lot of people who root for the Nuggets root for the Avalanche. The LA Rams and Arsenal? No one cares. No one cares.
All right, we'll circle back in hour number 2 to get to some of that audio from today's rare press conference from Nuggets ownership, brass, and coach. But before we do that, we could just be over 24 hours away, Will, from seeing something we've never seen before in the history of the Avs or the NHL. That's coming up next.
In Colorado, greatness isn't a surprise. It's an expectation. And Nathan McKinnon is delivering once again. The Avalanche superstar has been named a Hart Trophy finalist for the 5th time after a monster season with 127 points, 53 goals, and a Rocket Richard Trophy to his name. Only McDavid and Kucherov finished with more points. But McKinnon's Avs are undefeated in the postseason and charging toward the Cup. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. I got an email from a guy named Mark, retired firefighter, tough guy. Never asked for help in his life, but he told me the rising cost of everything finally caught up to him. Groceries, insurance, prescriptions. It was all hitting at once. And he said, I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'm falling behind. I told him there's nothing to be embarrassed about because American Financing hears stories like this every day. They walked him through a refinance, looked at his whole financial picture, not just his credit card debt that had piled up. With a refinance, he learned he may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. Then he heard the average customer savings is $800 a month, and he said it felt like someone finally opened a window in a stuffy room. 1 payment, more breathing room, a chance to stop robbing Peter to pay Paul. American Financing is family-owned, licensed in all 50 states with salary-based mortgage consultants, no upfront fees, and no obligation. They helped Mark make his equity his exit strategy, and they can help you too. Call them at 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 18234, NMLS 1823334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Are you looking for the perfect engagement ring? Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. We have a great selection to choose from. If you're looking for that one-of-a-kind custom ring, our associates will take the time with you to design that ring that she will love and her friends will go crazy over. At Matthews, when you purchase your ring and Centerstone, you'll receive 20% off your wedding bands. Make the right choice. Come to Matthews and save.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by the Colorado Lottery. Play on.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling right along here. If you want to react to anything that we just said, you can hit us up on the YouTube chat presented by Champ Honda. You can check that out. We'll shift gears here momentarily. We'll get back to some of the audio that, we'll play some of it back for you, and you can decide for yourself if you did not hear all of today's press conference. All right, we'll have that for you. But we could just be over 24 hours away from seeing something we've never seen before in the history of the Colorado Avalanche or the history of the NHL. So check this out. Even despite the illustrious history of the Avs, right? Seriously, what rarefied air the Avs are in to come into the NHL in the 90s and have 3 championships? That is uncommon. It's fantastic history and legacy, and we should all be cognizant and appreciative of that, Will?
Definitely, and we should also be really appreciative that a guy named Joe Sakic came with the Quebec Nordiques.
Totally.
That helped as well. You inherited a really good hockey team.
No doubt.
We just saw Arizona move to Utah. The Mammoth did make the playoffs this year, but when the Coyotes moved, they were the worst team in the league.
Right.
We definitely got very lucky in Denver that Quebec was a super competitive franchise when they made the move.
Well, despite all that incredible history, the Avs have never started a postseason 7-0. Okay? And never in NHL history. Think about this. They've been playing hockey for a long time. Never in the history of the NHL has 2 teams ever started 7-0. But now it's up to the Avs to fulfill their end of the bargain because the Hurricanes last night became the 13th team in the history of the National Hockey League to start a postseason 7-0. And if we get 2 in the same singular postseason, man, it'll be the definition of unprecedented.
And, yeah, the definition of collision course as well. As the days continue to stack, it feels more and more like Avs and Hurricanes is inevitable.
Yep.
And I think the Knights and the Ducks are going to go 6 or 7 games. It would not shock me at all if the Canadians and Sabres go 6 or 7 games. Meanwhile, Carolina's going to take their brooms to Philadelphia. They just are. They're a better team. The Flyers look defeated. They're going to sweep them. And if the Avalanche can move to 7-0, I think they've obviously got a very good chance to sweep the Minnesota Wild on Monday night. I think when teams are down 3-0, the focus just starts to lapse. 2-0, I think the Wild are still locked in. They may know deep down they don't have a shot, but they're still locked in. You get them tomorrow night, you're probably going to sweep them on Monday, and I think that's what Carolina's going to do to Philly. And again, I'm glad that one is happening in the West and one is happening in the East, because we talk a lot about conferences not being properly balanced, and the West in basketball is so much stronger than the East. Or maybe the AFC in football is stronger than the NFC. Now, that wasn't the case this year because the Chiefs and the Bengals and the Ravens all fell off, but that has been a historical fact. I'm just thankful as an Avs fan that if Carolina goes 12-1 on their way to the final and the Avs go 12-0 or 12-1 on their way to the final, then it really will be the clash of the Titans for the Stanley Cup.
Man, from a power rating standpoint, we could be looking at one of the great power-rated Stanley Cup finals of all time if these two juggernauts don't lose steam on their way down that Stanley Cup track. Yesterday, during meetings at the practice facility in Minnesota, apparently John Hines and the staff showed the players metrics that show that they've been pretty even with the Avalanche in terms of 5-on-5, and in some cases even better than the Avalanche at 5-on-5. This is what you do when you're getting dominated on the scoreboard.
Exactly.
Right? You go to the numbers and the analytics and say, actually, even though we're not executing the point of the game, and that's to put this little rubber saucer in the back of the net more times than they do, we're not doing that, but we're doing this other stuff, and really to emphasize the process. I found that interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, John Hines at this point, he's got to try to come up with anything because he already played a really important card, and he played it way too early. And if you play board games or card games or strategic games, you know sometimes you can only play that card once, and you better play it at the right time or you're going to lose. And switching goalies after game one, I told you yesterday, this is not revisionist history. I crushed him for it at the time. I'm going to continue to crush him for it. This dude's now grasping at straws, so he's got to tell his hockey team with a straight face, well, guys, you gave up 14 goals in Denver, but let me tell you why you're not playing that bad.
Right.
It sounds kind of foolish when we put it that way, but he's paid a handsome salary to try to get Minnesota out of this hole, so he's got to do everything in his power to attempt that.
Well, how about this? I found this interesting. So I'm reading this article, and they're quoting former NHL goaltender Brian Butcher, who just happens to be calling the games for TNT. Okay, so he's like looped in on a handful of stuff that we otherwise wouldn't be with that sort of access. And he says, quote, reading the tea leaves, it didn't sound like Gustafsson handled not playing very well. And now I wonder where Wallstedt is at. And so I think things are getting kind of weird over there.
Which is great for us.
It's great. It's great. So, okay, we'll just put a pin in that. We'll see what we're in store for tomorrow evening. We'll get in more of a preview style setup later in the show, and cannot wait to dive headfirst into all things Game 3, Wild and Avs. All right, today was a rare day. We got to hear from Nuggets ownership, brass, and the head coach. What do you think we learned looking back at today? You'll hear some of the presser, and we'll react to it next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
What's going on, everybody? Phil Lindsay here. And guys, I know there's at least 50 of you listening to me right now thinking about popping that question this year to your special somebody. And if you're ready for all that, then you know you need a diamond. But let me add more to this. Mother's Day is around the corner. And whether it's your wife, your mom, or a mom who deserves something unforgettable, this is the moment to make her feel truly special. Let me save you some time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring or looking for a great Mother's Day gift, this is where it's going to be begin for you. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their surface is gonna reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They're gonna have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, in the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they gonna share the secret to the business with you, but guys, they're gonna give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood, at Broadway, and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at WindowNation.com. I know that May's weather is pretty nice, but you don't have to wait until the heat hits in May and beyond to try and avoid high energy bills. You need to upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows. You get new energy efficient ones from WindowNation.com, and you get half of them for free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at WindowNation.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ductworks. Spring cleaning isn't just about what you can see, it's about what's hiding behind the scenes. Your ducts collect dust, allergens, debris all winter long. It's one of those places you just don't think about. Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. They're recommended by more contractors than anyone else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt debris that other companies leave behind. Less strain, better airflow, lower energy costs. They'll show you before and after photos so you can actually see the difference. And they clean every line. Nothing gets missed. Before your AC runs all season, make sure the air you're breathing is actually clean. Give them a call at 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985. Or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow, they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We built one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof, all measured, all working together. That's not a pitch, that's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Regen RX. It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you on a Friday. Gorgeous day in the Centennial State. Will Peterson filling in for Philip Lindsay. It's been a very fun couple days, and I appreciate you being here, Will. Are you having as much fun as I am having?
Yeah, it's a blast, man. We've got so much going on. The Avalanche, obviously, trying to get us our 1 parade when we were hoping to have 3. Big Broncos news today, and, of course, you get to hear from Josh Kroenke for nearly an hour. That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, it was, and they covered a lot of ground. I'd be lying if I said I thought the press conference redefined everything with the Nuggets. I think that there's some stuff that we picked up on for sure. In terms of anything groundbreaking, you're not going to get it in a setting like that. You're just not going to get exactly what you're looking for. So you kind of have to parse through. As is the case with the Broncos a lot of the times, you have to parse through what's being said, what they mean, and then what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
So here is a little bit from Josh Kroenke earlier today talking about how they will not make any decisions on Aaron Gordon that are based off emotion.
I would say that anybody thinking that doesn't know the rhythm of what goes along inside these walls at times. I have full faith in Coach Adelman. I think he coached a hell of a season, all things considered. I think anybody saying something like that is speaking from a place of emotion. I would say that my job in this organization is to help make decisions without emotion. And so I love Aaron Gordon, and I know that I think the world of him just like the entire Nuggets nation does. But there are some things that we're going to have to look at. This team looks a lot different when Aaron Gordon's healthy. I think everybody can acknowledge that. And so we need a healthy Aaron Gordon, and so we need to help figure out how to make the most of him and get the most out of his body for the benefit of the team. That's for sure.
This is a really tricky one. Because let me just start off by saying I believe what he says when he talks about how much he cares about Aaron. Aaron is regarded in that building and amongst not just his teammates, but Nuggets staff. And I'm talking about training staff, player development staff, catering. I'm talking like it goes granular with Aaron Gordon. He is beloved in a way that honestly, it's a one of none. Like even Joker, because Joker's his own thing, but Aaron is so personable and easygoing. I asked someone, I've shared this before, but I asked someone from the public relations office last year. I said, "Hey, who's the easiest Denver Nugget to deal with?" And Will, a half second didn't pass before they said Aaron Gordon. But it's really, really tricky. And you know, just like I do, at the end of the day, this is pro sports, and he has missed a lot of games over the last 2 years. But at the same time, you turn the coin over. When he is healthy, the Nuggets are a version of themselves that it's like there's only one of these guys. Just like there's only one Aaron Gordon in that building, there's only one guy like that in the NBA that checks so many boxes, both tangible and intangible. This is going to be tricky here moving forward.
Oh, absolutely. And I walked away thinking that Aaron Gordon is probably the most likely to be traded. Maybe not the only one, but the most, because you even heard it there from Josh. He praised what he wants to do. I agree with you. I think Josh is being dead serious. Everything he says about Aaron, he believes. He is a Nugget legend. Not too strong of a word. Just like you call Jamal a legend, I'll call Aaron a legend.
Definitely.
He literally danced through the streets with the fans. He's a legend. You've been in Ball Arena many a times. I've been in Ball Arena many a times. When you walk in the side door where the players come in and the media comes in, to get to the Nuggets locker room, you have to pass between 8 to 10 security personnel. Mm-hmm. They have a lot of folks there. They got to make sure you really belong there. You're supposed to be there. it would not shock me if Aaron Gordon says hello to every
Oh,
single
yeah.
one of those people.
Oh, yeah.
You know, where there's other guys on the team, I promise, they just walk right through because they're a player on the Nuggets. They're not going to bother to exchange pleasantries with strangers in the hallway. That's who AG is. That's his DNA. All that said, he hasn't been healthy. He hasn't been healthy. He played 36 regular season games this year. That's a number, the more you say it out loud, the more it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around.
Correct.
He played in less than half your games this season. He was healthy for one playoff game. Zach, you needed him healthy for 2 months to win a title. He could not make it 2 games.
I know, and the shame is that we knew coming into the season how big of a deal it was because his season ended this year the same way it ended last year. Soft tissue injuries, calf, hamstring, the same deal. And if you look back to last year, he missed, he played in 51. That means he missed, another 31 games? So you missed 31 games last year, and if you played in 36 this year, how many is that? I'm not good at math.
46.
So 46 plus 31, that means he's missed 77 games in 2 years.
And that's just regular season.
That's just regular season. Was barely available at all for the first round. And I remember saying for the months leading up to the postseason, AG hasn't played in 16 consecutive games since the championship. 16 wins are what's required for a championship. That was years ago at this point. So it's really tough because you even the most hardened sports fan would just say, okay, we're at the end of the road. You got to trade him. It's not that easy. These other teams are going to be looking at the same numbers that we are, being like, yeah, that's great. When he's available, he's really good, but he hasn't been available in the way that we're looking for in years. So why would we give you the things that you're looking for? If I had to guess, and I am just guessing, I think that Aaron Gordon's going to be back with the Denver Nuggets. I do, just because I don't know. Like, you would be getting rid of him just to shed salary, and I don't think that you can do that, stare your fan base in the face and say, we did that move because we think we're going to get better. You're not going to get better watching him leave because the package in return is going to stink. So I don't, this one it's a sticky wicket here.
What if you packaged him with Jamal Murray, though, and went true blockbuster? Hey, you guys want Jamal? That's cool. You got to take Aaron's contract, too. And then you get back,
Jaylen Brown, and Derek White, and whatever, yeah.
With the Celtics, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy.
But when Josh says, and he said in that answer twice, we can't make decisions based on emotion, that actually lends me to believe he is going to trade Aaron Gordon. Because the emotional decision would be, he's Mr. Nugget. He danced through the streets. We're going to get him healthy. He's going to help us win a second ring with Nikola. He's coming back. That feels more like emotion to me. Logic to me feels like his body's breaking down. It's not his fault. No one blames him. But the logical thing we have to do is trade him. So when he talks about emotion twice, I actually read that, if I'm just reading the tea leaves, as Aaron Gordon's going to get traded this summer.
Dante, you got something on this behind the glass?
I do, on Aaron Gordon. And if you do bring him back next year, is that a scenario where, and I know a lot of sports fans don't like this, but where you implement load management for Aaron Gordon and you say, hey, I know you're 100% healthy right now, but we're still going to sit you tonight just because of the last 2 years that we've seen?
Yeah, and honestly, we've seen that with a contender right now. The Oklahoma City Thunder have done that with Alex Caruso. Throughout the season, they will sit him when he's healthy. In the middle, there's no back-to-back. They just manage him that way. And so, yeah, Dante, 1,000%. Not only are you on it, if he comes back, that's the only option. Like the expectation can't be 82 games, and it can't be 72 games. It's like that old adage, you begin with the end in mind. The Nuggets' regular seasons are mostly a formality. Now, we're in the trenches with these teams. We're going to watch them. We're going to talk about them, and rightfully so. And you don't want to get bored with the process in these seasons because there will come a time where the Denver Nuggets aren't winning 50 games. The time is not right now. But, you begin with the end in mind. You manage the heck out of that guy if he is back.
Well, and that's why I told you yesterday. They didn't win 54 games to me. They won 2 games.
Right.
That's why they went 2-4. What was their record during the 25-26 season? 2-4. Because in the 6 most important games, that's what they put up against Minnesota. The other thing with AG, and I agree with Dante, you'd have to load manage him, but that's why I said, and I said it till I was blue in the face, don't play him until round 1, game 1. And people want to talk to me about chemistry, and, you got to get back in a rhythm. AG has plenty of chemistry with Nikola and Jamal and Christian. He won titles with those guys. Maybe he would have. made it a little longer if they didn't feel the need to play him in the final 10 to 12 regular season games. And I understand he sat against Oklahoma City and San Antonio to end the year, but I wouldn't have brought him back till round 1, game 1. They brought him back. He played whatever it was, 10 to 12 games, and his body unfortunately couldn't make it through game 2 of the series.
Well, Josh Kroenke was also asked about the tax. Okay, we talked about this in dedicated fashion yesterday. If you missed it, we're not going to go through it again because it's almost a curriculum. It's NBA curriculum, but you get smarter by educating yourself on it. So if you missed it, go hit up the Drive podcast, available at DenverSports.com, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Listen to the top of hour 2 and the top of hour 4 if you missed it. But he was asked about the tax. And last year, moving on from Michael Porter Jr., which he gets into, but he also was asked in the preface to the question about how the goal, and it really lined up with our show yesterday. The preface to the question was, and it was really the preface to the bigger conversation we had yesterday, was how they operated at the deadline. How they operated at the deadline. And there's nothing that you could point to at the trade deadline that said you were actively trying to get better. You ducked the tax. It's just what happened. Okay? It's just what happened. Not here to debate it, or it's just what happened. And he was asked about that and what the expectation should be moving forward in that department.
When discussing the tax, you're also talking about flexibility. When you sit here and you talk about our team salary, what we did last summer, and I give a lot of credit to our front office, was we finally broke up the core, you could say, of players that provided the first championship in Denver Nuggets history. I think when the rules around the league and the system changed, we had to take a hard look at where we'd committed ourselves from a salary standpoint, understanding that having 3 max players probably was not something that was going to be continuous for us going forward. Love Michael as a person, love Michael as a player, but that was something we felt the organization needed to do to maintain a roster going forward to establish more depth. And so when you make that trade last summer and you do wind up able to establish more depth, you head into the deadline in a place where you're right around that tax line. And we sat and we looked at different ideas for the organization to improve at that point in time, but we didn't see anything that was going to be a real needle mover for us. Not only that, are you using up potential future assets to go chase something that might not make sense might make sense in the short term, but doesn't make sense for you long term. And so my job as an organization is to look at everything. And I don't think we made ourselves any worse what we did at the deadline. I mean, I think that if our team was healthy for the entire season, we wouldn't have needed to do anything at the deadline. So I have to be responsible on all angles, and to me, that was more of a move to preserve flexibility than anything.
All right, so there's a lot there. A lot of it, probably more than half of it, is a bit of a word salad. Okay, and I'm not crushing Josh for this. This happens just a lot of times. You're kind of explaining your way through, but you're kind of like plodding through it. What will frustrate fans is that Josh Kroenke is there saying, it's my job to look at the short term and the long term, and some of the stuff that could have been beneficial at the trade deadline, it was for a short-term game, but not for long-term, like more sustainability. And I'm using that word. I'm sort of paraphrasing.
Needle mover. That's what stuck out to me. You know what the Wolves did at the deadline? Ayu DeSomo. Was he a needle mover?
Yeah, well, he scored the most points off the bench in 50 years in a playoff game.
When he hung 43 on the Nuggets?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I'm going to. He's basically telling the media, well, there was nothing we could do that moved the needle. The team that eliminated you acquired a guy from Chicago who literally moved their needle to a Game 4 win.
And he was the leading scorer in the series, by the way.
Didn't even play
Ayo.
Game 6.
It wasn't Ant-Man. It was Ayo, who was the leading scorer in the series. So that's
and he played 5 of the 6 games.
And that's painfully ironic, that the fact that it's that dynamic that you went up against. But also, what fans will also tell you is that you can't be worried about the long term when you have Jokic in his prime. Like, fans don't want to hear about the sustainability. This is what got Calvin Booth in trouble. Well, we're not obsessed with going back to back, right? We want to, build a stable contender. I got it, but Jokic won't be here forever. This is the greatest thing that ever happened to the organization. So that, I know, frustrated some fans as well. And this is going to be just flat out fascinating here moving forward, because you either are going to pay the largest tax bill in the history of the Denver Nuggets times 2, or you're going to have to break this thing up. And so something's got to give here, Will. Something's got to give. And I know they talked about running it back on the table. In fact, I'll play that for you here. Here's Josh Kroenke talking about how everything is on the table except for, well, you'll hear it.
Everything's on the table right now, including running it back. I think that, from my perspective, when I sit here and think about where we were 12 months ago, I think we've made really strong strides in certain areas. I think there's other areas where I think we've either been complacent. I don't want to say that we've regressed, but complacency would be a key word that I think I saw in some areas, in some people this year. So there's going to be some challenges. Absolutely. I think that, I don't want to be masked in my frustration for how the season ended. I think that, anybody that was a fan of the Denver Nuggets should be frustrated. And anything that a fan feels, I probably feel at 1,000x. So I think that, everything's going to be on the table outside of trading Nikola. I should be clear because my words got twisted in an interesting way last summer. But, yeah, I think everything's on the table outside of trading Nikola. I think we need to have running it back as a possibility. I think this season was, in a lot of ways, the season that never was. Because this group never fully got a chance to show any kind of rhythm. When you're going to have the amount of turnover and change that we did last year, I think these three guys did a hell of a job. But to establish any kind of a rhythm, and basketball is a rhythm game, I think, the group as a whole never had a chance to fully do that. And I think that a microcosm of our season is almost Nikola before and after the injury. He was one player before. And when you come back, he was still incredible in so many facets, but for some reason his three-point shot left him.
All right, again, a lot there.
That was the most important answer of the day.
A lot there. Tell me why.
Everything. That it's everything. Running it back's on the table. Trading anyone but Nikola's on the table. Nikola wasn't the same player before and after the injury. I think is a really interesting answer from the president and the owner of the team.
And I would say accurate, by the way.
But all three of those made that, to me,
yeah,
this hour-long press conference, his singular most important answer in terms of you learn the most. You tease the segment, what did we learn? That minute or whatever it was, minute 20, that was the biggest takeaways from that entire shindig at Ball Arena today.
Well, there was a lot to that response that covered about 90 seconds. It was interesting to hear him stop at the word complacency. He said complacency would be a key word for me. And I'm curious, who do you think he's talking about in his own mind's eye?
It's a great question. Because Jamal did not look complacent in his first ever All-Star year.
No.
I don't think you could ever accuse Nikola of being complacent. I mean, the guy carried you once again when he was on the court, other than the games he missed in January and February. Aaron, his body didn't cooperate. I think it's about Christian Brown. As I'm going through this, I don't really know who else it would be. Because you know what? Christian Brown got a winning Powerball ticket in the form of $125 million. Now, he hasn't been able to cash that thing yet, but it's going to start cashing next year and the year after and the year after. That's all guaranteed, right? This isn't the NFL where we can just cut these guys and get rid of half the salary or take on the largest dead cap in NFL history like Russell Wilson and the Broncos. Tua has since passed it, but you know what I mean at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing. But I think he's talking about Christian Brown. Who else could he be talking about?
Yeah, and I'm left to guess too. And again, the reason that we are guessing is because he really tried to emphasize it to the point where he said complacency would be a key word for me. Christian came to my mind as well. And which is, man, Christian's a worker. That's the thing. It's like Christian works at this. Christian is not one of these guys who is just these floating NBA players who gets by on talent. Like, that's not CB. But I am left to speculate, like, man, and again, I'm not following Christian around, right? This is just going on his reputation. And did he take his foot off the gas after that ink dried? Like, man, I've won a championship. I got my contract, because his basketball skill not only didn't advance and develop moving forward, it regressed in a way that the last 3 weeks leading up to the end of the season, or the literal end of the season, their postseason exit, was asking the question, can someone help me out? What does Christian Brown do at a plus NBA level right now? Because he's not an elite rebounder. He's certainly not an elite shooter. He's an albatross to the team in that department. He doesn't handle it. He doesn't create shots for himself or others. I don't. I mean, this thing is aging so bad. Now you have a chance because you can't deal him. That the biggest development in his regard has to actually come in house. He's got to bounce back as a player. But yeah, if it's not him, I don't exactly know who it would be, honestly.
Yeah, it can't be Nikola, Jamal, Aaron for the reasons I outlined. It can't be David because it's his first year as the head coach. I don't think he's going to sit there and spend too much time on Jalen Pickett, just for example, an end-of-the-bench type guy.
Yeah.
It's got to be Christian Brown. It's got to be Christian Brown. Now, that said, I do want to defend Christian Brown a little bit because you said you don't follow Christian Brown around. Neither do I, of course. But I did find myself walking through the hallway of Ball Arena at 12:30 on the Sunday between Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, Nuggets-Wolves, was a Saturday. Game 2 was a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm walking in Ball Arena because the Avs and Kings Game 1's at 1 o'clock. And I'm walking down the hallway by myself, and who's walking past me? I look up. It's Christian Brown. It's Christian Brown. He was taking the elevator up to go work in the practice court. So there's an example right there.
It's a common sight.
It is common, but it was also his off day. The Avs are playing. Ball Arena's got 18,000 people in it, and here's Christian Brown walking past me in the hallway to go get up shots.
This is what I'm saying from 3 or 4 minutes ago. Christian's a worker.
Right.
That's why I'm surprised. But if you're left to speculate based on the level of performance, because this is a performance business. It's not a try hard, work hard league. It's a perform at a high level and validate a $125 million contract league. He didn't come close to doing that.
I'm not saying because he got shots up in between games he's some great worker, but what I'm telling people is he wasn't just chilling on his couch watching movies all day either.
No, and that's just not him.
It's not.
It's not him, but you have to perform. You just have to. Okay, here is a little bit more of what does run it back actually mean, Josh Kroenke?
When I say running it back, I mean you're talking about a lot of different variations of what running it back could look like. Is it going to be the exact same team? I don't think there's ever the exact same team of the same 13 to 16 guys in there, but are you talking about the same core group of players? Potentially. And that could mean re-signing and bringing back certain guys as well.
All right. I'll believe it when I see it.
If it's the same team plus Peyton Watson gets a shiny new deal.
No,
the math just doesn't work.
The math doesn't math. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not even about like roster construction from a basketball standpoint. It's not even what it's about. It's about the repeater tax. And I know people don't want to hear that. It's about the repeater tax. The repeater tax gets more punishing every year you repeat it. So if you move forward with this roster and quote-unquote run it back and you sign P-Watt and then add your first-round draft pick, the 26th pick, and 3 minimum contracts, you have a tax bill of $207 million. And that's what's not going to get paid. So, again, easy to say. In theory, much harder in practice. I thought one of the most interesting sequences of the entire afternoon was this one.
Josh, you mentioned that the joke is that you guys are willing to pay for what's on the floor. Is ownership willing to pay for what's off the floor? And do you think your approach has reflected that over the years?
Yes.
He gave one-word answer the entire afternoon, and that was it. Because that question right there from Brendan Vogt, and I'll give him credit because it's perfectly worded and it perfectly illustrates how you got here. You say you'll pay for the stuff on the floor. Will you pay for the stuff off the floor? And has your actions been a reflection of that? Yes. But we know it hasn't.
Nope.
We know it hasn't. And today is not about, hey, let's wake up and kill Josh Kroenke, because, by the way, it was a year ago, when Josh Kroenke gave a press conference, and I was like, man, I thought he came off really, really well and articulate and was illustrative of the things that were facing the organization and all that. And not that he sounded like a buffoon today, because he didn't. He's smart, he's articulate, he's well thought, thinks these answers through. But that question at the core of it, will you pay for the things off the court? They're not talking about gear, okay? He's talking about coaches, and he's talking about executives. And we know it is just firmly understood in every NBA circle that the Denver Nuggets have a formula, and they don't value those guys. And part of the reason that we're here having press conferences is in the second round is because of that. If you unpack this thing far enough back, all right, it's not too long ago, but you unpack it, you reverse engineer it, how you got here, it's at the nucleus of that question that was asked, and there's a reason that it only got one word, and you hit on it earlier. If you expand on it, you open yourself up to follow-ups. You open yourself up to specific examples. And he wanted to shut it down right there. Brilliant from a PR perspective. But it's just, there's really nothing that you or I can do. It just is. It doesn't make it right. It's actually the wrong approach, in my opinion. But it just is.
It's unsatisfying from a Nuggets fan approach.
Definitely.
Because if Tim Connolly was still the GM, we would have more than one parade. I firmly believe that. And you mentioned that, Josh, you're not killing him, and I'm not trying to kill him either. I thought he had answers today, and he certainly doesn't have to speak. I don't think anyone's making him speak. I mean, he went 4 or 5 years without speaking.
Correct.
During the TV thing. But out of 10, like, how satisfied did I walk away today? 4, 5. It wasn't a 1, wasn't a disaster, certainly wasn't a 10 out of 10. It was right middle of the road. And you mentioned last year as well, you talked about how you thought he had a great press conference. Do you remember how many pressers he had last year?
I think, was it 3?
3. Had one when he fired Malone and Booth, had one when they lost to the Thunder in 7, had a third when they made Adelman the full-time head coach.
Yeah.
3 press conferences.
Yep.
And this year, it's going to be the only time we hear from him. I'd say 4 or 5 out of 10. Where are you at? In terms of, satisfying.
Oh, it's in terms of satisfying, felt like popcorn. I'm chewing, I'm swallowing, but it's not filling me up. Empty calories. All right, this weekend is the Broncos rookie minicamp. Where would your eyes go first if you were out there? And guess who's jumping on the Avs bandwagon? We'll get to all that next.
Big news out of Broncos country. General Manager George Payton, the architect behind Denver's rise to an AFC powerhouse, has agreed to a brand new 5-year contract extension. Since taking over in 2021, Payton has rebuilt the roster with standout draft picks, smart free agent moves, and a strong partnership with head coach Sean Payton. Now locked in through 2030, he's set to keep the Broncos charging toward championship territory. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. The big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The playoffs are full of surprises, underdogs, overtime thrillers, sudden upsets. But when it comes to your facility's electrical systems, you don't want surprises. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has powered complex commercial and industrial projects, from large-scale distribution to fire alarms and preventative maintenance. Their licensed electricians help reduce downtime, control cost, and keep operations running smoothly. Got a project coming up? Don't leave it to chance. Include Piper Electric in your bid process. Visit piperelectric.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This is Terry Wickstrom. I want to tell you about a great new partner to Terry Wickstrom Outdoors, Mad River Mortgage, your reverse mortgage specialist. If you want to secure your rest of life housing, maybe come up with some extra cash, or have a line of credit available to supplement your senior lifestyle, call my friend Mike Rabin at 303-396-2804 and ask about an FHA-insured home equity conversion mortgage, or go to madrivermortgage.com, NMLS 1504779.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer is coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of May. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
She may live close by. She may have passed, or while not your mom, a caring person in your life. Even Mother Earth could be celebrated on Mother's Day. This is Jay Rickstrew with Alpine Bank, member FDIC, wishing mothers in all their glorious forms a happy Mother's Day. The attention you give, the thoughtful ear, the caring touch, you truly make a difference. From moms in the professional space to those at home, you work around the clock doing everything you can to support the ones you love. It's quite a job. One Alpine Bank and so many others deeply appreciate. Whoever this special person is in your life, Mother's Day is your commitment to give thanks. A quiet moment, a candle lit, a phone call, a gift, a meal shared. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Every day at 3:30, The Drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver!
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on The Drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it! Hashtag hold it on a Friday. Rolling downhill with you guys, getting you to the weekend. If you're already there, congrats. If you're still working, keep going. And if you're working through the weekend, man, keep chopping that wood. I've been there. Okay, this weekend is Broncos rookie minicamp. Mr. Will Peterson filling in for Philip Lindsay again. Where would your eyes go if you were out there at Broncos rookie minicamp?
Tight end, Justin Jolie,
yeah.
That's number one to me for sure. Because I was really bummed, and you know this, you and I went back and forth a little bit on Twitter. Super bummed you had 2 guys on the board that I felt like you could have gotten.
I was thinking, like, okay, which time? We're going through which time
There's
you and I going back and forth, yes.
But I really wanted Eli Stowers in a Broncos uniform. Was it Claire, the kid out of Ohio State?
Yeah, Max
who went
Claire.
1 pick before.
I'm pretty sure that was their target. I'm going to find out for sure. It's only a matter of time, but I'm pretty sure, like, by their actions, you trade back right after that pick at a position of need.
So with all due respect to defensive tackles out of Texas A&M, if I was there this weekend, doesn't excite me. I'd go to the tight end room for sure. How about you?
Jonah Coleman. I think Jonah Coleman, what does the eye test say about this young man right out of the gate? Does he have future starting running back, appearance to him, out there with his contemporaries and his new teammates? Like, just, again, no one's going to be tackling out there this weekend, but oftentimes, I remember, Javonte Williams first putting eyes on him at rookie minicamp and being like, damn, like, look at the way, like, this guy's built. And he goes out there and leads the league in broken tackles. You're not going to see anything like that that's going to say, oh, Justin Jolie, 700 yards. I see it right now. Like, no, that's not going to happen. But I think it would be Jonah Coleman. I like the answer, Justin Jolie. Again, just how do you look stature-wise? How do you stack up? I look at, like, rookie minicamp a lot of times, like the way that I look at NBA Summer League. I'm not worried about whether shots go in or not, but how do you look comparatively physically, getting up and down the court, going after a rebound? Do you pass some of those initial eye tests? And that's what I think I'd be looking for probably this weekend.
By the way, rookie numbers have come out in the last 45 minutes or so.
Oh, really?
Does that interest you at all?
Like 0%.
I know it does interest a lot of folks, though.
Oh, no doubt.
Your boy Jonah Coleman's going to wear number 20.
Okay.
And Justin Jolie, 80.
80.
You know who wore 80 and was a great tight end for the Denver Broncos?
Shannon Sharp?
84 was Shannon.
Oh, 80, that was 84. I'm so bad with numbers. I'm like the opposite of a Jersey guy.
Julius Thomas.
Oh, there you go.
So you're saying, you're not going to see 700 yards, but does he have a little Julius? Like, do you see that 80 on him and go, ooh, I can picture the vision. Julius Thomas is clearly the best tight end the Broncos have had since Shannon Sharp. Can he even start to creep into those conversations? I don't know.
Are we sure about that? Julius Thomas, best tight end since Shannon Sharp? I'd have to think about that for a second. I know he had the 2-year period. What was it, 22 touchdowns in a 2-year period, I think?
Unbelievable monster.
Yeah.
They have, with all due respect to,
like, Owen Daniels.
2 touchdowns in an AFC title game.
That's a big deal.
It is a big deal. But Julius Thomas, those 2 years, I feel comfortable saying best tight end since Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. All right.
If you come up with an example the next 2.5 hours,
I was thinking about getting you in trouble with Joel Dreesen, but I'm gonna spare you here on a Friday.
Joel doesn't like me for whatever reason.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm not even gonna go down that road. I don't know what's what, but I think I've seen some interaction in the past.
All right, I'm gonna have to pick your brain. I don't know what I did to tick Joel off.
I don't.
So I sent some tweet like, we've seen this movie before, and Joel just went in on me. I was like, whoa. He's like, remember that old radio show you were on? I'm glad I don't have to listen to that movie anymore. I was like, whoa. Tell me how you really feel, Joel.
Oh, my gosh. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, guess who is on the Colorado Avalanche bandwagon? It's one Pat McAfee. Do you like Pat McAfee?
Yes. He's a little rough around the edges. I'm not a prude, anything like that, but it just, every other word doesn't have to be an F-bomb to get your point across, is I think what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Like, I do like Pat. I like his showmanship. I actually really enjoy, like, all his wrestling stuff. And when he was up in Boulder when they had College Game Day, and then he comes down to Ball Arenas in the ring with The Rock. That you just played it. The Rock has come back to Denver.
Yeah,
that was literally that night.
That's right. Good call.
So, yes, I like that portion of it. I don't think you need to utter profanity every other word to get your point across.
Yeah.
Would be my only thing.
All right. Well, here was Pat McAfee talking about his newfound love, the Colorado Avalanche.
This mile-high team in the Avalanche, they're bigger, stronger, tougher, and better than you.
Yep.
I mean, that's just what they are.
Wow.
Coming into the Stanley Cup playoffs, everybody that knew hockey, which is obviously not who we are claiming to be the super-duper hockey experts, but everybody that is deemed hockey experts go, I mean, that's just tic-tac-toe right there in the play. That's against a very good Minnesota Wild team. They're just basically playing with him, toying with him. That's goal, everybody's goal. McKinnon's killing people and also scoring goals. This team coming into the playoffs is being talked about as maybe being one of the best in the history of hockey with how great they are, with the run that they can go on. And they're proving to do just that. They are pounding teams. It's not just scoring more goals. It's beating the shit out of them. Here's Quinn Hughes, obviously American legend. We appreciate him. That's McKinnon, star of the Colorado Avalanche, obviously superstar. Quinn Hughes lost an edge a little bit there, but let's look at this one here. And night. That's down 5-2, the Minnesota Wild guy. Getting bodied off the thing by the star of the other team late in the game. It's just like this Avalanche team is rude. This Avalanche team is strong, and this Avalanche team will actually go ahead and bang! Punch a ref right in the head as well. It is a Avalanche run, kind of like an avalanche happening in the NHL playoffs. It'll be exciting to see who can keep up with them.
All right, that's a little taste of Pat McAfee, man. He's like, sometimes he like reminds me of like a 7-year-old who like just drank a soda. You know what I mean? But here's what I'll say about Pat McAfee. One, I think it's cool that the Avs are starting to garner more attention. We know the dynamics in American sports. Hockey, coast to coast. Maybe not here locally, but coast to coast is fourth fiddle after NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball. So I like that someone like Pat McAfee with his platform. Now, he's not my favorite, okay? He's not. What I'll say about Pat McAfee is what I appreciate about him, and I appreciate about people like him. I like when people are unapologetically themselves. And then you just be yourself and let the chips fall where they may. And there's enough like-minded people that want to ingest his content. It might not be me on a day-to-day basis, but I like that someone in his position with his platform is putting the Avs on a bit of a pedestal.
Exactly. He's got a huge audience, and if Pat wants to jump on the Avs bandwagon, welcome.
All right. We're kicking out the last slap of the mat on the 3 count. What is the most interesting storyline to watch out at Broncos rookie minicamp this weekend? We'll bounce that question off Mike Kliss next.
For the 6th straight year, Cale Makar is a Norris Trophy finalist. And this one puts him in rare company. Makar is now just the second defenseman in NHL history to be a finalist in 6 of his first 7 seasons. The other, Bobby Orr. Elite company, generational talent, the standard from the blue line. Can he bring the award for the 3rd time in his career? DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters. Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. You know, I heard from a couple in Aurora recently, Tom and Denise. They're empty nesters who thought they were finally hitting their stride, but then life happened. They needed car repairs, groceries kept climbing, and suddenly they were putting everyday expenses on credit cards just to stay afloat. Tom told me, I feel like we're working harder than ever and getting nowhere. That's when I told them about American Financing. They're helping people just like Tom and Denise every day. They look at your whole financial picture, not just credit card balances that keep growing. With a refinance, you may delay 2 mortgage payments, and you may close in as fast as 10 days. And when they heard the average customer is saving $800 a month, they finally felt like they could breathe again. One manageable payment, a chance to stop financing their past and start funding their future. American Financing, family-owned, licensed in all 50 states, with salary-based mortgage consultants. There's no upfront fees, and there's no obligation. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Dan Jacobs with the Tale of Two Cousins.
They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303-LAW-4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303-LAW-4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
It's here, and Permagreen's got it. Hi, I'm Roxy Vendina for Permagreen's new Canadian Sphagnum Peat Moss, now available at Home Depot. It's the perfect conditioner for Colorado's clay alkaline soils. You don't need a miracle, you need Permagreen.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, let's check in with our guy Mike Kliss as we do on Fridays. Mike, let's just start with the news of the day. George Payton gets his contract extension smack dab right in the middle of the start of the Denver Nuggets season-ending press conference, which I just found, ironic. What do you make of George getting his 5-year extension just a few hours ago?
Yeah, I thought we all anticipated it. He was going into his final year. I think you guys had been wondering and thought it would happen, and it did. It's the length is interesting. He had a 6-year deal, and he had 1 year left on that one, his initial one. This one is 5 years through 2030. So he basically gets 4 extended years, which is about right. I think the minimum extensions are 3 years. So I think that's about right. What I thought, though, was it sure looked like George was in trouble after 2023.
Totally.
With Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson, Randy Gregory, those were some regrettable moves that he had that year. And then I think what allowed him to rebound was a couple things. One, he is a good evaluator, and he had made some shrewd draft picks. He compensated for the loss of the draft picks with Russell Wilson by getting Marvin Mims late in the second, by getting Nick Benito late in the second. And both those guys wound up being first team all pros. So even though he lost some draft picks, some high draft picks, he hit, late in that second round, call them third rounders. And then the other thing, I think he's just got the right temperament and personality to bounce off Sean Payton, who's a lot more volatile personality, and George is the calming influence in the room, if you will, and I think Greg Penner recognized that George Payton and Sean Payton, a bit of oil and water, work well together.
Mike, it's Will Peterson in for Phil, and how close was George to getting dismissed when they dismissed Nathaniel Hackett on Christmas Day? Because there was a lot of people when they fired Hackett saying, are they just going to clean house? Zach brings up the Nuggets. Josh Kroenke did that. He fired his head coach and his GM on the same day, Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. We're obviously happy for George, and even I, who was hard on George, have certainly come around. He deserves the extension. But what was your sense at the time how close Greg Penner was indeed to firing George Payton on the same day he fired Nathaniel Hackett?
He wasn't. Greg Penner, all along, I think, like George. George, I think, Greg was new to the NFL, new to football. I think George, in many ways, showed him the ropes in understanding the NFL game and the administration and everyone's responsibilities. I think he taught Greg Penner a lot about this business. That's number one. And I do think, Hackett got fired, I think, with 4 years left on his contract, maybe 3. Didn't get very far into the contract at all. I don't think Greg wanted to, I don't think he wanted to eat 3 or 4 years of George Payton's contract at the same time. That's not good business. And then I do think that Greg recognized rather quickly that George, working alongside a strong head coach like Sean Payton, and, it was George picked Hackett as the head coach. Greg Penner was the head of the head coaching search the next time. And George, I think in the role, he wasn't completely in charge anymore. In that role, he's very good. And I think Penner recognized that. But there was a lot of noise on the outside, especially after Russell Wilson got cut, right, with all that cap money. That there was some heat on George there, but he compensated. He adjusted by, they adjusted by getting Bo Nix.
That helps.
Sean Payton.
Yeah. And Mike, two things. One, has George regained some of that power back that he lost? I mean, he famously was not even inside the Sean Payton interview upon getting hired. He was shown in the facility. Has he gained some of that equity back? And just how real were those rumors that he could have gone back to Minnesota had he not signed this extension?
Yeah. By the way, I was told a couple of days ago that he was involved in the head coaching. He was there when he interviewed Sean Payton. So
he was inside the room?
I think he might have been. I was told that a few days ago. Okay. But as far as regaining some power, yes, I think I still think Sean Payton might have final say authority on the roster. He knows what kind of player he wants to fit his schemes, to fit his culture. But George, I think, now knows that, now understands that, and works with him. And I think George has more hand and influence as far as saying, look, Sean, take a look at this Anyadam, this defensive tackle from Texas A&M. I think you're going to like him. And so I think there's that type of collaboration going on with the two. I do think George has a lot of say.
Mike, 1 minute left. What do you think the most interesting thing to watch is out at rookie minicamp this weekend?
Well, probably Jonah Coleman, the running back, 4th round. That's the guy that I thought the Broncos needed most out of this draft. Justin Jolie, maybe a little bit in the 5th round. Those would be the top 2. But Coleman had an injury last year. He had a real good junior year at Washington. He had a half a good year last year at Washington, then hurt his PCL and did not play well for about 3 or 4 or 5 games. And then came back, played through the PCL, which is admirable of him. Usually guys in that position, they just sit out and they don't want to ruin their draft stock. But he kept playing for his buddy Judd Fish, the head coach. And then he had a good bowl game for Washington. So, as he regained all that quickness and that hop step and those kind of things.
All right, great stuff, Mike. As always, have a good rest of your weekend, and we'll do this again next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
All right,
enjoy Nathan Peterman.
Can't wait.
All right, if you want to react to anything you just heard, you can hit us up on the YouTube chat presented by Champ Honda. We appreciate Mike coming on. You might have heard that nervous tick of his leg going there. That's why we call him Thumper.
I'm thumping. That's why they call me Thumper.
We'll play a little trivia next.
Big news out of Broncos country. General Manager George Payton, the architect behind Denver's rise to an AFC powerhouse, has agreed to a brand new 5-year contract extension. Since taking over in 2021, Payton has rebuilt the roster with standout draft picks, smart free agent moves, and a strong partnership with head coach Sean Payton. Now locked in through 2030, he's set to keep the Broncos charging toward championship territory. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Folks, Sunday is Mother's Day. You need a special gift, something luxurious yet affordable. And I know restaurants, flowers, candies, very popular. But I'm telling you what, she leads a stressful life, does so much juggling between her family and her job. Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here with a great idea. This year, buy her a few hours of peace and quiet at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. They specialize in wonderful services like luxurious European facials, relaxing massages, and a bunch of other great stuff. Folks, I've been to Beau Visage myself. I promise you, this place is first class all the way. It's professional, first class. They do a terrific job at very competitive prices. For details, all you have to do is pick up the phone, 303-779-5002, or online at bvspa.com. This Mother's Day, give her the gift of rest and relaxation. Treat her like a queen. Treat her to a day at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa, 303-779-5002, or bvspa.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
Tired of or fearful of hearing no? Let us say yes. We can help you get your loan approved with our expanded guidelines, less than perfect credit okay, high debt to income ratios, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Regen RX. It's The Drive with Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay. You're listening to The Drive with Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, a little trivia here on a Friday. You remember this number, Will? Remember this?
This jam?
Yeah.
It's ringing some bells.
Really? Not all the bells?
Not all the bells. Enlighten me, Zach.
Turn this up a little bit, D. Here on a Friday. The Kooks?
Or the Cooks.
The Cooks?
Yeah. It's spelled the way you said it.
Who's
That's
that,
the way I say it.
Who's that analyst for TNT, Brian?
Boucher?
There you go.
Yeah.
The Kooks.
The Kooks. It's spelled, it's K-O-O-K.
It is spelled that way, yeah.
Okay.
I say it that way as well.
Yeah. All right. Happy Friday, everyone. We're hanging out. We're having fun. We're talking ball. We're watching some ball. Rockies getting started in just less than an hour. We got Avs tomorrow night. Broncos general manager gets an extension. Nuggets do a season-ending press conference. Really fun day to be in here doing this job. But on Fridays, as tradition holds, we play trivia. Dante, real quick before we get into this here, you said our morning show went 2-2?
They did go 2-2.
Can we do a quick recap of the questions?
They got, I'm trying to think what the very first, they got the hockey, the Avs non-overtime goal scorer.
Oh, crap.
Johnny Simmers stood up on the table and was like, you know what, I didn't do this a week ago, and I'm going to do it now. I'm standing up for my answer, and he was right.
And so I named him every game-winning overtime goal scorer on their way to the 2022 Cup and mixed in one name who did not have an overtime game winner. So they got that one. We asked them who has a single-season record for most strikeouts in a Rockies single season.
So that's when it got fun.
Okay, tell me why. I didn't hear.
So Mike gave out a 99% sure it was Mark Reynolds,
Oh.
which is exactly what we wanted when we were creating the question.
Yes. I threw Ian Desmond in there because he had an awful stretch with the Rockies that was like painful to watch that we used kind of as like a red herring, like, hey, look over here at this one too.
But Mike's now like, they ended up getting it wrong, and Mike's now like 0 for 4 when he throws out the 99% sure.
Oh, the Stone Cold
I have
lock
never
is
seen
just...
someone more happy for his team to miss a trivia question than Brandon Stokely when Mike missed on a 99% sure.
Oh, that is so stoked. Just rooting for someone's demise.
Yes, it was perfect.
Oh, my God. It's evil, but it's stoke. All right, so with that said, by the way, the strikeout question, if you missed it, the most strikeouts in a single season, Ezekiel Tovar. 200 strikeouts just a year or two ago. All right, so with that said, thanks to our friends at Window Nation for sponsoring trivia. Dante Gomez, hit the music.
Question number 1, baseball. This American League team featured the last pair of teammates to win 20 or more games in a season. Name the team and the two pitchers.
Name the team and the two pitchers. The last two, so it's a pair of 20-game winners. Wow, that's unusual. That'd be unique, right?
And we'd have to
And
go.
it's got to be AL.
Little ways back would be my gut, because 20 wins is very rare these days to even have one.
Yeah.
So to have two, you're going back in the time machine. My gut goes to someone with Justin Verlander and the Detroit Tigers.
That's a good guess.
I like that thought. Well, I have a couple thoughts as well.
Would it be like, was Max Scherzer a Tiger for long enough?
Scherzer was. I also thought maybe Garrett Cole and Verlander in Houston.
Ooh, that's a good one. Before he got the bag, right? With the before Garrett Cole got the bag with the Yankees, is that how that went?
Yeah, but he also got paid with Houston, I think, because he was a Pirate even before that.
But didn't he set the record when he signed with the Yankees? I thought he did.
He might have, but either way, they were there together in Houston. I think that's a decent answer.
I was also thinking, sorry, with Houston, I was thinking also Garrett Cole and Lance McCullough. I don't know if McCullough ever got to 20 wins.
I wouldn't know that.
Be a little bit more recent. But.
Well, and Houston was also in the NL forever, so we got to be a little careful on that. They were a National League team for quite some time.
They were in the AL during this period, though, because they moved in 2010.
Okay, so
I'm talking about 2018.
Okay. So that would fall under this.
I do like Will's idea with the Tigers though, Scherzer, because it could be Verlander and Scherzer. There's also another guy an Angel Pages, but that's not his name. Drew, do you remember?
Are you thinking Anibal Sanchez?
Yes. He was pretty good.
That was a rough.
You were close, though.
You weren't really in the ballpark.
I liked it, though. Drew know what he's saying.
Yeah,
or Armando Galarraga, somewhere in that range.
I don't think it was Galarraga. I think it was the other guy.
All right.
They were pretty good in Detroit together.
But I think the good news is I think we all agree it's Justin Verlander and someone, right?
I do have a couple other.
That feels pretty logical.
Sabathia and Cliff Lee with the Indians.
Can't say that anymore.
With Cleveland.
Or do we go way, way back with the A's? The Barry Zito, Mark Mulder, Tim Hudson.
Kind of the Moneyball era.
The Moneyball era.
That would have to have been a duo since then, though, right?
I would think since.
I mean, what is that? Early 2000s?
We're talking very
2004 or something.
Yeah.
Some other options. I don't have the second half of these, but Greinke when he was with the Royals. If there was somebody else that got to 20, Felix Hernandez when he was a Mariner, Roy Halladay when he was with Toronto.
Okay, let's go with the pairs we know instead of a blank space.
Verlander,
and Scherzer. Okay, so
Verlander and Cole.
Also, what about Greinke and Verlander in Houston?
Did they overlap?
That's what I can't remember. I know they were both there. I just can't remember if they overlapped or not.
He was in Houston for a very short time, though. I think it was 1 or 2 years.
And Dante, I like your thoughts with Greinke with the Royals, but the problem is they probably didn't have another one.
Yeah.
Hernandez with the Mariners, they probably didn't have another one. I don't think they'd give us this question unless it's two pitchers we know on a dominant baseball
I mean, you'd
team.
like to think so, but we've been doing this long enough where it's...
I would have loved to have a year associated with the question.
That would have been nice, too. Some more context. Okay. We don't have any of that.
Sabathia and Lee were pretty good in Cleveland.
Well, and who was the other guy? Because October, the Rockies wanted to face Cleveland and not the Red Sox, and it was Sabathia and Fausto Carmona or something like that in 07.
What a poll.
Because, well, I vividly remember the Red Sox were down 3-1 to Cleveland, and all of Denver was saying Cleveland's cursed. If the Rockies get Cleveland in the World Series, they'll win it. And, of course, the Red Sox erased that deficit, then swept the Rockies.
Yeah. All right. I don't know. I kind of like Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander.
With the
I like
Tigers?
Verlander and Cole, but I don't hate that answer.
Also-
Those were my first two thoughts.
Verlander and Cole very much in play, too.
I like that one the most,
You
too.
like that one, too?
Yeah, I think it's more recent.
Okay, Will?
I'll go with your guys' answer. I'm the guest, but just for the record, I had Verlander and Scherzer.
Such a Will response. It's
So
such
if we all get it wrong, right, you don't get the point, though.
You're either with us or you're not, Will.
I'm all in.
All right, we'll go Justin Verlander and Garrett Cole. Final answer, send it in.
Answer, Houston Astros with Justin Verlander and Garrett Cole.
Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go.
Well done, boys. Well done.
Wow. All right, let's fire another one.
When the Avs won the Stanley Cup in 2001, Joe Sakic was the leading goal scorer in the playoffs with 13. Who was second with 11 goals? Was it Peter Forsberg, Milan Hajduk, Chris Drury, or Alex Tanguay?
God, what legends.
I didn't think they'd give us multiple choice there. Now,
How
Drew,
kind.
0-1, Forsberg was the spleen, right?
Correct,
Yes.
and that happened in the second round.
So wouldn't be him.
It's
Wouldn't
not
be him.
Peter the Great. I vividly remember Game 7 because I'm a nerd and I've watched the highlights 1,000 times. You know who scored twice in Game 7?
That'd be Alex Tanguay.
Alex Tanguay. Those goals in that game went Tanguay, Sakic, and a 3-1 Avs win. So that's 2 of his 11 right there if it's Tanguay.
Drew, I lean on you guys here for this.
Also, I got to tell you, Zach, Mike called you out for every Avs question. You defer to Drew, and he was like, "Zach, you know what? I think you need to take the ball on one of these."
Well, if it's my era that I lived through, I'll gladly take the ball. If it's 20 years before I moved here, it's like
We also have like an Avs expert over here. I don't know why you wouldn't defer to
Right,
him,
and we're
but I just want
teammates,
to let
and
you
we're
know
teammates.
that you got called out.
So wait, I'm in Mike's head again.
Apparently,
As usual.
Goodness
You
gracious!
just playing to your strengths.
I'll
you
tell
know?
you what. Yeah, you got to know what you know and know what you don't know. That is a sign of strength.
I agree. So with that in mind, I'm with Will. I think I lean towards Alex Tanguay. There's a sneaky part of me that wants to go Milan Hajduk just because he was such a prolific goal scorer. But I think the year that he had that year, I do like Alex Tanguay.
I like Tanguay as well. Even though I didn't get called an Avs expert, I would lean toward Tanguay.
Yeah, and after thinking about it for a few minutes, I kind of like Alex Tanguay here as well. So let's go Alex Tanguay. Final answer, send it in.
Answer, Chris Drury.
I freaking knew it was Drury.
Wow.
You guys stink.
I swear, I actually was going to advocate for Drury, but I'm in not the room to be the advocate for an Avs question.
All right, we'll finish up trivia coming up next.
Despite his best season yet, could we see a key nugget leave Denver through no fault of his own?
Jamal Murray has played his last game for the Denver Nuggets. It's going to come down to two things. Either Jamal Murray gets traded or you are doing a full-scale run it back. You're not getting anything for Christian Brown. Nothing. You're not getting anything for Aaron Gordon.
Agreed.
Nothing. And there's no other asset that you're gonna make a meaningful. The only thing that you have to do this offseason from like a true substance standpoint is move on from Jamal Murray. And they will. And they will.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. They also offer finance plans that come with no payments for 2 years. 5280 Exteriors is a locally owned company that has been in business for 20 years and knows the Colorado climate. They are a 2024 and 2025 James Hardy President's Club winner. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all three with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you've ever been in their care, you know the difference they make. We call them nurses, also known as heroes. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. National Nurses Day falls in May. Pause for a moment. They may have been by your side at one point, or with a loved one during an uncertain time. Give thanks for those men and women who work tirelessly, tending to every detail. Small to life-saving. How? A handwritten card will be cherished. Coffee or treats, a thoughtful gesture. You can log on to daisyfoundation.org to nominate a nurse for exceptional care. To the nurses listening to Alpine Bank now, your commitment to helping others has our deepest respect and appreciation. We think of you as heroes. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
When a semi-truck hits you, it's not always just a fender bender. First, it's the missed work. Then the medical bills pile up. And these big rig companies can move fast with teams of lawyers, investigators, and denials. If you're not ready, you're already behind. At the Berg Simpson Law Firm, we've handled these cases for decades. So if you've been struck by an 18-wheeler, call us at Berg Simpson today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years with some of the best deals in their history. May 15th and 16th, $66 oil changes on any Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, or Volvo. Used cars from $6,600, leases from $366 a month. And on Saturday, May 16th, there'll be a car show, free food and prizes for the whole family. Your cherry on top, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing all month. You pay what they pay. May 15th and 16th, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, sthmotors.com. Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years, again, everything you want out of a dealership.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as Philly faces New York in Game 3 starting at 5. Then Saturday on The Fan, LA faces OKC in Game 3 starting at 6. And Sunday on The Fan, New York faces Philly in Game 4 starting at 1.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, rolling downhill on a Friday, having fun, playing a little trivia. We'll get back to business here in just a couple minutes. But before we do that, let's finish up. We went 1-1 there. We have 2 questions left, 1 sports question and 1 curveball question. With that said, Dante, hit that music and fire away.
Question number 3, basketball. 5 current NBA players have averaged 30 or more points per game during a season at least 3 times. Name them.
This is another one of these. Goodness gracious. Like, what is it again? Can you repeat the question, Dante?
Question number 3, basketball. 5 current NBA players have averaged 30 or more points per game during a season at least 3 times. Name them.
Okay, so 5 current players have averaged 30 points a game at least 3 times.
Kevin Durant's got to be one of them, right?
That was going to be my first answer as well.
It has to be, right?
And Steph Curry's got to be on the list, too. That was where my mind went.
I'm not putting him as a lock like I feel about Kevin Durant.
We'll put him on.
Zach told me yesterday Steph's the top 10 player of all time.
Oh, so Kevin Durant's ahead of Nikola, too, then.
You see, you fell right into it. You fell right into it, Will. Durant for sure, right? If Durant never gets hurt, Durant is passing Kareem for second all-time leading scorer and has a shot at LeBron. So he would have to be on there.
Has Luka done it enough yet?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
What about James Harden? He loves to chuck.
Yep,
Ooh,
Harden.
I like Harden.
Harden for sure. I would say Luka makes the cut as well.
This might be not enough seasons, but maybe SGA. He was 30 this year, 30 last year.
Man, I think it...
on the maybe list.
I think, yeah, we'll put him down next to Steph on the maybe list. What about LeBron? Probably not, right? I mean, but it's so many years.
I know. I think he might have done it like for a year or two in Miami, I want to say, and then maybe he did it back in Cleveland.
He had to carry some bad Cavs teams.
He did.
Although that was when the games were like 82-80 were some of your final scores,
No, that would not LeBron's era of basketball.
Oh, when LeBron got in the league, he played some games against those Pistons. The final scores were in the 80s.
Yeah, maybe a couple, but that was more like 90s. LeBron comes in 03.
He's on the maybe list.
Yeah, he's on the maybe list with Steph and
SGA. So our locks are Harden, Durant, and Luka. We feel good about those
feel
three?
good about those. Feel good about those. I think Embiid did it a couple times, actually, but I don't think he did it 3 times.
Hasn't played enough, right? He's missed more games than he's played?
Yeah, but I know he was the first guy, first center to lead the NBA in scoring since Shaq. Have you heard of Shaq, Will?
He's great on that ESPN show. Really good analyst.
It goes back to the last hour of yesterday's show, if you want that context.
That I made the insane statement. Insane that Nikola Jokic is better than Shaquille O'Neal.
No, you reduced Shaq to a big body. Okay, that's what you did.
I think I called him a space eater.
This is a crazy one. What about like Bradley Beal? He was on some bad Wizards teams.
Yeah, I didn't think of him. 3 times? I wouldn't think so, but we can put him on the maybe list.
Kawhi?
No, not 30, 3 times. I don't think so anyway.
I wouldn't.
I'd be stunned.
Dirk?
He's not active.
Current.
Oh, that's right, not active. Sorry, my bad. Yep.
Man. We might have to bump some of these guys up to the list from the maybes. I think SGA, we know he did it the last 2 years for sure. I think he did it maybe 3 years ago too. Oh, God.
I kind of feel like we got to have LeBron on the list, right? Like, he's got to be there.
I don't know. The only reason because like at the peak of his powers, his famous stat line that people would say was like 27, 7, and 7 every single night. 27, 7, and 7. Some version of that.
He's never had a 27, 7, and 7 game.
Is that right?
That's like the fun fact. That's like his career average, and he's never actually done that in a single game.
I almost don't believe that. That's insane.
Yeah, LeBron's had a lot of triple doubles. So he's gotten to 10 and 10, but he's just never gotten to 27 points
like
in
those
a triple double.
Exact number. No.
Yeah,
those exact
the
numbers.
exact numbers.
He's never
27.
finished a game with
Can we think of any other name that would qualify before we just start bumping these guys up?
Maybe Donovan Mitchell, maybe Jalen Brunson. But I feel better about the names we've already said.
Yeah, me too. I think we put Steph up there. I think Steph and SGA. He said 5, right?
5.
KD and Harden and Luka feel like locks.
KD, Harden, Luka, Steph, SGA.
And no LeBron.
Are we going to regret not having LeBron James on this list?
He's the all-time leading scorer.
I know. That's why it feels crazy to leave him off.
Let's put him on.
Also, another name out there, Dame Lillard.
Yeah, Dame's a good one.
But that's a lot of points still.
That's a lot of points, but he's the Blazers' all-time leading scorer. He's a top 75 anniversary guy.
I'll be honest. I feel better about Dame than I do SGA. I just don't know if he's done it 3 times. Like, we know twice for sure. I just don't know if he's done it that 3rd time.
See, I feel better at SGA just knowing that he's done it twice for sure. Like, Dame could sneaky have 0 seasons of doing it.
I do like SGA, I'm not going to lie.
Giannis? Haven't brought up Giannis yet.
I don't think he scores like that. I mean, he scores a lot, but I don't think he's averaged that kind of numbers. He did win 2 MVPs, though.
Yeah. I know he's had to. I know he got there at least once. Giannis is a good one. I'm not going to lie.
Sorry to complicate things at the buzzer, but he just popped in my head.
No. All right, let's vote one at a time. We like KD, Luka, and Harden. Out of Steph, SGA, and LeBron, what do you feel more confident about?
Steph and LeBron.
I also go Steph and LeBron.
Dante?
We go LeBron and SGA. I mean, I don't think Steph
like
was
LeBron
averaging 30 when Kevin Durant got there.
No.
So it would have had to been all prior to that, most likely, or like that 22 season.
The 16th, his MVP season for sure.
Yeah, I would have assumed then.
All right, we got to make a decision. We can't sit here all day. Let's go with KD, Luka, Harden.
Did we all say LeBron?
I think we all said LeBron.
Okay,
right?
so we could put LeBron on there.
SGA and LeBron.
Okay.
All right.
You're leaving off Steph.
I think we're leaving off Steph.
All righty.
We're not going to feel great about it, but do we feel comfortable to send it in?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Kevin Durant, Luka Doncic, and another one. We have to come up with 5. Okay. Kevin Durant, Luka Doncic, James Harden, SGA, and LeBron. Final answer, send it in.
Answers: Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic, LeBron James, Giannis, and James Harden.
Oh, we got 4 of the 5. It was Giannis and not KD?
Not KD. That's surprising.
Wow. That is surprising. Do we want to finish up now or on the, yeah, let's do it right now. Curveball question.
And for your curveball question, which United States state does not have any documented poisonous snakes?
Alaska. I don't know.
I say I don't hate Alaska because every other state's next to other states.
Right.
Except for Hawaii, which is going to have poisonous snakes.
Yeah.
Right.
Like if they're in Arizona, they're also going to be in like New Mexico.
By the way, did he say Luka Doncic's name really weird?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just making
Yeah,
sure.
I caught it too. And what?
See, I don't know if you're allowed to make fun of other people's names.
Yeah, maybe so. I can't think of anything other than Alaska.
Yeah.
I mean, like Delaware, it's tiny, but like again, if they're not in Delaware, they probably wouldn't be in like Massachusetts.
They're somewhere in the Northeast. They got to make it to Delaware. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I like Alaska.
All right, let's go Alaska. Final answer.
Answer: Mark Schlereth drove them all out. Alaska.
All right.
Nice save.
We go 2 and 2. We match them. All right. Oh, hey, we could just be over 24 hours away from seeing something we've literally never seen before in the history of the Avs or the NHL. That's next.
Game 3 shifts north to the state of hockey, where the Avalanche arrive unbeaten and in control. 6 wins, 0 losses this postseason. Colorado's rolling, confident, and closing in. But But the land of 10,000 lakes doesn't give anything away easy. The Wild are back on home ice, loud, desperate, and ready to make this series a fight. A 2-0 lead can vanish fast or become a stranglehold. Avalanche, Wild, Game 3.
That's hockey, baby!
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Cecil Lamy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you've got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great, I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. You know, I was talking to a listener last week, single mom, 2 kids, working full-time, and she told me she felt like she was drowning. Prices are up, bills stacked, paycheck gone before it even hits her account. But she's a homeowner, and that changed everything because American Financing stepped in. They're helping people just like her and just like you every day. No judgment, just real solutions. They looked at her whole financial picture, not just her credit card debt. With a refinance, she learned she may delay 2 mortgage payments and she may close it as fast as 10 days. And when she heard the average customer savings is $800 a month, she finally felt hope. 1 manageable payment, more breathing room, a chance to stop financing her past and start funding her future. American Financing is family-owned, licensed in all 50 states with salary-based mortgage consultants, no upfront fees, and no obligation. They helped her make her equity her exit strategy, and they can help you too. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling right along here on a Friday. We could be just over 24 hours from seeing something we've never seen before in the history of the Avs or the NHL. Fun time playing trivia. Thanks for playing along with us, and thanks to our sponsor, Window Nation, for trivia here on Fridays. So tomorrow night, man, we're all going to be locked in, right? 7 o'clock puck drop. Is it ESPN?
TNT.
TNT. So the Avs, this is what I was saying here. The Avs have never, and you consider just the insane history, right? 3 different championship runs, 96, 01, 2022, but never in those runs or any run in between have the Avs started a postseason 7-0. And they have that on the line tomorrow night. But also, a team in the NHL has already gone 7-0 in the postseason, and that's the Carolina Hurricanes, who last night became the 13th team. 13 sounds like a lot, but you consider the whole history of NHL hockey, they have a postseason every year, guys, and for the Hurricanes to be just the 13th team ever to start a postseason 7-0, 8 of the previous 12, by the way, went on to win the Stanley Cup. So there's real history. But should the Avs win tomorrow in Game 3 in Minnesota, it will be unprecedented. The first time ever where 2 different teams in the same postseason both started 7-0. Again, you don't want to get ahead of yourself. Like, there could be 5 games potentially left in this series. But in some ways, Will, if we're just being real, it feels like we're on a collision course between these 2 teams.
Absolutely, and I'm just glad that one is dominating the West and the Avs, and the other is dominating the East and the Hurricanes, because we've seen too many times in sports where it feels unbalanced. Either the West is way stronger than the East, or the AFC stronger than the NFC. Wasn't the case this past year, but it certainly had been when Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar Jackson were all at their peak. So I'm just glad we're not sitting here going, oh no, the Western Conference Final would be the real Stanley Cup Final. This would not be the case. You're right. We've got a long way to go. But say Carolina finishes 12-0, 12-1, 12-2. The Avs do the same thing. Then this meeting would be one of the most hyped Stanley Cup Finals ever. And obviously we had that in 2022 because of the history that the Tampa Bay Lightning were trying to make and what a juggernaut the Avs were. So we'd be fortunate to be part of a matchup that would obviously be very sexy locally because We love the Avs, and we want them to win their 4th cup. But nationally, this would get major, major attention. It's not going to get the same attention as the Knicks and the Thunder in the NBA Finals or anything like that. But I do think that hockey, because of the Olympics as well, would be on the forefront of a lot of casual sports fans' minds if you get Avs and Hurricanes. And honestly, if you get Avs Sabres, it'd be the same way because of all the stuff with Buffalo. If you get Avs Canadians, it'd be the same way because a Canadian team would be trying to hoist the cup for the first time in forever. There's going to be juicy storylines regardless. Like you, don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm just forecasting the 3 teams that Colorado could play. With all due respect to Philadelphia, they're not playing Philadelphia. They're not going to erase a 3-0 deficit. Any one of them would be extremely enticing.
Yeah, I agree with this. Dante, can you pull up the cup odds right now? I haven't looked at this in a while. I'm curious.
I looked just a day or two ago, and both the Avs and Hurricanes were right around plus 160, plus 170.
I'm just curious who they give the edge to. Right now, today, after last night, who do they give the edge to? Dante, jump in whenever you have it.
I think it'd be Carolina by, like, baby juice, plus 160 to plus 165, something like that.
All right, we'll find out here in the next 60 seconds or so. Yesterday, by the way, during meetings at their practice facility, John Hines, head coach of the Wild, he showed players different metrics that show that they've been even with the Avs and sometimes even better than the Avs when it comes to 5-on-5. And so when I read that this morning, I'm like, okay, they know they're losing. You're down 0-2. You have, what's the score differential here?
14-9.
14-9. So you've been outscored by 5 goals over the course of 2 games. This is what you do.
Excuse me, 14-8.
Yeah, I was going to say. That's,
yep, 14-8. My apologies.
So 14-8, but this is what you do when you're losing like that on the scoreboard and your -6 goal differential after just 2 games. This is sort of the quote-unquote tricks that you go to. Guys, we know we got beat like a drum for 2 games, but in actuality, on a shift-by-shift basis, 5-on-5, we are right there and in some cases better, probably telling in terms of some of the stuff that you have to dip in your bag to convince your guys.
Absolutely, because what's he supposed to tell them? Hey, I made a panicked move in goal between games 1 and 2. It didn't work, but everything's going to be fine. No, he's grasping here. He's grasping. I don't think John Hines has had a very good series. I think Jared Bednar made the prudent move and did not switch from Scott Wedgwood to Mackenzie Blackwood. I think Hines messed up by going from Volstead, who was a huge reason they beat the Stars, to Gustafsson after just 1 bad game. Honestly, Hines is desperate for them to win a game. He's desperate for them to win a game because if the Avs take Game 3 tomorrow night,
forget about it.
They very well should pack their brooms with them when they head to the arena for Game 4.
Yeah, Dante, what are the odds saying right now? Real-time odds for the Stanley Cup.
So we got the Avs at plus 155 as the leader in the clubhouse, and the Hurricanes right behind them plus 160.
Wow.
Surprising a little bit just because the Hurricanes already won Game 3.
Right.
They have that 3-0 lead.
Yeah, that's why I was curious. Okay. Well, it just goes to show you the level of respect that they have for the Avs, considering that the Carolina Hurricanes are just 1 step ahead of them in their sequence to try to finish the second round.
And then real quick, it's a huge drop-off. Vegas Golden Knight plus 750 after that.
Wow. So they're really viewing this as a 2-horse race right now. Well, this is how it feels. I said the stat yesterday or the day before. There's been only 4 other times that 2 teams have started a postseason 6-0 in the same postseason. And in all 4 times, one of those 2 teams went on to win Lord Stanley.
And if they meet this year, one of them's got to hoist it this season.
That's right. So fascinating, the layers of this. By the way, TNT broadcast analyst and a former NHL goaltender, Brian Boucher, he said, reading the tea leaves, it didn't sound like Gustafsson handled not playing very well. And now I wonder where Volstead is at. I don't know what that looks like. Okay, how does he know that? Was he throwing stuff? Or did he not talking to anyone? Whatever. But it sounds like, especially considering yesterday, Volstead didn't skate yesterday with a lot of the scratches, while Gus did. And there's some speculation there in Minnesota that Volstead will once again start. So we don't know that for sure, but that's the speculation.
And we're very lucky in Denver that we're not juggling that. There's zero drama about who's going to be in the starter's crease at morning skate tomorrow in Minnesota. It's going to be Scott Wedgwood, and it's going to continue to be his net. Once you play that card, you can't play it again. And I thought John Hines played it awful early in this series, and we'll see if it backfires. It kind of already has because they're down 0-2, and both goalies have worn one in each of those 2 games.
Well, I'll just say this, just to be almost, if not just respectful and open, but cautionary to a certain degree, this Wild team was down 2-1. In that first round to Dallas, they have lived through a sequence similar, not the same, but similar to this. And John Hines said yesterday, quote, I think you can really draw in the series that we just came from. We lost 2 games in a row and then won 3 straight. We had injuries in Dallas. We've got injuries in this series. So I think even the group now in that series that we went through with Dallas, there's a lot of valuable things that we can draw on. How do we respond after we lost the double overtime game? How did we respond after we lost 2? What lessons did we extract? How did we approach it? What's the method that we had? And I think that mindset and those experiences is no different for us now, end quote. I think tomorrow is going to be an absolute rock fight. I think it's going to be a lower scoring battle where you're going to get Minnesota's best punch. Is that enough? If the Avs are throwing theirs, we're fixing to find out.
Yeah, it definitely could be that way, but would it shock you if I said, hey, the Avs won 4-1 in Game 3?
No, it wouldn't shock me at all.
We'll see. The biggest key, Zach, you got to come back to Denver at least up 3-1. You have to split. If you split, they're going to lose at some point. I've said that with you the last 3 days. They're probably not going to go 16-0. Just don't come back to Denver tied 2-2 because then the tone of the conversations come Tuesday will shift dramatically.
Oh, yeah. All right, we had pretty big news come down today from the Denver Broncos side of things that we'll recap. Also, a really rare day in Denver sports as we heard from Nuggets ownership, Nuggets brass, and the Nuggets head coach. And we'll get to all of it as we're on the doorstep of 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
How about 60 seconds that'll make you actually feel good for a change? Hey, Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. You've heard me talk about the best free meal in Denver. And I had some listeners that had heard me talk about how I used to love to make brisket, but with outrageous beef prices, we just couldn't afford to do it anymore. We can't afford to feed that many people. Well, a guy, Barbecue Bob, showed up to one of our first and third Thursdays with a couple $1,000s of brisket so he could just help people. We're going to make free brisket here coming up in the next couple months for our best free meal in Denver. And then another guy, Fred, who runs the Ace Hardwares over on Gartrell Road and Arapahoe Crossing. He said, from now on, all your fuel you need for that barbecue is on me. And another guy, Bobby Hancock from IHOP. He fed our volunteers and gave thousands of dollars worth of gift certificates to our people that take advantage of the best free meal in Denver. If you want to help, you can. Just spread the word. It's the best free meal in Denver every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. And if you have any questions, just call us at 303-LAW-4040.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 Low Rate.
All
loan subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
At some point, you stop calling it pain and start calling it just how I am now. And that's not okay. And deep down, you know it. I'd love to lead you back to the normal you, the one who is active and carefree. So let's get started now with an introduction to the medical team at QC Kinetics and their long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain. They're helping patients with pain from arthritis or injury in their knees, shoulder, hips, and lower back. And now they're moving, sleeping, golfing, running without surgery or long recoveries. The science is real. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics finally gives it the right tools. No operating room, no hardware, no watching summer come and go from a recliner. And now's the time, because the longer inflammation sits, the more damage it does. So this isn't a I'll get around to it situation. Right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. QC Kinetics, better starts here. Schedule your free consultation by calling 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986 with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It is QC Kinetics.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Cecil here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com.
Plumbline Services, serving Colorado since 1998 for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Service at home, servants at heart.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3.
Honda here on a Feel Good Friday. You know, we had news. We'll get to the Nuggets stuff, the Nuggets rare end of season press conference with Josh Kroenke. We have had stretches of years without hearing from Josh Kroenke, and we're hearing him for the first time since last year. So we'll get into some of that at the top of the hour or just after it. But George Payton, you know, is actually, you know, ironic to the Nuggets press conference. I'm curious if you think there's something to this. Like, quite literally, in the first 2 minutes of the Nuggets press conference, news is breaking on everyone's phone in that room that Broncos general manager gets a 5-year contract extension. We have speculated about this for a few months now, but what did you make of the timing of it? Do you think it's completely random, or do you think there's just, I don't want to say a battle for attention or relevance, but well, is there anything to it other than being completely random?
No, it's just funny that we've heard about George Payton extension for months and months and months, wondering if, when it's going to happen, the old lame duck going into the last year of his deal. You hear that a lot more for head coaches than you do for GMs. But of all days and of all moments, Josh Kroenke is literally sitting down at the table in the bowels of Ball Arena, and Tom Pelissero, Mike Kliss all break. Hey, by the way, George Payton just got a 5-year extension with the Broncos. I don't think it was a coincidence. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Because that's just too strange. There's 24 hours in a day. There's 7 days a week. There's 30 days in a month. And there's 365 days a year. And as Josh Kroenke is opening his mouth to talk about an epic Nuggets failure in round 1, George Payton's getting extended. It reminded me, Zach, do you remember when the Rockies fired Bud Black?
Yes, I do. Hold on. Give me a second. Was it in the middle of Nuggets?
It was Game 4, Nuggets Thunder. Denver's up 2-1. They are winning that game by 12 points in the second half. They're about to take the favorites to a 3-1 hole in that series. The Rockies fire Bud Black because they're trying to bury it during the third quarter of a Nuggets matinee game.
God, yes.
And the Nuggets fell apart, and that series got to 2-2, and then, of course, 3-2 Oklahoma City. And I know that things aren't connected, but it was easy to go, the Rockies killed all the juju. They killed the buzz. They killed the mojo. The Nuggets are rolling. They're going to be up 3-1. And here you go, firing Bud Black. Denver falls apart. OKC ties the series 2-2 and reclaims home court advantage.
Well, in terms of George Payton, what an interesting arc to this story. You know, someone who, they could have been so well within their right to fire George Payton after the early stages of the George Payton experience. And obviously the two things, the lowest hanging fruit that are so ripe it's falling off the tree, is the hiring of Nathaniel Hackett, the worst coaching hire in the history of the Denver Broncos, alongside Josh McDaniels. And you have this mega trade for Russell Wilson, right? And then the mega contract that was even worse than the trade itself. Most teams in the league would have done the trade, but doing the contract with 2 years left on the deal. And we find out a couple years later that Greg Penner, who had just purchased the team, was questioning, why are we giving him a contract with 2 years left on it? And we see that in some of the, how did that come out? It was through like the players union or something there with his like handwritten notes were like part of the, evidence for something. And it was like, damn, so like Greg really was wise to this. Like, are you sure? And I'm sure some version of those conversations were, well, these contracts only get bigger. Look at the history of quarterbacks' pay. It's not going to be less next season.
It would have been less with the way he played.
it would have been a lot less.
Yeah.
It would have been a lot less.
Yeah.
But it's the mega contract, and then it's bringing in Randy Gregory as the major offseason signing when Gregory had missed more games than he had ever played. And so to absorb all of that, because at the time I remember the verbiage that I was using, I said, these are not paper cuts, these are gashes to the organization. When you miss that bad on head coach and quarterback, it really harms the franchise. And the fact that he was able to withstand that storm, and even in the midst of it, probably, taking a step back, reduced role, reduced voice, all of that, but to come out the other end of it and get a 5-year contract extension for an organization that is clearly has ascended out of the ashes and seems to be continually ascending here, the forecast on it anyway. Good for George Payton.
Definitely. I was one of the harshest critics on George, and rightfully so. You just laid out why I was. And I was floored after the Christmas Day meltdown in L.A. against the Rams that George Payton didn't get fired the same day Nathaniel Hackett did. I thought that was going to be a clean sweep, 2-for-1. I bought this team. This guy can't coach. We heard all the stories about what was going on Christmas Eve for a team that was out of it. The coaches, maybe not taking it as seriously as they should. The results on the field were embarrassing. Wasn't there like a Nickelodeon simulcast where SpongeBob's like dunking on Russell Wilson? I mean, it was flat out embarrassing.
And don't forget, Dalton Reisner was going after Brett Rippon on the sideline.
He was trying to fight Brett Rippon. There was those suites down on the field at SoFi where a fan had video of it right there. I thought he was going to get fired that day.
And that was conventional thinking, though. Like, really, it was like, this is chaos. This is a circus.
And who hired Nathaniel? George. Who traded for Russ? George. Who extended Russ? George. 3 big strikes. I give Greg Penner credit for his patience, though, and also acknowledge that Sean Payton has a huge personality. I mean, just read Greg's quote today from the press release of the Broncos when they went ahead and extended George Payton. I mean, this guy, quote, "As our general manager, George has demonstrated a strong commitment toward building a winning roster while forming a collaborative and supportive partnership with Sean Payton. That's the key right there. He can handle Sean's ego. Sean's ego is the size of this room we're sitting in, if not bigger.
Totally.
George, very mild-mannered, relaxed, casual. If you had a GM who made it all about him, he and Sean would clash all the time. It wouldn't work. You just went 14-3 because Sean makes these big moves, big swings, big personality, while George builds out the rest of the roster in a very successful way. No one can argue that, even the biggest critics of George Payton. So it's not only has he turned it around after his really, really poor 2022, but he's been a huge reason why. Is he more than 50%? Probably not. But is he 20 to 30% of the pie? Definitely. And if you're 20 to 30% of the pie of a team that should have gone to the Super Bowl, then heck yeah, you deserve a 5-year extension. So I agree with you. Good for George.
Yeah, good for George. And the way that he was able to, I think, recoup some of his value is the origin of him getting the GM job in the first place. George Payton is a scout. He is a scout. He might not trade for coaches or quarterbacks, but he has an eye for talent. And drafting Pat Surtain in the first round with the 9th overall pick, I know I've heard it for years. Oh, he doesn't get credit for that. Wait, hold on a second. Pat Surtain wasn't the first cornerback drafted in that class. That was J.C. Horn.
Mm-hmm.
And you could have done a bunch of other things like draft Justin Fields, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you drafted the future defensive player of the year. And then later in that same draft, you drafted a first-team All-Pro guard in Quinn Miners. And then later in that draft, you draft a double-digit sack artist in the 7th round in Jonathan Cooper. The next year, you don't have a first-round pick, but somehow you drafted a top 5 sack artist in Nick Bonito in consecutive years, top 5, getting after the quarterback. And again, this was that was the 64th pick in the draft. In the 5th round in that same class, you drafted the future center of the team with the 171st overall pick. So, and that was before Sean entered the fold. And now they're working in tandem and cooperation. But it's that word that Greg Penner used in the statement. It's the collaboration. And that's who George is. That was the word on him from Minnesota. He is not, this is what I'm saying and this is what we're going to do. It's, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I value all of your opinions. Let's all work together. And from my understanding, Will, that is how Greg Penner also is. He is not my way or the highway. He has the wisdom to have a bit of a council around him. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? So from a personality standpoint, Greg Penner and George Payton are way more alike than Greg Penner and Sean Payton. Sean Payton is unpredictable. Greg Penner is very predictable, and so is George Payton. So not only is it a hand-in-glove fit to work with a bit of a volatile personality like Sean's, but it's a good human fit to work with a personality like Greg Penner's as well.
Absolutely, and I think if Greg sees some George in him, he's going to want to keep him around. I asked Mike Kliss about 350 today, how close was George Payton to getting fired when they dismissed Nathaniel Hackett? And he said not close. Not close. George showed Greg the ropes of the NFL, was Mike's words. And if you think about it, Greg's obviously been tremendously, tremendously successful in his business endeavors, but he was still new to the NFL. Was he a fan? Sure. He's been clear about that. He was a fan for a long time. The big difference between being a fan and all of a sudden owning the team and the day-to-day and the transactions that no one thinks about, right? Getting the 89th guy on the roster and you got to cut someone here. You know, it's just the little things that Greg didn't wrap his mind around and was honest about and now understands all that, but he needed a guy like George who understood it. The other wrinkle in all this is, of course, the Vikings just a couple weeks ago did announce that they were publicly looking for a new GM. There was speculation about that because they had dismissed someone, but it was never really clear. Are they hiring? Are they not? They came out with some big fancy statement. We're going to conduct a wide search and a big net. Sometimes you need an accelerator to get these things over the finish line. You don't think that George Payton's agent used that as an accelerator? Hey, the Vikings, they're officially looking for someone. Let's get this done. And to the Broncos' credit, it got done before Minnesota has even announced their new GM yet. So whatever efforts they may have made to lure George Payton back up there were rebuffed. And as a Nuggets fan, we've lost a GM from Denver to Minnesota before. I'm glad it didn't happen again.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, well, what a story that George Payton is telling here in Denver, and he's still holding the pen in a lot of respects.
Does he get a ring by the time this contract ends? Is George Payton a Super Bowl champion GM?
Yes.
I would think so, too.
Yep, I've said for a while, we're here for probably about a year and a half, despite all my concerns, and I have new information about Bo, and I am concerned about his ankle. I really am. But for about a year and a half, saying that these 4 principles are the 4 legs strong enough to hold up the weight of the Lombardi Trophy, and the 4 principles being Greg Penner, George Payton, Sean Payton, and Bo Nix. And I think at a certain point in time that will happen, and I hope I'm right on that.
When they're holding it up? Like you're saying the 4 of them are holding it together?
No, the 4 legs of a chair that are sturdy
Gotcha.
enough to hold the weight of the Lombardi Trophy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully Bo's ankle isn't one of those legs.
All right. Yeah, you haven't told me how you feel about that.
Oh, I'm worried. Yeah.
All right,
Your panic is justified. He got a second surgery when they told us, nothing to see here. He's good at OTAs. His timeline shifted 2.5 months, and you're telling me nothing to see here? In life, if something shifts back by 10 weeks, generally not a great sign. I'm not saying he's not going to play this year, but this second surgery, for as much as they want to claim planned, cleanup, routine, none of those words are accurate in my eyes.
All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARSFM Laramie. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By hanging out with Scrappy Will Peterson here on a Friday, and we are the drive rolling downhill. The last day of this work week, and we are presented by Regen RX. Really fun show. First 3 hours just absolutely like we stepped into a portal and just arrived at hour number 4. It's been very fun. The Nuggets press conference today, the Denver Nuggets press conference was, how would you describe it? If you were to summarize it, there's a lot of people listening right now that didn't hear it. They have more important stuff to do than you and I. But you and I both sat down and watched and listened to the whole thing. What was your summary of things?
Got to turn my mic on and do radio.
There you go.
Very interesting. Interesting would be the word I'd use, Zach. There's about 4 key takeaways I had from this press conference with Josh Kroenke today.
Just start with one.
The biggest one is that he said everything's on the table except trading Nikola Jokic. And we heard that from Shams Charania over the weekend on ABC, that the Nuggets would take calls and listen to calls on everyone but Nikola. I trust Shams. He's the best insider out there, but I trust the owner of the team even more. So for him to say that into a hot microphone on the record, everything's on the table except for trading Nikola, was curious. And, of course, last June, he made the comment about a doomsday scenario being trading number 15. He was never actually going to trade Nikola. He was just trying to explain aprons and taxes and if they had bad injuries. Of course, that quote sort of took off like wildfire. So he wanted to clear up today. We're not trading Nikola, and all signs indicate that Jokic will sign that Supermax extension here in the next couple months.
Yeah, that was confirmation that you want to hear, right? Now I am seeing. I'll just say this: I am seeing for the first time, some people saying that the Denver Nuggets should be open to trading Nikola Jokic.
Well, you did work with James on Monday and Tuesday.
I did. But I'm seeing it from other people other than James for the very first time in this window of time.
I think they're crazy.
Well, I agree with you, but as recent as the last 15, 20 minutes, seeing on the RamosLaw.com text line, hey, when you take a look at the current situation, big picture, long term, we're not there yet. We're just not. We're just not. That said, I'm pretty confident that this group is, despite what they said earlier today, all right, because earlier today they did open up the possibility that this could be a run-it-back season. And I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think they're willing to do what it takes to actually run it back. And we talked a lot about this yesterday, and if you missed it, we're not going to reset the whole thing because it's a layered conversation. Go back and listen to the Drive Podcast Hour 2 yesterday. DenverSports.com, Spotify, iTunes, like wherever you get your podcasts, you can find that. And I sort of lay it out there in dedicated fashion. But there's some complicated stuff that is coming down the pipe here. There is some complicated stuff, and some of it has to do with Aaron Gordon. And I thought that, one of the more interesting, and there's a handful, probably 4 or 5 really interesting sound bites. One of them came from, it was a question I think from Jake Shapiro, who asked, hey, you could be trading Aaron Gordon, like this fan base calls him Mr. Nugget, but you're keeping a guy like David Adelman, who your hometown crowd was booing before game number 5 in the postseason. What do you make of those dynamics? And this is what Josh Kroenke said.
I would say that anybody thinking that doesn't know the rhythm of what goes along inside these walls at times. I have full faith in Coach Adelman. I think he coached a hell of a season, all things considered. I think anybody saying something like that is speaking from a place of emotion. I would say that my job in this organization is to help make decisions without emotion. And so I love Aaron Gordon, and I know that I think the world of him just like the entire Nuggets nation does. But there are some things that we're going to have to look at. This team looks a lot different when Aaron Gordon's healthy. I think everybody can acknowledge that. And so we need a healthy Aaron Gordon, and so we need to help figure out how to make the most of him and get the most out of his body for the benefit of the team. That's for sure.
All right, so it was one of those things where it was, I love Aaron Gordon. We all love Aaron Gordon, but we have to take a hard look at things. And we talked about some of the dynamics with his contract. Guys, he's got a new deal that he signed a couple years ago that literally hasn't kicked in. It kicks in this coming year. And so if you wanted to deal Aaron Gordon, other teams are going to say, wait, what are you looking for in return for a guy that's missed 77 games in the last 2 seasons and for 2 straight postseasons has gotten hurt? You're not getting what you think you're getting. So on that front, I just do not know what is next between Gordon and this franchise. Gordon represents something to the Nuggets that no one else does. He's actually representative of something league-wide that is incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. Like the number of boxes that Aaron Gordon checks for Denver's defense, for Denver's offense, the way that he has turned into a shot maker here in the last couple years, the level of athleticism that is lacking without him, especially in the front court, considering Jokic's limitations, considering who he is in the locker room from a cultural standpoint. Like, there's only one of these guys, but that big but, like it's just sort of hanging there.
It definitely felt like a lot of praise for AG today, and rightfully earned. I mean, this guy literally danced through the streets with the fans after they won the title in 2023. It also felt a little like goodbye, Zach. I'm not going to lie.
Sure.
Today had goodbye to Aaron Gordon tones to it. And I understand why. You've outlined it well. They can't afford to pay. Oh, well, they could afford, but it would be horribly bad business to pay a $207 million luxury tax bill. And I know your arrows have pointed, no pun intended or whatever I'm supposed to say, because blue arrow, toward Jamal Murray. But I also think that it maybe isn't just one. If they are going to do something big, maybe it's a package deal with both Jamal and Aaron where you're recouping assets that can help you stay in a championship window with Nikola Jokic. Now, we can talk about those hypotheticals all day long. Like if you want to call the Celtics, see if they're willing to shake something up with a Jaylen Brown and a Derek White, something like that. We'll have to see how the next couple months play out. But all that said, I didn't walk away going Jamal Murray's getting traded. He still might. He still very well might. A lot of these things can be smokescreens. You can't just reveal your plan to everyone at an end-of-season press conference. But I did walk away feeling like AG's probably played his last game in a Nuggets uniform. And well, the basketball fan in me says, yeah, that's probably smart. That's probably the thing you have to do. If you can move him, you got to get out from under this contract based strictly on health, nothing else.
Right.
He's literally done nothing wrong.
I know.
Other than health. But the Nuggets fan in me, the young guy growing up here who thought I'd never see a title, got my heart ripped out and stomped on. I remember literally crying in middle school when Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker would beat the Nuggets in 5 in the first round. I'd throw tantrums. I'd chuck stuff around the house. I never thought this would happen, and it did happen in 2023. That part of it breaks my heart because I would have loved for AG to finish his career here. I'm just not so sure it happens.
Yeah, me either, Will. Me either. And it's sad. No one did anything wrong here with this one specifically, but it may be the end of the road. It may be. We don't know yet. this wasn't one of these press conferences where, and I know our midday show was like irate at some of the stuff that they heard, and they were like fuming.
They had like steam out of their ears, Dover and Cecil did, basically from the presser to the end of their show.
Yeah, I am not in that category. That said, there was a couple things that bothered me, and really, I'll just sort of itemize them here. The one thing, and by the way, just because something bothers me doesn't mean that it's a gargantuan, massive, shape-shifting deal, okay? But there were a couple things that I'm like, really? The one, Josh Kroenke got 2 votes for Executive of the Year in the NBA, all right? That's something he's eligible to get. He's the president of basketball. But when he was asked about it, he revealed that it's just an inside joke. That was kind of strange to me that he would offer that. Because, again, this is something that you're eligible for. Like, if you do an awesome job, and by the way, let me just put my cards on the table. I came into this season thinking that they did an awesome job retooling this roster. It just didn't age well. I was wrong again about this team. But that being said, you are eligible for something like that. And I just authentically thought that someone gave him the vote, and the fact that he revealed, actually, it's just an inside joke, between me and 1 or 2 other guys, and I was just like, I don't know why you would even reveal that.
And he said he was going to catch flack for it. Again, I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember his exact word, but
something
like oh, I'm going to get heat for this, guys. Thanks for voting for me. Ha, 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 ha. No one's laughing, dude. You guys just won 2 playoff games. We all wanted you to win 16. You came woefully short of your final goal. I agree with you. It reminded me a little of the Broncos end-of-season presser. Greg Penner, very serious. George Payton, very serious. And Sean was up there just mucking it up like it was a Tuesday during training camp.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you just lost the AFC title game, and the QB that you gassed up all week and told us how great he was terrible in Jarrett Stidham. It didn't love Josh being like, well, this is just ha-ha funny that I got 2 votes for Executive of the Year.
Yeah.
I didn't like that.
No, and like that's not how this works. Like, inside jokes aren't cast through votes for Executive of the Year. So that was kind of strange to me. But also, when he had a sequence, and this is something small, you guys, okay? It's something small. But I often use the word microcosm. Microcosm, something small that may be representative of something larger, okay? When he said that, when he was referencing Jokic's time missed, and he goes, 15, 16 games, whatever it was, and someone will have to tell me what the record was without him. I was like, wait a second. This is your team, dude. Like, this is the MVP. This is like the greatest player walking planet Earth. And it's your team, and you don't know how many games he missed when he was out, and you didn't know what the record was. Someone's going to have to tell me what the record was. Again, something small, kind of a throwaway line. But I was like, wait a second, what? He missed 16 games, and they went 10-6 without him. Like, I'm a radio host. I care deeply about this basketball team and the future of it. But you own the team, and you didn't know that? Again, something small that just sort of rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, damn, like this guy, I know he's cooking with different spoons, and he's got the Rams over here and this over here. Just ask him. Because he quoted his championships today. And I'm not one of these guys who hates Josh Kroenke. I don't know Josh Kroenke. This time last year, I was very complimentary of Josh Kroenke's press conference. So this isn't about, hey, let's wake up regardless of what he says, let's beat him up. No, because I didn't hear a lot to beat up too much. But that one was like, I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah, but you are kind of airing your grievances here, and you've had 3 now. You've had 3. I'm with you on the resume thing. I don't care that you won a Super Bowl with the LA Rams. I don't care that Arsenal's on the verge of doing something special. Matthew Stafford hoisting Lombardi does absolutely nothing for me as a Denver Nuggets fan. He also brought up the Avs. I'll give him a little bit of a pass on the Avs because a lot of people that cheer for the Nuggets also cheer for the Avs. There's not a lot of people in Denver that also cheer for the LA Rams and Arsenal. That's just a random hodgepodge of teams that you happen to own. So you don't need to spit out your resume to me. That doesn't make me feel any better when you just got embarrassed. Let's call it what it is. Embarrassed by the Wolves in 6 games.
Definitely.
And then the other one that, just because we're doing it now, the other one that bothered me was he cares 1,000 times more than the fans. Josh said that today in a hot microphone. I understand their frustrations, and I'm frustrated too. Stop talking. That's the perfect answer. I, as a fan, want to know you, the billionaire owner, are also frustrated. But then don't tell me you're 1,000 times more frustrated. Do you know how many fans probably overspent for game 2? wanted to take their kid, more money than is in the budget, but they said it's a playoff game, let's do it, and had to watch you blow a 19-point lead after you blew a 20-point lead to these guys 2 years ago? Do you know how many fans had to wake up at 5 a.m. for a job they can't stand, but they got to go do it to put food on the table, and stayed up till midnight to watch you guys embarrass yourselves in Game 3, never competitive, and then in Game 4 lose by 20 points after Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo got hurt? And you want to tell that guy or gal who's running on 4 hours of sleep at some crappy job that you care 1,000 times more than they do? People are shuffling their lives around for this basketball team.
Right.
They're spending money they don't have for this basketball team. Oh, but you care 1,000 times more. Bad answer.
Yeah. The more you talk about it, it didn't hit my ear that way when he said it. But the more you talk about it, I can see why that was unsettling for you to hear. And the one more thing that I'll say that I didn't like, and the reason I didn't like it is because it's not true.
I just love we go, we're not mad like the midday show, and now we're a little annoyed about a variety of different things.
Well, I think it's okay to be annoyed and point out things that you didn't like, but it being different than irate and steam coming out of my ears. But by the way, if that's the way that those guys took it, that's the way that they took it. That's what makes 104.3 The Fan. We're all different hosts. We think different things and feel different ways. But it was this little exchange. When he was asked about spending off the court, okay? And not off the court in terms of, buying gear for the team. When the question is asked, because I'm going to play the sequence for you, it's only 9 seconds, and Josh's part is really small. When he's asked, are you willing to pay off the court, he's talking about executives and coaches. And this is a Brendan Vogt and the exchange with Josh Kroenke.
Josh, you mentioned that the joke is that you guys are willing to pay for what's on the floor. Is ownership willing to pay for what's off the floor? And do you think your approach has reflected that over the years?
Yes.
That was powerful. It was the only answer Josh Kroenke gave like that all press conference long, where it was a one-word response.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty calculated. Now, if you've listened this week or you've heard me talk about this, it's not really a debate. It's just understood by people who have institutional knowledge of the Denver Nuggets. It's understood in NBA parlance. It's not debated. It's barely discussed. It's just mentioned in passing by that the Denver Nuggets do not value executives and they don't value coaches. So when Michael Malone's hired, all right, he's one of the 3 lowest paid coaches in the NBA. Now, that changed over time, but that's the same with David Adelman. That is the same with the executives, even twofold. But the reason that I didn't like that, one, it's just not true, and he's shutting it down. And the reason that he is answering it in a one-word response, because if he goes on about this, you open yourself up to the conversation. You open yourself up for follow-up questions. And if you go down that road, you don't have enough bullets to have those conversations. So Masai Ujiri got moved on from because he did a good job and wanted to be paid commensurate with his position. Tim Connolly got the job, did a phenomenal job, built a championship core, and he wanted to be paid commensurate with the job that he did. Those 2 guys, Tim Connolly, Masai Ujiri, are quite literally 2 of the 5 most desirable executives in the NBA right now. And I know I said this earlier in the week, but it bears repeating on a day like today. If you offered someone like David Adelman to the rest of the NBA to swap out their coaches with DA, you would go over. But if you made that same deal with Tim Connolly and Masai Ujiri, and you said, you can swap out the guy who's the president of your team for Masai or Tim, and especially Tim, you would get 25 different teams that would swap out. And so maybe save for Brad Stevens in Boston and Sam Presti in Oklahoma City, that might be the list.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason you're having a press conference during the second round of the NBA playoffs is because decisions that you made years ago, that's the origin story. That's at the nucleus of all of this. And so for you to get that question, that was a good question. And has your decision-making been a reflection of that sort of commitment? And he just says, yes, man, Will, I'm sorry. That's not true.
It's not. If you had Tim Connolly still here, you probably could have had 2 parades, maybe 3 parades. Heck, Masai went to Toronto. What'd he do? He won a title with the Raptors. Tim Connolly literally ended your season 2 of the last 3 years. The guy you would not pay for whatever reason, and we can talk all we want about, oh, he got ownership stakes in the Wolves and whatnot. The guy you wouldn't pay, 66% of the time since you've won a title, he sent you home because he built a basketball team to beat your team. And, oh, baby, he built guys on the end of the bench that could beat your team in Terrence Shannon Jr., and I can't even remember Clark's first name today.
Yeah,
Jalen Clark. So, yeah, if you could give Josh Kroenke a time machine, I would like to think. And I understand the Kroenkes are ruthless business people, and that's why they have all this money. I would like to think if you could give him a time machine, he'd say, Tim, nah, we can't lose you. You're too important. You found Nikola. You drafted him during a Taco Bell commercial. You drafted Jamal. You traded for AG. You built this whole core. He did 90% of the work.
Yeah.
The only 10% Calvin Booth did was getting off Will Barton for KCP, which was brilliant. And Calvin doesn't deserve a lot of flowers. He does deserve flowers for that great trade for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
But Tim built this. And then he built Minnesota to tear this back down. Unbelievable. You let that guy get out the door. It aged badly, or it was criticized at the time. It has aged really, really poorly.
Yeah, it has. And you would love to think that in a private moment he would like to have it back. There's just no way of knowing. And then the question that remains for this organization is that repeater tax. How much are you willing to pay to – and the repeater tax, it says what it means, right? If you're in the luxury tax over and over again, the penalties get worse. And this was Josh Kroenke about going into that repeater tax.
Back to my original answer, I think everything's on the table. I think that the responsible thing to do at that moment in time, if there wasn't a huge move we saw that could strengthen the roster, was to put ourselves in position to do that. But if we deem running it back the most competitive thing that we can do for the roster, that's probably what we're going to be doing. So I don't want to put words in my dad's mouth by any means, but he has owned the team for a very long time. We've run it aggressively as we can at different points in time. I think the joke is always we love to pay for talent on the floor. So leaning into that assessment that people have put on us at different points in time, if we deem that's the most competitive thing for us, then that's what we're going to be doing.
All right. We'll see.
Do they run it back, Josh? Or you're not Josh. I keep calling you Josh. Do they run it back, Zach, or do they make a big trade? What's your gut? Because we heard run it back multiple times today. And I can tell you're pondering this one.
I'll tell you coming up next.
In Colorado, greatness isn't a surprise. It's an expectation. And Nathan McKinnon is delivering once again. The Avalanche superstar has been named a Hart Trophy finalist for the 5th time after a monster season with 127 points, 53 goals, and a Rocket Richard Trophy to his name. Only McDavid and Kucherov finished with more points. But McKinnon's Avs are undefeated in the postseason and charging toward the Cup. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile selected to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303-LAW-4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303-LAW-4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040.
Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years with some of the best deals in their history. May 15th and 16th, $66 oil changes on any Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, or Volvo. Used cars from $6,600, leases from $366 a month. And on Saturday, May 16th, there'll be a car show, free food and prizes for the whole family. Your cherry on top, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing all month. You pay what they pay. May 15th and 16th, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, STHmotors.com. Siltar Motors celebrating 66 years to gain everything you want out of a dealership.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry buys, sells, and services pre-owned Rolex, Cartier, and all luxury Swiss watches. So if you're looking to make a change in your watch collection or just looking to sell, come to Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer is coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of May. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
You're listening to the Drive's playoff pregame show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
All right, bottom half of hour 4 here. Lot of layers to the conversation that we were just having. And if you want to get your takes off in the YouTube chat presented by Sean Ponda, feel free. That door is open for you. All right, we covered a lot of ground today, but you just asked me, going into the last break, at the end of the day, will the Denver Nuggets run it back? And that was mentioned, multiple times today.
Mm-hmm.
That, hey, this is in play, running it back. If that's how we feel, like, hey, and, what does that actually entail? What does that actually mean?
When I say running it back, I mean, you're talking about a lot of different variations of what running it back could look like. Is it going to be the exact same team? I don't think there's ever the exact same team of the same 13 to 16 guys in there, but are you talking about the same core group of players? Potentially. And that could mean re-signing and bringing back certain guys as well.
Okay. At the end of the day, no, I do not believe the Denver Nuggets run it back. I think there is a major trade coming. I do believe it involves Jamal Murray. I think that it could involve Jamal Murray plus. It could be Jamal Murray plus. I don't think there's a limit to what the Nuggets could try to do this offseason. One, to improve the team, but two, to get out of the repeater tax. And I know I'm mentioning this a lot, but historically, this ownership group, you guys know the deal. Like, they're going to have to foot a real bill. And is that 40 to 50 million? Is it 80 million? Is it 100 million? Well, here's what I know. If you run it back, quote unquote, and sign Payton Watson, and you have to find a way to keep Payton Watson here. You can't develop that young man for 4 years to the point where he's at now and then let him go play for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like, this team needs ball handling. This team needs athleticism. This team needs defense. And he represents all three. So if you were to run it back with the current group plus sign P. Watt, you have a tax bill of $200 million. They're not doing that. So how do you break apart the core, keep P. Watt, try to get pieces, but so they're going to be active. And if they aren't, Will, I would be stunned. If P. Watt plays for another team, say it's some sort of sign and trade, and you're bringing back the same guys that couldn't get out of the second round for a third straight year. But this was different. This latest sequence was different. You didn't just lose in the first round, which is bad enough considering the expectations. The team and the organization was embarrassed. And that hasn't quite happened the way that it did here last week. And so I do think the organization, considering the cost to keep the group together, but combined with what we saw a week ago, I think major changes are coming.
Yeah, I do too. I think today was probably more of a smokescreen than anything else by mentioning run it back a couple of different times. Because if Josh Kroenke goes up there and puts a big for sale sign in front of his team, what's that do? That immediately diminishes your assets. You can't announce to the rest of the NBA, Jamal's for sale, Aaron's for sale, Christian Brown's for, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not good strategy, first and foremost, from the Nuggets, and it would be too transparent. We like transparency from our teams, but we also like our teams to win. So at some point, you do have to play it a little bit coy. And I think the reaction from people today has been, oh, the Nuggets are running it back. Like, it's almost like Josh threw up a test balloon today. And it worked. It worked. Because there's a lot of Nuggets media, a lot of people I respect, trust, follow their work, saying, yeah, my gut is they're going to run it back after listening to Josh for an hour this morning. Maybe that's exactly what Josh wants you to think. There is an element of chess, if you will, being played here. There's certainly strategy involved. Anytime these guys get in front of a microphone, there's strategy involved.
Sure.
Look at what Chris Finch did in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is he going up there to complain about the refs to get it off his chest? Perhaps. He's doing it more to make sure the whistle benefits him in game 2, and it did. They shot 30 free throws that night. Minnesota did, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that Josh used this opportunity today to hopefully provide some answers, which he did provide some answers, but also to lay the groundwork of what's going to be a really, really important offseason for the Nuggets.
No doubt. And he was asked, Josh Kroenke was, what does success look like the rest of Nikola Jokic's career? And this is what Josh Kroenke said.
Winning as many games as possible. I mean, I don't know how you answer that question and define it in like a binary term. What does success look like? Success takes on a lot of different forms, but I mean, I think that, when Nico's on your team, you're a championship level organization, and that's what you're striving for each and every year. What does success look like? Winning as many games as possible and competing for championships every year.
Well, the winning games is not going to be a huge problem.
Not when you have Nikola Jokic.
No. Well, you're going to win somewhere between 50 and 55 games as long as he's in his prime and you're sober when constructing the roster around him. It's about the postseason. And I know some fans today wanted to hear a more definitive, what does success look like with one of the greatest players of all time? It looks like competing for a championship every single year, and we're going to do and try our hardest as an organization to accomplish that. And, one of the things that I would be curious, and I don't even know if he would answer the question, but if it was something along the lines of Nikola Jokic is one of the greatest players of all time, if he finishes his career with one championship, would that be a failure? As opposed to flipping it saying, well, what does success look like? Because he'll answer it that way, winning as many games as possible and trying to compete for a championship. But if he finishes his career with one championship, will that be a failure? And my answer would be yes, of course it would be. Historically, the NBA history says if you have a top player in the history of the league, and I have him top 15, you have him top 10, semantics, whatever. But you have a player of that stature in his prime, you can't just walk away with one championship.
Definitely. And would you have appreciated Josh being a little more aggressive with that answer? Rather than winning games, what if he had said, it's about hanging banners?
Yes, totally.
It's about throwing parades.
Any version of that.
It's about fitting our guys for rings. All three of those things. That's what happens when you win an NBA title. Now, is he worried those words could bite him? Perhaps. The internet lives forever.
Right.
I can picture the montage now 10 years ago. Remember when Josh Kroenke said on May 8th, we're going to hang banners and throw parades? If they don't do it again, that could be something that could bite him down the road. But for Nuggets Nation, who's rightfully frustrated, I mean, it's kind of at a boiling point. Nuggets fans were mad in 24 because they thought they could go back-to-back, and they had every right to be. Nuggets fans were mad last year because they blew games 4 and 5 against the Thunder. But this is like beet red, purple face kind of mad. Going from red to purple, you're so angry.
Yeah.
Because this was the first time you just got flat out punked. You got flat out punked.
Emasculated.
You
really.
lost to DeSomo and McDaniels and Clark and Shannon. You didn't lose to Ant.
No. DiVincenzo.
I could swallow that pill if I lost to Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
If Anthony Edwards just went superhuman, I go, okay, he's a top 10 player in the game. Some people call him young Kobe, young Michael. I know he's got a long ways to go, but there are people who call him that with a straight face. I can't stomach who they lost to. They lost to guys that the casual Nuggets fan did not know existed 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Oh, all right. Well, here we are heading into the last segment on a Friday. What are the 3 biggest storylines heading into Game 3 tomorrow night in Minnesota? And we'll give some predictions heading into that massive game coming up next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here. If you're looking for the ultimate place to post up for a big game, maybe even the one tomorrow night, guys, make it the Basketball Social House Bar and Grill in Centennial. It's your headquarters for every upset, every buzzer beater, every goal. That's right, all the games are on at the Basketball Social House Bar and Grill. Guys, the place is unreal. Award-winning food and drinks. An elite brunch you have to try. And it's not just another sports bar. This is the first of its kind sports bar and entertainment experience. Literally the only one like it in the world. And listen, you don't have to be a hoop head to love it. the vibe, the energy, the menu. It's all next level. But if you do want to play, you can book your own private basketball suite with a court, lounge seating, music, TVs, the whole deal. It's perfect for watch parties, team hangouts and celebrations, or just leveling up your night. And they have the best happy hour in Colorado every day, 7 p.m. to close. You can find them at 7450 South University Boulevard in Centennial. Check them out online at thebasketballsocialhouse.com. And because you heard it from me, use code HALFOFFHOOPS for half off your first-time private basketball suite rental. Trust me, guys, this place is a slam dunk.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends at WindowNation.com. I know that May's weather is pretty nice, but you don't have to wait until the heat hits in May and beyond to try and avoid high energy bills. You need to upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows. You get new energy efficient ones from WindowNation.com and you get half of them for free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at WindowNation.com.
When you've been hurt after a traumatic car crash, you don't need a sales pitch from an attorney with big promises and a loud voice. You need a team who fights for real results fast. That's why so many across the country choose the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is nationally recognized, but is local right here in Colorado. So give us a call and let our team fight for the results you deserve today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to the Drive's playoff pregame show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
All right, final segment here on a Friday. Really fun show. Appreciate, Will, you hanging out in Philip Lindsay's stead here the last few days. These shows have flown by, a lot of content to react to. A huge game that awaits us tomorrow night. Game 3 in Minnesota, where the Colorado Avalanche can play the role of a boa constrictor and just squeeze the life out of the Wild. And put this thing in a total vice grip. What do you think are the 3 biggest storylines to watch tomorrow night?
Well, definitely who Minnesota puts in goal is number one for me. Is it Gustafsson or they go back to Volstead? Because I thought John Hines panicked after game 1, should have never made a change, and I think he played a card that he could probably only play once a little too early, to the huge benefit of the Avalanche. My gut is it'll be Volstead, but we will see. So that's storyline number 1. Storyline number 2 for me is how Scott Wedgwood plays. He was great in L.A. All due respect to L.A., not exactly hostile. You got Will Ferrell there, having fun. There was another big celebrity they showed in the crowd. I can't remember who it was, but it was A-lister. Minnesota, that's a hockey town. That's going to be 10 times more juiced up than Crypto.com Arena was.
Oh, yeah.
Grand Casino Arena tomorrow night, 8 o'clock puck drop. That place is going to be rowdy and hostile. And those Scott chants are going to start coming down if he lets up 1 or 2. You know, that's famous.
Totally.
What did Dallas and Detroit fans do back in the day? Patrick, trying to get in Patrick Waugh's head. So how does he play? I have all the faith in the world he'll play well, but it's something to watch. Definitely going goaltending for the Wild is key 1. Goaltending for the Avs is key 2. And then goaltending, key number 3 for the Avalanche is just about their stars continuing to be stars. The first 2 games of the series against L.A., the Stars played fine. Maybe not great. They played fine. Gabe had a huge goal to tie game 2. But games 3 and 4 against the Kings, game 1 and 2 against the Wild, it's 4 straight games. They've shown up in a huge way. I mean, Cale Makar's got, 4 goals in his last 4 games?
He does.
Nathan McKinnon, 3 straight 3-point games. I want to see Cale and Nathan just bury Minnesota when they have a chance. Even if the Wild win tomorrow night, no one should panic. Don't panic. But you don't want to come back to Denver 2-2.
You don't.
And letting them get 1 tomorrow night makes that a coin flip on Monday. So just take them out of it while you can, and hopefully can pack your brooms a couple days later.
Yeah, just like you said, split. Obviously, we'd love a sweep, but Minnesota's really good. The Avs are just humanizing them, and so I believe you're going to get their very best punch tomorrow night. They know how important, they don't need to be told, hey, you can't go down 0-3 here. You're going to get their most intensity, I think, tomorrow night, their most focused effort. These guys are Olympians. Some of them are legends. One of them is the all-time goal scorer in the history of the postseason. I mean, there's really good players, and you're going to get their best shot. As long as the Avs meet the level of aggression and intensity, I think it's going to be a 3-period game. I think this is going to be a lower scoring contest that goes down the last 8-9 minutes of the third period. I really do. But if there's anyone that has earned the trust, not even in a sense of will they win or not, but meeting that moment, I don't think you're going to catch the Avs coming out flat tomorrow night. They've learned too many lessons over the years. This is a core that has gone 6-0 to start a postseason and then lost 4 straight and get bounced. I think you're going to see the dividend of the accumulation of those scars through the years with a really mature professional approach tomorrow night.
Do you like my 3 keys? Is there anything else we need to add?
No,
I mean, I appreciate you saying that too, of you can't go lose 5-1 tomorrow night, right? If you lose 3-2 in overtime, it happens. It wouldn't be anyone's favorite. No one's going to go to bed happy if you got to watch Minnesota celebrate a walk-off winner in OT. You just don't want to lose 4-5-1. Because then that cracks the door open for the Wild even more. Not only did they beat you, but they dominated you. Because 4-1, 5-1, that's domination in the NHL. Now, that said, what happened in Tampa in Game 3 in the Cup Final 4 years ago? They got beat pretty darn good in Game 3. I don't remember exactly what the score was, but it was something like 4-1, 5-1. And then, of course, they won Game 4 in overtime to take a 3-1 series lead. So it's not the end of the world. Every team's allowed a stinker. But if you're going to lose, I'd prefer it's that tight game you're describing as opposed to letting Minnesota get one where they're clearly the better hockey team, because then that would just boost their confidence slightly.
All right, here is Bednar yesterday before getting on the plane, having some extra time off in this series.
Yeah, I think you play the schedule that's laid out in front of you. So I think you're good either way because it's the same for both teams. I do think that for our team, the energy, pace that we want to play with on a nightly basis, it helps us have success. It doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt to, be rested and recovered and still get a little practice time in to go out and feel good about your puck touches and your systems and everything. And meetings don't have to get crammed in. You can take your time and get feedback from the guys. And so that's the schedule we have, and we're trying to make the most of it.
I don't think any schedule at this point in the Avs sort of arc is going to disrupt what they're trying to do. I think that's for younger teams who haven't been through this over and over and over again. They just have earned a lot of trust.
Zach, they had a week off between series, and they scored 9 goals.
Right.
They had a week off and scored 9 goals. Rest versus rust, that's totally dead with this Avs team. It's just not a story. Even if you get a lot of time off between now and the Western Conference Final, won't really be a story.
Give me a score prediction for tomorrow night.
I've got the Avs 4-3. Go up 3-0 in the series. I think we'll see 7 goals, but the Avs will score 1 more. How about you?
I'll go 3-2 Wild in overtime.
Okay.
And it's just a little piece of humble pie. Avs come back, win Game 4, come back to Denver up 3-1.
And gentlemen's
sweep
in Game 5.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
All right. Hope I'm wrong about that specific score prediction. We'll see how it all unfolds tomorrow night. Guys, enjoy the game. Enjoy this weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers out there.
Happy Mother's Day.
We
for sure.
love you so much. Margaret Bai, who raised me and my brother with very little, and she changed our life. My wife, Ashley, is the world's best mom to my 2 kids, Owen and Mia. Happy Mother's Day. Want to shout out your mom here on the way out?
Yeah, Charlotte Peterson. You said best mom in the world, I think?
Yeah.
I'll say best mom in the world, too. We all feel that way. We're both very lucky
to
have moms we care a ton about.
No doubt. All right, guys, enjoy it. Be kind to one another this weekend. It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
Big news out of Broncos country. General Manager George Payton, the architect behind Denver's rise to an AFC powerhouse, has agreed to a brand new 5-year contract extension. Since taking over in 2021, Payton has rebuilt the roster with standout draft picks, smart free agent moves, and a strong partnership with head coach Sean Payton. Now locked in through 2030, he's set to keep the Broncos charging toward championship territory. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. I got an email from a guy named Mark, retired firefighter, tough guy. Never asked for help in his life, but he told me the rising cost of everything finally caught up to him. Groceries, insurance, prescriptions. It was all hitting at once. And he said, I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'm falling behind. I told him there's nothing to be embarrassed about because American Financing hears stories like this every day. They walked him through a refinance, looked at his whole financial picture, not just his credit card debt that had piled up. With a refinance, he learned he may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. Then he heard the average customer savings is $800 a month, and he said it felt like someone finally opened a window in a stuffy room. 1 payment, more breathing room, a chance to stop robbing Peter to pay Paul. American Financing is family-owned, licensed in all 50 states with salary-based mortgage consultants, no upfront fees, and no obligation. They helped Mark make his equity his exit strategy, and they can help you too. Call them at 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 18234, NMLS 1823334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products,